Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 3 of What If I Was Reincarnated in Naruto and Became the Adventurous Ninja with the Gamer System. Let the tale begin. Chapter 51, Battles in the Second Dungeon 4. The two fighters moved at the same time. Within a second they reached the middle of the field and resumed their battle. Clang! You have sense killing intent. Blades clashed and sparks flew in the air. Murderous killing intent filled the air as both fighters looked to cut down their enemy. Even though their fight was gruesome, it had its elegance. Every step, every motion, the dungeon ninja made was elegant and covert. While Daichi's sword swings were filled with fierce intent and brute force. But it had its own beauty as well. Every second several swings rained down against each other. Daichi and his opponent blocked, deflected or outright avoided the attacks while maintaining vigilance on their surroundings. Daichi's current sword skills paled in comparison to the dungeon ninja. This guy. He's far better than me. If it wasn't for my speed, he would have taken my head by now. I need to keep fighting him and improve my sword skills. That's the only way I'll beat him if I fight like this. Daichi concentrated on every motion his enemy made and tried to study it. His intelligence gave him a faster understanding of not just theory or concepts but also of the physical skills he observed. Skill sword mastery's level has risen by 1. Daichi slightly smirked as he parried another slash from his enemy. Seeing his attacks not getting through, the dungeon ninja decided to switch attack patterns. He disappeared from Daichi's field of view. He vanished. His footwork is incredible. His speed increased and he was able to completely evade my attacks. Daichi immediately used the chakra sense skill and enhanced his eyes, ears, and nose. Suddenly, like a specter appearing out of nowhere, the ninja appeared behind Daichi and slashed down. But luckily Daichi found his enemy in time to block the attack. The moment Daichi blocked the attack, the enemy disappeared from his view. Damn it! Disappeared again. Right now the broken shuriken all around is definitely slowing him down. This terrain is to my advantage. His speed decreased by a small margin when he came to attack. So I was able to block it. But I doubt it will be like this for long. Daichi didn't want his enemy to take him by surprise. He wanted to be the one to make the next move. Clang! Sparks flew as Daichi blocked another sword swipe. Seeing his attacks blocked, the dungeon ninja jumped back and focused chakra into his sword. A blue hue could be seen around the weapon. What is he doing? Daichi wondered only for a second before his eyes widened in realization. The enemy ninjas slashed several times in a second, sending strong gusts of wind and several wind blades. The moment he realized what was about to happen, Daichi pushed chakra to his legs and jumped as fast as he could. The next instant the area he was standing in was blown away by several powerful wind slashes. Most of the scattered sharp metals on the ground all got blown away by the strong wind attack. Daichi safely landed several meters away from the destroyed ground. His eyes never left his foe. The ninja lowered his hand and looked at Daichi. The next instant he disappeared and appeared in front of Daichi and slashed down. Daichi used both hands and coated his sword with chakra flow and deflected the attack. Both of them started to fight ferociously. Their blades clashed several times per second. The strength with which they clashed caused a small windstorm to be formed around them. Sparks scattered all over the place as they battled each other. Daichi was on the defensive due to his lack of sword skill. This guy's sword skills are incredible. It's not just fast. His movements. It's almost impossible for me to predict them at my level. As the battle raged on, Daichi was analyzing his opponent. He barely dodged a swing aimed for his neck, but the next second a thin line appeared across his chest. If I hadn't leaned back at the last second, that would have been a serious injury. His ability to quickly change the attack trajectory and paths. His insane accuracy, and the sword's ever-changing orbits. Whoever he is, he's based on someone powerful. Skill sword mastery's level has risen by 1. Skill chakra flow's level has risen by 1. +1 sense. +1 dexterity. But I'm also getting stronger. My sword skill improvement speed is much faster than I expected. Maybe it's because I'm fighting an expert. As they clashed, Daichi's skills improved. He was starting to keep up with the ninja. He blocked a strike and deflected the sword away from him and quickly sent a slash towards his enemy. The dungeon ninja recovered from the failed strike quickly and used more chakra to increase his speed and block Daichi's strong incoming slash. Due to the force generated from the clash, both of them were thrown away from each other. They stood opposite to each other and stared down. His speed is almost equal to mine, but his strength is slightly less. But he still successfully suppressed my attack. Unbelievable. I need to restrain him. Daichi wasted no time and rushed forward. He was a ninja before he was a swordsman. And his life was more important to him than anything else. He was going to use every arsenal he had to win. He reached the ninja quickly and tried to restrain him using chakra threads. He used his left hand to create the several threads to keep his enemy in check. His threads connected with the enemy ninja's hands and feet and rooted him in place. Daichi swung his sword with his right hand, intending to deal a huge amount of damage. But there was a problem with this strategy. The moment the ninja was restrained, he used his chakra-coated sword to cut the strings and was able to barely block the attack. Daichi's eyes twitched as he saw his strike blocked. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. Gur! The dungeon ninja rushed and aimed for Daichi's heart, but Daichi, with the help of his superior senses and agility, evaded and didn't allow the attack to land. The swords clashed once again. As the battle progressed, Daichi focused on the trajectory of the enemy's sword more and more, and his mind unknowingly disregarded the enemy's empty hand. If I can just hold on and increase my sword skill, I can. Ku, Ak -216, health points. Negative status, bleeding. Daichi's eyes widened and trembled as he felt a dagger stab into his side. The enemy ninja quickly pulled the dagger out and was ready to attack again, but Daichi immediately used body flicker and gained some distance. He placed a hand on the wound. Fuck! I was careless. He made me focus on his sword so much that he was able to get a sneak attack in. Bastard smart. Despite his opponent landing a wound on him, Daichi smiled. A sneaky attack like that. So it looks like you're a shinobi before you're a swordsman too, after all. You have sense-killing intent. At that moment, the enemy ninja rushed in and began to fight using both the weapons. The ninja's swordsmanship became more dangerous and threatening as he started using two blades. The gap time between the attacks was reduced and the path of the attacks became more complicated. Daichi responded in kind and took a dagger from his inventory. Due to using two-bladed weapons, the dual-wielding mastery skill was activated. It increases the damage inflicted, speed, critical rate, and balance of the user. Due to these buffs and the effects of the sword mastery skill, Daichi was able to match his opponent and bring the fight to almost equal terms. Both of them fought vigorously. Daichi was getting wounded and coughing up blood, but he was also able to reduce the health points of his enemy. The fight went on for several minutes with neither side able to get in a decisive blow. They were only able to inflict non-lethal strikes on each other. But soon the tides turned and the battle began to favor a certain side. When Daichi's health fell below 25%, the effects of the persistent stat activated. It gave an 8% stat boost, increasing Daichi's speed and power. The ninja held on but was unable to block attacks due to the new increased speed. But he was still able to inflict damage on Daichi. His chakra flowed through his sword and dagger and blocked Daichi's attacks and slashed at Daichi's left leg, wanting to take the boy's footing away. -355, health points. Negative status, broken leg, bleeding. The powerful attack landed and Daichi went down to one knee. Phew! Daichi desperately blocked the attacks coming his way, but he was somewhat unsuccessful due to the injury. At that moment, another skill activated, saving Daichi from the onslaught. Health points have fallen below 20%. Skill Ozark's Resilience is activated. Plus 2% to strength, vitality, and agility stats for 20 seconds. This boost, coupled with the stat boost from the persistent skill, pushed Daichi's speed and strength beyond his enemy. Daichi swiftly deflected the bladed attacks and slashed the hands of his enemy. The hand holding the sword severed and the one holding the dagger was torn up. Negative 622 HP. Enemy negative status, crippled buff in effect. +1 persistence. I only have 14 seconds left. Need to make it count. Daichi quickly stood on one leg and started his fierce counter-attack. He used chakra thread to make sure the enemy didn't escape and attacked him with his tanto. He was able to link over 10 strikes in quick succession and activated the skill link kill strikes. Several other skills activated and Daichi's hands became a blur. Brutal strikes landed on his enemy and in less than 10 seconds his health was reduced to 0. Enemy killed. Plus 2,500 EXP. Plus 375 EXP. Enemies killed, 89 out of 168. I won. Finally, it's over. Daichi was breathing hard. He let go of his tanto and fell on his back. He looked at his mini-map to make sure there wasn't anyone around. He slowly took his sword and crawled to a nearby tree. He sat and looked at the piled-up notifications. Oh man! That's a lot of messages. He started treating his wounds and bandaging them while going through the messages one by one. Skill dual wielding mastery's level has risen by 1. Skill Ozark's resilience's level has risen by 1. Skill sword mastery's level has risen by 1. Skill death blow's level has risen by 1. Skill chakra thread's level has risen by 1. Skill danger sense's level has risen by 1. Skill vital strike's level has risen by 1. Skill killing intense level has risen by 1. Skill chakra enhancement's level has risen by 1. Skill chakra flow's level has risen by 1. Skill physical endurance's level has risen by 1. Skill danger sense's level has risen by 1. Due to defeating a special enemy of this dungeon, you have received the passive skill Combat Arts. Combat Arts Passive, LV.1. This skill allows the user to be more proficient in hand-to-hand combat and usage of weaponry. Effects: passively increases the user's minimum and maximum melee damage, critical rate and balance. Make the user ambidextrous. 2% increase in damage inflicted. 2% increase in attack speed. By fighting on dangerous terrain and quickly adapting to it, the skill Light Steps has been created. Light Steps, passive or active, LV.1. This is a footwork skill that increases the movement speed and terrain adaptability of the user. When fighting an enemy, this skill could also be used as a charging skill or avoidance skill according to the user's proficiency. Effects: increases balance of the user when in unstable and dangerous terrain. 3% increase in movement speed. Chakra points cost, 50 chakra points per minute. Wow! Fighting this one guy really pushed a lot of skill to the next level. And I even got 2 new skills. Daichi looked over the details of the skills and its effects. Not bad. Not bad at all. Daichi finished his rudimentary treatment. He stood and slowly made his way back to the cave. After drinking plenty of water and eating the food stored in his inventory, he was able to replenish some of his HP. He reached his cave and took his sleeping bed from his inventory dimension. Time to take a good long rest. Daichi slowly breathed in and out. His mental exhaustion was extreme due to the battle he just went through. Since he was in a relatively safe space, within seconds his eyes closed and he fell asleep. Chapter 52, New Quest and Skills. You have slept in a bed. Health points, chakra points, stamina points and mana points have been fully restored. Daichi woke up from his peaceful sleep to the sound of the notification ringing. He let out a small yawn and got up from his bed. Daichi got ready and prepared for the challenges ahead. He left the cave and looked at his minimap. It's been a week since I began fighting in this dungeon. Up until now, of the 168 opponents, I took down 89 enemies of this dungeon. And now I'm at level 33. Along with the skill level ups, this is turning out to be quite a productive dungeon run. Not bad for a week's worth of fighting. Daichi looked at his stats and skills and he was satisfied with the results. He walked forward and headed to the red dots shown on the map. Daichi wanted to complete the dungeon as soon as possible, but he also didn't want to be caught off guard. But still, with the experience of fighting over 7 dozen ninjas, he was ready to face whatever this dungeon could throw at him. Days went by with Daichi fighting several types of ninjas. Most of them were based on a genin from a clan who survived the Hokage exam grounds, but there were some that weren't from any clans. Daichi experienced what it was like going against enemy ninjas and learned their various tactics. He fought some ninjas in one-on-one combat, while others he fought were in a team of 2 or 3 or sometimes even 4. During one such fight where he had to engage 4 shinobis at once, he used the Adamagai cloak for the first time. He completely disappeared from the enemy senses and he successfully ambushed them within a short time. Enemies killed, 110 out of 168. You have leveled up. Yes. Level 34. Finally. Once the battle was over, Daichi sat down on a nearby tree stump after making sure he was safe and took off the cloak. Wow. So that's how it feels to be invisible. Daichi marveled at the abilities of the cloak. I remember in the observation info on this thing that it can respond to the user's thoughts in a limited capacity. I didn't understand what that actually meant until now. The moment I put it on, it reduced its length to match my height and size. I was just thinking that it was too big and wished it was smaller, and this thing shrunk. I can't even begin to imagine what kind of seals were used to create something like this. If anyone in the world knew that this existed, they would do almost anything to get their hands on it. During the fight, Daichi tested some aspects and abilities he thought the cloak might have, and he was satisfied with what he learned. Once I put it on, it takes 100 mana points to activate, but other than that there is no other cost. At least not if I continuously use it. If I try to extend the time by switching off the invisibility, then I have to spend another 100 mana points to activate it again. And it seems the moment I put it on, I can somehow tell how long the invisibility of this cloak could last. It was as if the cloak had connected to my mind. Strange. I remember that the max time I get is 3 hours, and if I stretch it I can maybe extend it to 10 hours, but that's going to be difficult. Right now my mana is limited. So I have to use this thing carefully and maximize the usage efficiency. At that moment a new quest box popped up. Quest created: obtain the 5th cloak. Adamagai Uzumaki created 5 cloaks with special abilities. The first 3 cloaks were destroyed. You are currently in possession of his 4th cloak. Although the 4th cloak has exceptional abilities, Adamagai deemed it imperfect and a failure due to its limitations, and thus he even refused to name it. He used the information learned from creating the previous cloaks and used it to create a perfect final work. Find out more information on Adamagai Uzumaki and obtain his masterpiece. Time limit: none. Rewards: the Abyss Cloak. New skill: failure: none. Accept: yes or no. A new quest? Didn't expect that. Daichi looked over the quest information and he accepted it immediately. Wow! My current cloak is incredible and this guy deems it a failure. Then what the hell does he consider perfect? I wonder what kind of abilities the final cloak has. Daichi decided he would look into the quest once he left the dungeon. Refocusing his attention to the current dungeon quest, Daichi moved forward. Daichi spent another 3 days exploring through the dungeon. He avoided traps and tracked his enemies. His stealth skills increased by a wide margin and he learned how to leave as little evidence behind when escaping a dangerous situation. Daichi was currently battling a ninja with the abilities based on a member from the Hyuga clan. Level 40, Gentle Fist Nin. HP, 4421, Chakra Points, 4002. A ninja created based on a genin of the Hyuga clan who survived the Hokage exam grounds. This enemy is immune to Jinjutsu and has powerful taijutsu abilities capable of destroying internal organs. Capable of tracking the enemy from long distances and confronting them head-on. This enemy prefers to fight alone and he intends to kill you. He had been fighting for a while and managed to reduce the health points of his opponent to less than 150. Daichi went through several hand seals as he evaded the palm strikes from the dungeon Hokage. Water-style Hydroblast Jutsu. A powerful point-blank spiraling water blast sent the ninja flying back to a tree. He crashed and it took his last remaining health points. Plus 1200 EXP. Plus 180 EXP. Enemies killed, 137 out of 168. You have leveled up. Level 35 huh. With the number of ninjas remaining, it looks like I'll be able to increase my level by one more by the time I finish this dungeon. Daichi looked over the experience needed to reach level 36. Almost 34,000 huh. With the experience points from the ninjas and the reward of the quest, that should be enough to get me to 36. As Daichi was looking over his stats, a new skill notification appeared. Due to defeating a special enemy of this dungeon, you have received the passive skill Absolute Chakra Mastery. Absolute Chakra Mastery Passive Level. Max. This skill allows the user to expel chakra from all chakra points on the human body. It helps the user have more control over the chakra used in jutsu and other chakra-related techniques. This skill also passively increases the speed of the user's chakra control mastery. Once the user reaches the pinnacle of chakra control, they will be capable of using yin and yang chakra in various ratios. As Daichi read the first part of the information, his mind recalled everything he remembered about the chakra points. This will come in handy. Most people are only capable of expelling chakra from the hands or feet, but the Hyuga clan, Naruto, and a few others are capable of releasing chakra from every part of their body. I figured it might be possible for me too with the gamer's body and all that, but I definitely would have needed to train more. So this skill helps in that regard. And it reduces my chakra control training time. So that's a bonus as well. All in all, not a bad reward. As Daichi read the full description, his mind boggled at the possibilities. Oh yeah. This is definitely a great passive skill. If I can use yin and yang release as I want, then theoretically it's possible for me to create and use jutsus resembling secret clan techniques. The possibilities are limitless. With a smile on his face, Daichi resumed his hunt. Another 4 days passed. Daichi took his time and didn't rush to battle his enemies. He spent several hours a day training and improving his skills. And his training bore fruit. His skills have all seen tremendous growth during the last week. It was currently noon and Daichi was fighting a ninja based on someone from the Uchiha clan. Level point 41, Copy Nin. HP, 4391, Chakra Points, 4064. A ninja created based on a genin of the Uchiha clan who survived the Akagahara exam grounds. A powerful enemy capable of Jinjutsu, Ninjutsu, and Taijutsu. Proficient in fire attacks and has a 2-tomo Sharingan. His speed is much greater than the average genin and is capable of exceptional shuriken jutsu and swordsmanship. This enemy fights alone and intends to kill you. Daichi blocked a punch with his palm and retaliated with a fast, strong kick. It sent the ninja several feet back. Daichi took several breaths of air within the few seconds he bought. This ninja had forced him to go all out and Daichi pushed himself to his limits. Once he got a few breaths of air, he rushed towards the red-eyed Nin. The enemy ninja threw several shuriken at Daichi, but he deflected the weapons and defended himself with a kunai. Mental intrusion detected. Unyielding spirit has neutralized the foreign attack. That's like the 10th time he's tried to ensnare me in a Jinjutsu. It's getting annoying. Daichi blocked a stab from a kunai and punched the head of his enemy. His opponent exploded into smoke. Shadow Clone Jutsu huh. This bastard is using my tactics against me. The copy ninja created a clone and used Jinjutsu on Daichi. But seeing his illusions ineffective, the clone engaged Daichi, buying the real one time to set up another attack. The real copy Nin threw several shuriken with ninja wire attached to them. The shuriken wasn't aimed to hit Daichi but rather confine him to a certain area. Once he let the ninja stars fly, he quickly weaved several hand seals. In just a couple seconds he completed the seals with the last one ending in a tiger seal. By the time Daichi finished off the clone, the shurikens surrounded him with flames speeding along the wire. Dragon Fire Jutsu, huh? You won't get me that easily. Daichi weaved signs for the substitution jutsu and landed on a nearby tree. The moment his feet touched the branch, his senses alerted him to someone coming his way. Daichi looked behind him and saw the enemy flying at him with his leg outstretched and aimed for his back. Daichi dodged by jumping down from the tree branch. He landed and looked up to see a fireball jutsu heading his way. Daichi went through several seals and slammed his hands into the ground. Earth-style rock shelter jutsu. The rock dome formed and protected Daichi from the burning ball of death. The fireball hit the rock dome and exploded, creating dust and smoke. Daichi's ears picked up movement and he parried a kick coming from his side. The two ninjas engaged in hand to combat once again. Daichi quickly took out his dagger. Level 36, 650.5 out of 35,550. Health points 3995. Chakra points 6,532.2. Stamina points 3730. Mana points 2395. Primary stats: Strength 85, Vitality 81, Dexterity 80, Agility 83, Intelligence 105, Chakra 107, Wisdom 55. Special stats: Sense 80, Stamina 97, Indomitable 13, Charisma 39, Persistence 14, Dignity locked, Luck locked. Stat points 505. Rio 252,000. Daichi smiled as he looked over the numbers. He was happy with the increase in stats so far. Looks like all my stats have increased by a substantial margin. I can feel the strength and power of my body so clearly. Must be due to the sense stat. And now I have over 500 points accumulated. Once I complete this dungeon, I'm gonna increase the primary stats to a 100. As Daichi was pondering on his next move, several notifications appeared. You have defeated all the ninjas and as a result has awakened the boss of this dungeon. The dungeon boss has 100 minions. Defeat all of them to complete and exit the dungeon. Reading the message, Daichi prepared himself. The ground started shaking and several meters in front of him Daichi could see a rising platform made of white and red stones. And standing on it was Daichi's final opponent. About time. Let's get this over with. Daichi took out his tanto and braced himself. Chapter 53, Second Dungeon Boss Battle. The platform rising from the ground was composed of white and red stones. They were arranged in a clover pattern. And on top of it was a menacing 6-foot figure wearing a black worn-out cloak. Daichi immediately used Observe on his final opponent. Level: Unknown, right on. HP: Unknown, Chakra points: Unknown. A semi-intelligent humanoid puppet created by the dungeon. This puppet activates after every ninja in the dungeon is destroyed. It is the strongest puppet and the boss of this dungeon. It has 100 minion puppets and can command them to attack the enemy. This puppet is capable of using ninjutsu attacks and is proficient in taijutsu. Favors lightning nature. It wants to kill you. A humanoid puppet with a powerful physique stood on the platform. Its face was devoid of everything except the eyes in the shape of two small horizontal slits. Daichi scrutinized his enemy. It had bulky arms but lean legs. The body was a combination of wood and metal. Its joints, arms and legs were metal, but its chest and lower torso were made of wood. Bright blue eyes looked at Daichi as he looked at it. What the hell? Why can't I see how much health points and chakra points this thing has? Is it far beyond my level? Does that mean I can't win? Doubt slowly formed in Daichi's mind. But he quickly calmed down and regained his composure. You can do this. Keep your head in the fight, Daichi. It's just a dumb puppet. You can win. Only a couple seconds passed with both of them staring at each other, but then the puppet made its first move. It raised its left hand with the palm facing Daichi. You have sense killing intent. What are you up to? Daichi's mind came up with several attack scenarios and he prepared himself. The next instant Daichi barely dodged a water blast aimed at the middle of his head. A small thin but powerful water blast was coming out of the puppet's raised hand. Daichi dodged and looked at the puppet. Daichi could hear the trees and rocks getting destroyed behind him. He saw a small round opening in the middle of the palm and the water jutsu coming out of it. The puppet Raidon, seeing that his prey had evaded the attacks, stopped the water blast and then raised both hands. Blue lines of light came to life on its arms from its elbow to its wrists. It then spoke a single word. Arise. FAQ? Daichi was gobsmacked as he looked at the puppet. It can talk? And why am I getting a strong solo leveling vibe? The ground all around them started shaking and within seconds from the earth came dozens and dozens of puppets. Daichi jumped back and gained some distance from the new foes. The new puppets were around 5 feet tall and didn't look as strong as their leader. So these must be Raidon's minions. Observe. Level 25, 4. HP, 2,500, Chakra Points, 2,500. A puppet under the command of Raidon. Level 25, 73. HP, 2,500, Chakra Points, 2,500. A puppet under the command of Raidon. Level 25, 020. HP, 2,500, Chakra Points, 2,500. A puppet under the command of Raidon. Daichi used the skill Observe on several of the new puppets. It looks like except for the name, everything else is the same for all of them. Looks like I'll have to take out these guys before I deal with the boss. Daichi didn't waste time and rushed towards the nearest one. His speed and strength were much greater than the minion puppets and he was able to easily destroy them. Enemy killed. Plus 200 EXP. Plus 30 EXP. All the other puppets got into action and started attacking Daichi. The battle began between Daichi and the smaller puppets. He ducked and weaved through the punches aimed his way and smashed the puppets. It broke apart quickly due to Daichi's immense strength. His senses alerted him to a stream of fire headed his way. Daichi used substitution on a nearby puppet and escaped. So using substitution on my enemies is possible, huh? I needed to confirm that. As the battle progressed, Daichi made several notes on his enemies. Each minion puppets could only use one type of ninjutsu attack and there are several seconds delay after each attack. And they can turn their arms into bladed weapons. Daichi blocked a blade with his tanto and sent a powerful punch to the head, blasting it apart. Enemy killed. Plus 200 EXP. Plus 30 EXP. 10 down. 90 more to go. Time to speed this up. Daichi created 2 shadow clones and all of them went through several hand seals. Fire Style Great Fireball Jutsu. Fire Style Dragon Fire Jutsu. Fire Style Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Flames rushed in every direction and engulfed dozens of puppets. In seconds several of them exploded and were destroyed while others burned to the ground. Enemy killed. Plus 200 EXP. Plus 30 EXP. Enemy killed. Plus 200 EXP. Plus 30 EXP. Enemy killed. Plus 200 EXP. Plus 30 EXP. The kill confirmed boxes kept piling up. The clones went off to battle the remaining puppets while Daichi refocused his attention back to the boss. I need to play this smart. I can't read its level, health points, or chakra points. That means this thing is much stronger than the ones I've faced just now. Can't make any rash mistakes. Daichi went through the hand seals for his lightning overdrive jutsu. With his body coated in small lightning currents, Daichi sped to the enemy. Daichi sent a lightning-fast punch to the center of his opponent's head. But something unexpected happened. Lightning burst forth from his enemy and he blocked Daichi's attack. The puppet stopped Daichi's powerful momentum in his tracks. The moment they made contact, a small boom occurred and the force of the impact created small winds blowing all around them. You have sensed killing intent. Daichi's eyes widened in realization. Shit! This thing can either copy my moves or it can already use lightning to increase its speed. The boss puppet Raidon punched Daichi, but the boy blocked the fist with both arms. They began their battle with both of them attacking and defending against enemy onslaught. The bottom half of Raidon's face lowered, and from its open mouth several volleys of small kunais were launched. Daichi used body flicker to increase his speed and evade the attacks. Both of them rushed at each other. Fists met fists and knuckles met knuckles as neither one backed down. At that moment memories from one of his clones came and Daichi inwardly smiled. All of the minion puppets have been destroyed and now only the boss remains. Daichi now had a plan in mind. He dodged another kick coming towards him and used chakra threads to contain his enemy. The moment the threads connected and stopped the enemy's movements, the clone who was hiding behind him came. In a second it sent a strong powerful punch to the back of Raidon's head and was able to shatter the wooden skull. That was easy, Daichi thought as he looked towards his headless enemy. Raidon fell on his knees and then a second later fell forward onto the ground. Seeing the plan work, Daichi's clone let go of the shadow clone jutsu and disappeared. It's over? That was a lot easier than I expected. As Daichi was thinking about this, a thought suddenly came to his mind. Wait. If I defeated him, then why haven't I gotten the notification yet? As Daichi was pondering this question, something unexpected happened. The shattered pieces of the head moved as if it had a life of its own and rejoined the body. Once its head was reattached, it stood up and looked at Daichi. What the freaking hell? Is this thing immortal? As Daichi was freaking out, lightning coated Raidon's body and the puppet boss rushed at the small boy. Daichi took out his dagger and Tonto and they began their second round of battle. Lightning condensed and coated the puppet's right hand and the current suddenly blitzed towards Daichi. Daichi used chakra enhancement to augment his speed and strength. And due to the buffs of using bladed weapons, his speed increased by a considerable margin. It was only due to these conditions that he was able to avoid the lightning attack. The spot where the lightning struck charred. Daichi evaded several strikes from the lightning and sent several volleys of fireballs as retaliation. Both the puppet and the boy dodged and resumed their hand-to-hand combat. Skill Combat Arts' level has risen by 1. Skill Leaf Academy Taijutsu's level has risen by 1. As the battle progressed, Daichi's skills leveled up and before long he found an opening and slashed at the enemy's torso. The puppet jumped back and gained some distance. It was what Daichi was waiting for. He quickly threw his weapons a few feet into the air and created 2 shadow clones. Daichi then used the lightning overdrive jutsu and caught his falling weapons. Daichi and his 2 clones dodged the water and fire blasts coming from the enemy puppet. They surrounded it and started attacking from all sides. The puppet, while strong and fast, was not able to successfully defend against 3 enemies at the same time. One of Daichi's clones used his chakra threads to limit Raidon's movements, and the next moment the clone sent several strong punches from the back while Daichi used chakra flow on his weapons and cut through from the front. Both of them attacked ferociously and destroyed the entire upper body of the puppet. What was left of it fell to the ground. Daichi was waiting for the completion notification box, but seeing it not appear, he quickly realized that his job was not done. Daichi watched as the puppet started putting itself back together. Not this time. He quickly weaved through hand seals and let out a flaming ball where the puppet lay. Watching the original Daichi attack the fallen puppet, the 2 clones joined as well. Several wind bullets and streams of flames were let loose and impacted the fallen enemy. The 3 didn't let up and continued attacking for a while before stopping. The ground was a burning, smoldering mess. The puppet was charred. As Daichi looked, he still didn't get a notification. What the hell? Why is it still not dead? What do I have to do? As Daichi was frustrated at the lack of victory, his eyes suddenly caught something shining. It was a small pebble like blue stone in the middle of the charred ground. Daichi walked towards it and picked it up. He felt chakra coming from it and quickly used Observe. Radon's core. This special sphere was created to supply a near limitless chakra to the puppet Raidon. With this core the puppet can fight forever and regenerate its lost parts. So that's the secret, huh? Daichi, having an understanding of what was going on, looked closely at the chakra sphere. Can I take this with me? A near limitless chakra sphere would come in handy. As Daichi pondered on this question, he could feel the sphere shaking in his hand, and Daichi could see several wooden and metal debris coming towards him. Daichi tried to place it in his inventory, but the action was denied. It's trying to form its body again. Letting out a sigh, Daichi closed his fist around the small sphere. It was a sturdy small ball, and Daichi had to use quite a bit of force before cracks started appearing. And seconds later he crushed it. The core turned to dust the moment it broke, and the wooden and metal debris coming towards Daichi fell to the ground. You have defeated the boss Raidon. Enemies killed, 168 out of 168. Plus 1600 EXP. Plus 240 EXP. You have leveled up. Reward, Skill Lightning Style Lightning Strike Jutsu. Quest Destroy all enemies completed. Rewards. New skill, Mana Puppetry. New title, Executioner. This title will increase all your stats by 7% when fighting enemy ninjas. Rio 375,000. 10,000 EXP. You have successfully defeated every enemy in this dungeon. You have been granted access to the return key. Just as Daichi expected, the golden key appeared in front of him as soon as he cleared the dungeon. Daichi was in a much better condition compared to the last time he was in the dungeon. He took the key and used Observe on it. Dungeon Exit Key. With this key the player can open the exit door and can leave the dungeon. Key valid for only 24 hours in dungeon time. Once the key becomes invalid, the door will be locked and the player will be trapped inside the dungeon forever. Time remaining, 23 hours 59 minutes and 30 seconds. Just as I thought. So each time I finish a dungeon I have 24 hours to get out, huh? Daichi looked around the place. He spent over 2 weeks fighting for his life here. He let out a sigh and opened his map. Daichi decided that he would rest and check his stats and skills in his home rather than here. Once Daichi ascertained the location of the entrance door, he left the place. He quickly reached the door and placed the golden key inside. Time to go home. You have used the return key. Would you like to leave this dungeon? Yes or no? Yes. The door opened, and as Daichi stepped into the hallway he was teleported back to his home. Chapter 54, Powerful Growth. Daichi appeared in his bed. He looked at the clock nearby and saw that only 4 seconds had passed. This is really convenient. I spent over 2 weeks there and only 3 seconds had gone by here. Time to check out my rewards. Daichi opened the status page and saw that his cash reserves as well as stat points had increased significantly. He then saw the newest title. Daichi clicked on it and the information popped up. Executioner. This title will increase all your stats by 7% when fighting enemy ninjas. A very useful title indeed. I'll have to find ways to get more titles. It looks like they'll be able to increase my battle prowess by a large margin. Daichi opened the status page next. Many skills had increased several levels thanks to the dungeon battles. He wanted to go through each and every one of them and see how far they had improved. Skills. Daichi's current list of skills opened up. He went through each one and noted their improvement. His eyes landed on the skill Observe. Looks like Observe has increased. But I still only see the level, health points, chakra points and info on my enemies and not their physical stats. Seems I'll have to increase it beyond level 50 or more to get that info. He moved on to the next skills with great improvement. Seems all the training these last several months and the battles inside the dungeon helped with the basic body conditioning skill. It's already level 64. But I feel that the progress will slow down soon. Daichi went down the list. He stopped on the minor jutsu creation skill. I haven't used this skill as much as I wanted to. I'll need to get on this as soon as I finish the shape transformation training. He moved on and looked over the increase in the various sense skills. I'll have to get my senses to level 50. I wonder what an evolved skill would be like. Since Superior Sight is close to level 50, I'll focus on that first. Daichi went over the effects of the Academy Taijutsu skill next. Wow! My Taijutsu skill level went way up. I doubt any Jinin or even Chunin will be able to fight me in straight hand-to-hand combat now. My Shuriken Jutsu is close to max level. I'll be able to level it to 100 by the end of the next dungeon run. Physical endurance has reached level 57. It seems my damage reduction has increased greatly. And coupled with the damage reduction of the other skills, I'll take very little damage from blunt attacks from enemies on my level or below me. But the effects of the damage reduction skills decrease the higher my opponent is and if they have bladed weapons. Daichi moved down the list. He stopped at the skill Chakra Threads. All one of my favorite skills. Since it's reached level 70, I'll have to start adding different applications to this technique. Soon I'll be able to add nature to this skill. Then it'll be truly awesome. As Daichi moved on and went down the list, he saw the 3 basic Academy Jutsus. Seems I haven't been practicing 2 of the Academy Jutsus as much as I should. I need to practice the rope escape and transformation jutsu more and max them. The next skill he went over in detail was the sword mastery skill. Daichi's sword mastery skill has now reached level 21. This skill definitely saved my ass more than a dozen times. But still, should I be a weapons type fighter or not? Questions for later, I suppose. Daichi then noted the level of his tree walking technique. I'll have to max this skill as soon as I can and then complete the water walking skill as well. After that I can focus on the shape transformation and nature transformation training of chakra. The Ozark's resilience skill is a powerful skill that I need to level up as fast as possible. A 14% increase in stats for 45 seconds. That's not a small effect and it's only level 7 right now. But it only activates when my health points falls below 20. I deliberately let some attacks land on me during some fights in the dungeon to increase this thing. And I didn't like it at all. Is there another way to increase the level of this? Daichi pondered on this for a little while before moving on to the next skill. Daichi looked over the mana affinity and telekinesis skill. Need to start training this skill actively. Don't know when it might come in handy. He went down the list and reached the affinity skills. So earth, fire and lightning are the 3 natures I'm frequently using, huh? I suppose that explains their increase over the other 2 natures. I can use earth for defense or escape jutsus while fire for attacking. And lightning can be switched with offense or defense. I'll leave it like that for now. Daichi then reached the last skill on the list. Mana Puppetry. Implant suggestions? Daichi clicked on the latest skill he received. Mana Puppetry active, level 1. This skill allows the user to control various animals and humans with mental commands. Mana is used to implant suggestions or orders into the target's mind and the user can control them as they see fit. Since this skill is mana-based, chakra defenses and seals will be useless against it. Note, at the current level you can only implant a simple suggestion into human targets and your mental strength is not strong enough to actively control them. But with training and at higher levels this limitation can be removed. Effects can implant suggestions into a target's mind. Mana points cost 800 out of target. Holy shit! Daichi couldn't help but shout as he read the skill. His eyes widened like dinner plates as he understood the implications of the skill. This is the equivalent of Shisui Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. Daichi's mind boggled at the ideas that suddenly came to him. He forcefully calmed himself and looked over the skill. According to this, right now with this skill, I could only implant suggestions and not active control. And furthermore, even after I develop this skill, there is no way it wouldn't have further limitations. I'll have to test this out and see what it's capable of to determine the full power of this skill. Daichi made the decision to test out the skill after a few days. I'll test it on some wild animals first and then test and check the effects on humans. After he made the decision, he opened the jutsu list. He wanted to see the details of the newest lightning jutsu he got. Lightning style, lightning strike active, level 0.1. This jutsu allows the user to create an electric current that can hit multiple people at the same time. Additionally, it can extend to incredible distances and can even avoid obstacles. Rank C. Type Ninjutsu. Hand seals, tiger, snake, dog. Chakra points cost 260 per use. Note, current range is 2 meters. Once the user has become more proficient in using the jutsu and lightning nature chakra, this limitation can be removed. A decent attack jutsu. Not bad. Time to check out my status page. Status. Name, Daichi Hekima, the gamer. Class, student. Age, 7. Title, capable child, explorer, prodigy, beast slayer, apprentice dungeon warrior, executioner. Level, 37, 150 out of 37,250. Health points, 3960. Chakra points, 6,532.2. Stamina points, 3750. Mana points, 2395. Primary stats. Strength 85. Vitality 81. Dexterity 80. Agility 83. Intelligence 105. Chakra 107. Wisdom 55. Special stats. Sense 81. Stamina 98. Indomitable 14. Charisma 40. Persistence 15. Dignity locked. Luck locked. Stat points 510. Rio 627,000. A little over 37,000 EXP for the next level up. Looks like the EXP requirement is going up as I expected. I'll have to focus on improving my stats then. 2 more points in stamina stat and I'll probably get a new skill. Most probably a passive one. Daichi looked at the special and then the primary stat points. He decided he would raise all of the primary stats above 100 points. His eyes focused on the last 2 special stats. Dignity and luck. Damn it! It's been 3 years and I still haven't unlocked these 2. I have a theory as to how the dignity stat might be unlocked, but that would take years. And the luck stat. Daichi let out a tired sigh. Damn it, I've tried everything I could think of. I learned gambling from the old man, although he wasn't very happy that I learned it at such a young age. I tried flipping coins and tried to predict the outcome. I tried to predict the lotto and it didn't get me anywhere. And several other methods that came to my mind, but nothing's worked so far. What do I have to do? Daichi let out another sigh. I'll deal with it later. Can't do anything about it now, I suppose. He started adding stat points. Primary stats. Strength 85 to 101. Vitality 81 to 101. Dexterity 80 to 101. Agility 83 to 101. Intelligence 105 to 111. Chakra 107 to 110. Wisdom 55 to 101. Looks like I needed to add 130 stat points. Stat points 380. Health points 6728. Chakra points 7010.7. Stamina points 4045. Mana points 4310. Oh yeah. My points are way up. Chakra is still the highest with health points coming second. And stamina points is the lowest. But I have a feeling that once my stamina stat rises over 100 that won't be the case. At that moment several blue boxes started appearing. Strength stat has reached 100. You have gained the passive skill Giant Strength. Vitality stat has reached 100. You have gained the passive skill Life Recovery. Dexterity stat has reached 100. You have gained the passive skill Light Body. Agility stat has reached 100. You have gained the passive skill Swiftness. Wisdom stat has reached 100. You have gained the passive skill Hermit's Wisdom. Oh man! I feel so strong. Daichi clenched his hands as he felt the strength and chakra in his body increase. He punched forward and he could feel the force of his strength flowing through him. Daichi started checking out the new passive skills. Giant Strength Passive Level. Max, a passive skill given to the player when the strength stat has reached 100. This skill passively increases the strength of your body and the damages dealt to an enemy. It also reduces damage taken by the user's body. Giant Strength is a skill that's obtained in maxed. I definitely feel much more powerful. I need to see just how strong I am soon. Daichi closed the Giant Strength skill window and opened the next one. Life Recovery Passive Level. Max, a passive skill given to the player when the vitality stat has reached 100. The recovery ability of your body has been increased by 5 times. You can regain health points at a much faster rate. This skill also reduces the sleep time needed to restore your body down to 4.5 hours. Increases the health points of the user. Life Recovery is a skill that's obtained in maxed. I feel like I'm becoming a tank fighter. The ability to take tons of damage and now my insane recovery speed. This will definitely help me in the tough situation to come. Live Body Passive Level. Max, a passive skill given to the player when the dexterity stat has reached 100. This skill increases the evasion rates, balance and weapons handling of the user. Accuracy of several skills are increased by multiple times depending on the skills. Live Body is a skill that's obtained in maxed. Evasion, accuracy, balance and weapons handling, huh? Nice. It seems my Shuriken Jutsu, sword mastery and other such skills can be leveled up even faster. Swiftness Passive Level. Max, a passive skill given to the player when the agility stat has reached 100. This skill passively increases the movement speed of the body by 5 times. Swiftness is a skill that's obtained in maxed. I could always use more speed. With this I'll be able to dodge and land multiple strikes within seconds. And with this speed I can use Link Kill Strikes skill more often. Closing the Swiftness skill page, he opened the last one. Hermit's Wisdom Passive, LV, Max, a passive skill given to the player when Wisdom stat has reached 100. This skill strengthens the mind and increases the mana powers of the user. Effects and strength of mind skills are increased. This skill also helps the user cope with the negative side effect of the skill Absolute Recall. Increases mana points of the user. Hermit's Wisdom is a skill that's obtained in maxed. Seems Wisdom also greatly helps with mana abilities. I have to test them soon. Looks like I don't have to worry about the negative side effects of the recall skill. That's good. Daichi went through all the skills. He was very happy with his progress and growth. Each day brings me closer and closer to my goal. Soon I won't have to fear anyone. Daichi closed the notification boxes and status page. Daichi got up from his bed and stretched his body. He could clearly feel the changes that happened. He went to get freshened up and then feeling hungry, he went downstairs to get something to eat. Skills. Gamer's Mind Passive Level. Max. Gamer's Body Passive Level. Max. Gaia's Blessing Passive Level. Max. Observe Active Level .43. Dishwashing Passive Level .51. Effects 87.5% increase in speed when dishwashing. Meditate Active Level 58. Effects 116% increase to base health points regeneration per minute. 116% increase to base chakra points regeneration per minute. 116% increase to base stamina points regeneration per minute. Basic Body Conditioning Passive Level 64. Effects 72% increase in damage inflicted. 73% increase in movement speed. 25% increase in physical stat growth. 50% decrease in damage taken. Minimap. Inventory. Chakra manipulation, active or passive, level 0.66. Chakra affinity, passive or active, level 0.57. Effects, 25% growth rate of chakra stat. 60% strength increases to all chakra-based skills. 58% defense increase against chakra-based attacks. 45% increase to maximum chakra points. Minus 28% chakra points cost to all chakra-based skills. Chakra regeneration passive, LV.54. Effects, regeneration increase by 89% of base chakra points. 15% increase in regeneration speed. 25% growth rate of chakra stat. Note, meditation increases chakra points regeneration to 108%. Minor Jutsu creation active, level 0.8. Effects, 22% success rate to create new ninjutsu. Leaf concentration technique, active or passive, LV max. Effects, 200% increase in chakra control. Chakra points OST, 1 second. Negative 50% chakra point cost to chakra techniques. Superior tasting active, LV 30. Effects, 60% increase in taste. Chakra point cost, 1 second. Superior hearing active, LV.43. Effects, 86% increase in hearing. Chakra points cost, 2 seconds. Superior smell active, LV 40. Effects, 80% increase in smell. Chakra points cost, 1 second. Superior sight active, LV 46. Effects, 92% increase in sight. Chakra points cost, 2 seconds. Leaf Academy Taijutsu active, LV.65. Effects, 89% increase in attack power. 87% increase in defense. 91% increase in speed. 78% decrease in damage taken. Shuriken Jutsu active, level 0.93. Effects, 97.3% increase in accuracy. 92.1% increase in damage dealt. Physical endurance passive, LV.57. Effects, 51.4% decrease in damage taken. Strong hit active, LV.43. Effects, 62% increase in critical rate. 75% increase in damage inflicted to the enemy. 61% increase in attack speed. Stamina points cost, 7 per hit. Cooking active, LV.25. Effects, 50% increase in taste and aroma of dish. 50% increase in plating technique. Painting passive, LV.16. Effects, plus 38% increase in visual appeal. Plus 42% increase of accuracy in painting. Chakra threads active, LV.70. Effects, 140% increase in thread control. 140% increase in thread speed. Chakra points cost, 2 seconds for single thread. Sprint active, level 0.50. Effects, 75% increase in running speed. Stamina points cost, 28, stamina points per minute. Rope escape jutsu active, LV.15. Effects, 30% increase in success when escaping bindings. Clone jutsu active, LV.80. Effects, 75% accuracy increase when creating identical clones. Chakra points cost, 35, chakra points per clone. Transformation jutsu active, LV.30. Effects, 60% increase in accuracy and details when transforming. Chakra points cost, 10, chakra points per transformation. Mana manipulation, active or passive, LV.3. Sword mastery passive, LV.21. Note, this skill requires a sword to activate. Effects, 42% additional damage when striking the target. Marks target with damage and negative debuffs. 42% increase in attack speed. Vital Strike active, LV.40. Effects, 57% additional damage when hitting target. Marks target with damage and negative debuffs. 22% increase in attack speed. Tree Walking Technique, active or passive, LV.80. Effects, 160% increase in chakra control. Chakra points cost, 4 second. Minus 52.8% chakra points cost to chakra techniques. Danger Sense, passive, level 0.32. Effects, current range 80 meters. Death Blow, active, level 0.22. Effects, 184% additional attack damage to the enemy. 30% increase in attack speed. 30% increase in critical rate. Water Walking Technique, active or passive, level 0.88. Effects, 176% increase in chakra control. Chakra points cost, 5 second. 27.9% decrease chakra points cost to chakra techniques. Chakra Sense active, LV.25. Effects, current range 70 meters. Chakra points cost, 10 meter. Ozark's Resilience active, LV.7. Effects, 14% increase in strength, vitality, and agility stats for 45 seconds when health points falls below 20%. Cooldown time, 8 hours. Killing Intent active, LV.15. Effects, enemies with a plus or 3 level gap between the user are paralyzed for 30 seconds. Enemies less than 4 levels and below the user are struck with terror and paralyzed for 40 seconds, as well as 10% reduction of their physical stats. Dual Wielding Mastery passive, LV.19. Effects, passively increases the player's minimum and maximum melee damage, critical rate, and balance. 19% increase to damage inflicted. 19% increase in attack speed. Water Affinity, active or passive, LV.11. Effects, 22% increase in water attack jutsu. 22% increase in water defense jutsu. 10% increase in success when creating water-style jutsu. 5% decrease in chakra cost when using water-style jutsu. Wind Affinity, active or passive, LV.13. Effects, 26% increase in wind attack jutsu. 26% increase in wind defense jutsu. 8.8% increase in success when creating wind-style jutsu. 5.3% decrease in chakra cost when using wind-style jutsu. Mana Affinity, passive or active, level 0.6. Effects, 12% strength increase to all mana-based skills. Minus 4% mana points cost to all mana-based skills. Telekinesis active, LV.4. Effects, 8% increase in mana attacks. 8% increase in mana defenses. 2% decrease in mana cost. Fire Affinity, active or passive, LV.20. Effects, 40% increase in fire attack jutsu. 40% increase in fire defense jutsu. 17% increase in success when creating fire-style jutsu. 11% decrease in chakra cost when using fire-style jutsu. Earth Affinity, active or passive, LV.24. Effects, 48% increase in earth attack jutsu. 48% increase in earth defense jutsu. 40% increase in success when creating earth-style jutsu. 20% decrease in chakra cost when using earth-style jutsu. Lightning Affinity, active or passive, LV.18. Effects, 36% increase in lightning attack jutsu. 36% increase in lightning defense jutsu. 15.8% increase in success when creating lightning-style jutsu. 8.7% decrease in chakra cost when using lightning-style jutsu. Superior Touch active, LV.10. Effects, plus 16% increase in skin sensitivity. Chakra points cost, 20 second. Chakra Enhancement active, LV.20. Note, the chakra cost of the skill and increase in abilities depends on the chakra supplied. Effects, increase the attack and defense power. Increase strength, stamina, agility, and vitality. Decrease the damage taken. Chakra flow active, level 0.16. Note, the chakra cost of the skill depends on the chakra supplied. Effects: 38% strength increase to the object. 38% increase in chakra flow. 8% decrease in chakra cost. Creation active, level 0.3. Note, the chakra cost of the skill depends on the chakra supplied. Effects: 16.5% chance when creating common grade items. 1% chance when creating rare grade items. 0% chance when creating unique grade items. 0% chance when creating legendary grade items. 0% chance when creating mythical grade items. Unyielding Spirit passive, level max. Shadow Clone Jutsu active, level 0.10. Effects: chakra usage depends on the user of the jutsu. Chakra points cost, 490, chakra points per clone. Body Flicker Technique active, LV 0.19. Effects: 38% increase in mobility. Chakra points cost, 50, chakra points. Absolute Recall passive, LV max. Combat Arts passive, LV 0.6. Effects: 12% increase in damage inflicted. 12% increase in movement speed. Linked Kill Strikes active, LV 0.5. Effects: 5% increase in agility. 10% increase in damage when using swords, daggers, or other sharp weapons. Plus 1% increase in damage dealt for each additional strike. And represents the last consecutive attack landed on the enemy. Absolute Chakra Mastery passive, LV max. Light Steps passive or active, LV 0.2. Effects: increases balance of the user when in unstable and dangerous terrain. 6% increase in movement speed. Mana Puppetry active, level 0.1. Effects: can implant suggestions into a target's mind. Mana points cost, 800 per target. Giant Strength passive, level max. Life Recovery passive, level max. Live Body passive, LV max. Swiftness passive, LV max. Hermit's Wisdom passive, LV max. Chapter 55, Training Plans and Shortcuts. Daichi pondered on his next move as he sat on the porch and ate some dumplings. There were many skills he had to focus on. But he wasn't sure what to tackle first. Chakra control, my stats, the jutsu creation skill. Then there's the change in chakra nature and change in chakra form training. I have plenty on my plate already. Enough to keep me busy for at least 3 or 4 more years. But what should I start with? Daichi looked at the stats again. He wanted to train his special stat stamina and raise it to 100. Currently the stamina points was the only remaining one that hadn't increased significantly. Based on my training time, I'll be able to raise my stamina points by the end of the week if I really push myself. So that's one problem solved. Daichi then thought about an important skill he had neglected. The minor jutsu creation skill. To create or modify a jutsu, I'll need excellent control over my chakra and proficiency in shape transformation and the various chakra nature. So that will be my next focus. As Daichi went through the memories of his previous life, a new thought occurred to him. During Naruto's Wind Chakra nature training, Kakashi said that the Rasengan was the highest form of shape transformation. Chakra spinning wildly in every direction and contained in a sphere. With mastering just one jutsu, Naruto essentially skipped several years of training. A smile slowly formed on Daichi's face as he thought about the implications. If I can master the Rasengan, then I'll have completed the shape transformation training. And it's a perfect jutsu to get me out of tight situations. That's the pros of learning Rasengan. The cons are Kakashi, Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Danzo, and probably everyone else who's seen the 4th Hokage fight would have their eyes on me. That's not a good thing. At least at my current level anyway. I can keep that jutsu a secret, but I know that no secret stays buried forever. The only thing I might have any control over is how long I could keep it hidden. Daichi weighed the pros and cons of learning that technique. After a couple of minutes he came to a decision. No risk, no reward. I'll train the Rasengan, but I'll have to tell the old man. I won't be able to train it to perfection if I keep it a secret from him. But I need a convincing story for my knowledge on the Rasengan. Daichi came up with several ways he could explain the knowledge but immediately disregarded them due to the holes in the explanations. As he thought about it, an idea came to his mind. He got up and went to Kensei's library. Daichi started going through scrolls and books trying to find ones that detail chakra training. After a few minutes of searching he came across a handwritten notebook detailing various jutsu. Curiosity won and Daichi decided to check them out. This must be the old man's notes. Daichi flipped the pages and came across various techniques of all natures. Damn! Based on these notes, the old man has studied plenty of jutsu during his time. As Daichi flipped another page, he suddenly stopped. The jutsu listed on the page was the one he was looking for. Rasengan. So the old man did see it and tried to study the technique. Daichi read the observations made by Kensei. A ranked technique created with no hand seals. Based on my observation, it is a spinning ball of chakra held in the caster's palm. Upon closer look I concluded that the chakra is spinning in several directions. The chakra control and power needed to create such a technique must be beyond normal shinobi. I have also noticed that once the ball is formed it maintains its shape without the chakra dissipating until it comes into contact with something. Somehow Minato is able to maintain its form once the jutsu is created. And lastly, it is powerful enough to drill through even the hardest stones. Based on my understanding, this jutsu represents the change in chakra form, shape transformation, taken to a high degree. Tried to recreate the jutsu with not much positive results. I need further observation on the jutsu to replicate it. Oh wow! He's figured out most of the jutsu components from just seeing it. He's a lot smarter than I thought. Daichi looked over the notes some more and then closed the book. He started putting everything back in their place. The old man had shown me detailed notes on various techniques in this library. I had hoped it would be the case for the Rasengan too. And looks like my guess was right. This gives me the excuse I need. I'll just say that I read the notes and am now interested in recreating the jutsu. Hopefully he'll believe it. As he put the books and scrolls back in their place, something came to his mind. My chakra reserve is considerably larger than before. I have almost as much chakra as a Chunin. Currently the only person who has more chakra than me in my age group would be Naruto. If any teachers in the academy or someone else tried to sense my chakra level, then they would get suspicious of my growth speed. I need a jutsu to mask my chakra volume. Daichi once again started going through books looking for the information he needed. Before long he found the technique required for the task. He read the details on the jutsu. It was a C-rank supplementary jutsu. Chakra suppression technique. Lowers the chakra to the point of being near undetectable. But the person wouldn't be able to use ninjutsu or jinjutsu while this technique is active. Daichi looked over the notes. I only need to lower my chakra to the point where I would look like I'm only above average in chakra reserves. That way I can use the jutsu and still keep myself under the radar. Daichi went outside and sat down cross-legged. He calmed his breathing and focused on his chakra. Just like when people force their chakra and unleash it so much that it becomes potent and visible to the naked eye, a person can do the opposite and suppress their chakra to hide themselves from almost everyone. By lowering the amount of chakra flowing through the chakra pathways, one can become less distinctive and can slip past the enemy senses. Daichi concentrated and slowly started reducing the amount of chakra flowing through him. He sat there concentrating on the task, and after a minute he received new notifications. Through continuously suppressing your chakra volume, the skilled chakra suppression has been created. Chakra suppression active, LV.1. This technique allows the user to suppress their chakra volume, making it difficult for others to sense the user. The higher the level, the more chakra you suppress. This is a supplementary ninjutsu. This technique is activated with the Tiger Seal. Effects: 1% chakra suppression. Not bad. I need to see if I can use this technique while still performing basic academy jutsu. I also need to complete the tree walking exercise. Once that's maxed out, I'll raise the water walking technique to level 100. Then I'll start on the Rasengan. I have 5 days remaining before the exams begin. Better make it count. Daichi walked to the backyard of the house and walked several meters away. He went through several seals and slammed his hands onto the ground. Earth-style mud wall. A large wall several meters in length and height erupts out of the ground. This is the first and only B-rank jutsu Daichi currently knows. Earth-style mud wall jutsu active, level 2. This jutsu allows the user to create a protective wall out of earth. There are 2 ways this jutsu can be performed. The user can convert their chakra to an earthen material that they spit from their mouth. The more skilled the user, the more powerful the wall. The second method is to use pre-existing earth. By placing the hands on the ground, the user can raise the ground as a barrier in front of them. Rank B. Type Ninjutsu. Hand seals, tiger, hare, boar, dog, ox, snake. Chakra points cost 280 per use. Daichi created 2 clones. One went near a tree and sat under its shade. The clone started to use the chakra suppression technique in conjecture with transformation and clone jutsu. Meanwhile, the real Daichi and his second clone jumped to the wall. I'm gonna abuse the hell out of the shadow clone jutsu. And since I have the gamer's body, I'll be up and ready in less than 5 hours. Daichi and the clone stood vertically on the wall and started their fight. Or more specifically, Daichi dodged or blocked the strikes coming from his doppelganger. Both of them were using chakra suppression as well. Daichi also wanted to level up his tree walking skill, and he figured fighting on a vertical surface while focusing on another task would be the best way to do it. He also used transformation jutsu to see its effects while performing the suppression technique. Daichi trained like that till nightfall. He mainly focused on the academy jutsu since he felt they were a bit lacking. Once he was done, he dropped down to the ground and released the clone one at a time. Immediately several blue boxes appeared. Skill Leaf Academy Taijutsu's level has risen by 1. X3. Skill Clone Jutsu's level has risen by 1. X10. Skill Transformation Jutsu's level has risen by 1. X18. Skill Combat Arts' level has risen by 1. X7. Skill Chakra Suppression's level has risen by 1. X26. Skill Tree Walking Techniques level has risen by 1. X6. Daichi's Taijutsu skills, Tree Walking skill, Clone Jutsu, Transformation Jutsu, and Chakra Suppression technique all saw great growth. By concentrating on several tasks while fighting an opponent, Daichi was able to push himself, and this increased his skill level up speed. Leaf Academy Taijutsu Active, LV.68. Effects: 96.3% increase in attack power, 96.5% increase in defense, 98.2% increase in speed, 79.5% decrease in damage taken. Clone Jutsu Active, LV.90. Effects: 90% accuracy increase when creating identical clones. Chakra points cost, 30 chakra points per clone. Transformation Jutsu Active, LV.48. Effects: 67% increase in accuracy and details when transforming. Chakra points cost, 8.5 chakra points per transformation. Tree Walking Technique, active or passive, LV.86. Effects: 172% increase in chakra control. Chakra points cost, 4 second. Negative 54% chakra points cost to chakra techniques. Combat Arts Passive, level 13. Effects: 26% increase in damage inflicted. 26% increase in movement speed. Chakra Suppression Active, level 27. Effects: 27% chakra suppression. Perfect. It seems using clones is really efficient. In just 7 hours, I was able to level up the clone, transformation, and chakra suppression by several levels. Just at that moment a huge fatigue hit him. Daichi's stamina and chakra points rapidly fell to less than 500. Wow! Daichi wobbled and fell to his knees. He clutched his head as if he felt it was going to explode. Oh, my head! Daichi slowly got up off the ground and made his way to his room. He slowly got on his bed and quickly fell asleep. You have slept in a bed. Health points, chakra points, stamina points and mana points have been fully restored. Daichi woke up to the sound of the system message. He got up and looked around. That was a nasty headache. And I only used 2 clones for about 7 hours. How in the world did Naruto survive with a 1000 clones training without having his brain melt? Daichi sighed and stood on his feet. I need to make slight adjustments. I can't throw away such a useful training tactic. But I also can't overdo it. Daichi thought of the best way to make use of the training method. After a short while he came up with a plan. I'll use 2 clones to train but will dispel them after 2 hours. That way I'll be able to reduce the strain placed on me. I'll also have another clone meditate and that way I can bring myself to optimum level without wasting much time and can reduce the risk. If I use any more clones with my current chakra level, then my training won't be effective. Daichi went over the plan and decided to proceed with this method. Having just slept and now energized, Daichi went outside. He jumped to the roof of his home and sat down. It was a full moon that night. Daichi sat there gazing at the brightly lit moon thinking about what the future might bring him. Chapter 56, End of the Second Academic Year. It was the second semester exam week for the academy. Daichi stepped into the classroom and saw some students revising the lessons, a few not doing anything and the rest playing around. Naruto, Shikamaru, Choji and Kiba belonged to the last group while Sakura and Ino were in the first. The moment Daichi stepped into class he knew he got their attention. Hey Daichi! Come on, come on! We're gonna prank Daikoku-sensei when he gets here. You wanna join us? Naruto excitedly ran up to Daichi and asked. He had a wide smile on his face. Ever since the Yoda incident he gained several valuable friends and he was happier than ever. Good morning to you too, Naruto. Daichi slightly sighed but still happily greeted his friend. And to answer your question, no. I'm not going to join you in your pranks. Aw. Come on. It'll be fun. Naruto started whining. Give it up, Naruto. He's not gonna join. Shikamaru came along and greeted Daichi. Hey Shikamaru. Didn't think you'd join him in pranks. Daichi smirked looking at the young Nara. I'm bored and didn't have anything better to do. Also Naruto threatened to dump water on my face whenever I take a nap if I didn't join him, such a drag. Shikamaru sighed saying this. I didn't threaten you. I only implied it. Naruto said with a devilish grin. Ha ha ha. Daichi let out a small laugh, hearing him. The fact that you even know the word implied is in itself scary. Have you studied for the exam? Daichi asked Naruto even though he knew the answer. I'll be fine. I studied all day yesterday. Now it's time for some fun. Let's just get to our seats before Sensei comes. Daichi moved to his usual spot in the back. But Naruto went to the teacher's chair and put some glue on it. This is gonna be awesome. Shikamaru sighed looking at his friend's antics. Our teacher is a Chunin. He's not gonna fall for that. Oh yeah? Then what's your plan? My plan was to sleep till the teacher got here and then answer just enough questions to pass and then go back to taking my nap. But since that's not gonna happen, I might as well help you. Shikamaru had a deadpan look on his face as he said the words. Shikamaru helped Naruto set up a simple trap and went back to their seats. Meanwhile Kiba and Choji were near Daichi watching Naruto and Shikamaru. Choji was munching on some snacks while Kiba tried to go Daichi into a bet. Come on Daichi. Let's make this exciting. 20 Ryo says Daikoku-sensei isn't gonna fall for that. That's obvious. Daichi muttered. He wouldn't have been made a Chunin if he fell for such a childish trap. What about you, Choji? Wanna bet? Arf arf. Kiba and Akamaru looked at their big-boned friend. No. If I lose my money then I won't be able to buy my snacks, Choji said, munching on the crisp potatoes. It was at that moment that Daichi saw Sakura and Ino approaching. Daichi noticed Sakura subtly pushing Ino towards him. Hey Daichi! How was the holiday? Ino asked. She had a small, almost imperceptible blush on her cheeks as she spoke. Having watched all sorts of anime and cartoons for a lifetime, Daichi was well aware of the romance clichés. Oh my god! Does she have a crush on me? This can't be happening. Okay. Keep cool, Daichi. Just answer the question and pretend everything is normal. Yeah. It was nice. Got to relax. And I spent most of my time reading some books. So you know. The usual. How have you been, Ino? Oh, I'm great. Was helping out at my shop and studying and all that. Say Daichi. My father got some new flower seeds in his stock. You want to come by and check them out later? Ino asked boldly. Sure. I'll drop by the store sometime next week. Daichi nodded and politely smiled at her. Reputation increases with Ino Yamanaka. Reputation slightly increases with Sakura Haruno. Good luck with the exams, Daichi. I know you'll be first. No way. Sasuke will be first this year. Sakura chimed in. Both Ino and Sakura went back to their seats arguing who would be first. Daichi slightly smiled looking at them. Even though they're arguing, I can't sense any real malice. I guess their friendship didn't end because I took Sasuke's place in Ino's mind. Another ripple effect from the Yoda rescue mission, no doubt. Ino is cute, but this feels really weird. I have no interest in a romantic relationship right now. Should I tell Ino that? No. That might complicate things. Daichi sighed and leaned back. I'll tell her some other time. That's a future me problem. As Daichi sat in his chair, he noticed Sasuke eyeing him every so often. He could sense the anger coming from the Uchiha from where he sat. Daichi gave a small eye smile and mouthed the words good luck. Sasuke glared at him and averted his gaze. Since it was almost time for class to start, everyone got to their seats. Naruto was sitting a couple rows in front of Daichi while Shikamaru was sitting next to him. Why did you help him set up the prank, Shikamaru? Daichi asked in a slow voice. I told you. He threatened to take away my nap time. Besides, I only gave him a few suggestions. He's the one who set it up. Daichi smirked, hearing his answer. Come on. I know you better than that. You wouldn't help him with pranking a teacher knowing you could get detention. And you and I both know Naruto was just making empty threats. The real reason you did it was because you've seen it, haven't you? Daichi stared at Shikamaru with a knowing look. Shikamaru looked at Daichi for a few seconds and then sighed. He spoke in a low voice. Nothing gets past you, does it? Yeah. I noticed that most teachers don't like Naruto for some reason. They haven't punished or yelled or even spoken harshly to him, but I can tell that they don't like him. And it's not because of the pranks. I just don't know why. But something tells me you do. I know most people in the village feel the same about him, but other than that, nothing. Daichi said with a straight face. He continued. So then you're helping him because you want to see how Daikoku-sensei reacts? Daichi asked him. Shikamaru nodded. We set up a simple harmless prank. I doubt he'd fall for it. But it's still a prank. I want to see how he responds to it. They spoke some more and then fell silent. After a few minutes the bell rang and Daikoku-sensei opened the doors. Good morning, class. I hope all of you are ready for the exam. As he said the words he reached the chair. He then noticed something peculiar and instantly recognized it as glue. Do they actually think they can catch me with this? I'm almost disappointed. It was then that he noticed an almost imperceptible, thin ninja wire tied to the chair. It went all the way up to the top of the board, and Daikoku noticed a water balloon strapped to the wire, right on top of where he was standing. So, the glue was a distraction, huh? If I had moved the chair, the balloon would have dropped. Daikoku signed. He turned to the class and questioned them. Alright, who did this? Oh man! You almost fell for it. Naruto's loud voice of disappointment could be heard. Were you the one behind this? Daikoku asked in a neutral tone. Yup. Next time I'll definitely get you. Ha ha ha. Naruto boisterously said those words. Daikoku looked at him with indifference and then sighed. Just sit down, Naruto. The joy Naruto felt dimmed, and he sat down in his chair and crossed his arms. Shikamaru noted Daikoku-sensei's look. He understood what it was. Indifference. He's ignoring him and pretending Naruto doesn't exist. That's harsh. I'll have to see why everyone dislikes Naruto so much. The written exams began shortly after. The questions are easy enough. Daichi completed his exam faster than anyone else. He then meditated till Daikoku-sensei collected everyone's papers. The students were taken outside to test their shurikenjutsu skills. Daichi and Sasuke scored perfect hits. Naruto was among the lower end of the class rankings in the shurikenjutsu test. Shikamaru, Choji and Kiba were among the middle to upper tier of the class. The last part was the taijutsu spar. For the exams, the students were paired up with someone similar in their strength level. The spar started with students at the lower end ranking. Everyone knew the rules, and the spars started. A pair of names would be called every few minutes. Naruto was paired up against Hibachi. The sparring started once both of them made the seal of confrontation. Even though Naruto's knowledge and aim were poor, he trained his body and tried to improve his taijutsu skills. And with the added benefit of exceptional stamina and chakra, Naruto won the spar a minute after it started. He was able to knock Hibachi out of the ring, thus securing the victory. The fights continued, and before long it was Daichi and Sasuke's turn. This time no quest like defeat the opponent popped up. Daichi figured it must be because of his overwhelming strength. The spar began, but neither one made any moves. Sasuke observed Daichi, and seeing that he wasn't making any moves, Sasuke rushed at him. Daichi stood in his spot and easily blocked the incoming attacks. He wanted to see how fast Sasuke had become before counter-attacking. He's definitely been training harder than before. Based on his current speed and strength, he could easily defeat anyone in the class and maybe even several senior students. It seems being second has given him a driving force. Daichi casually blocked a punch aimed at his face and held onto the fist. Sasuke immediately tried to get out of it by attacking him with his other limbs, but it was for naught. Daichi easily evaded the strikes and counterattacked. Within a few seconds, Sasuke was on the ground wheezing. He looked up and saw a finger pointed at the middle of his forehead. Match over. Daichi is the winner. Daikoku-sensei called the match. He was observing Daichi much more than Sasuke. He's gotten a lot stronger since the last spar. His chakra hasn't fluctuated, and neither has his breathing. This was far too easy for him. He won't learn anymore if he stays in this grade. I should speak with the Hokage. Daichi and Sasuke made the seal of reconciliation. Even though Sasuke was displeased with it. And with that last spar, the exams came to an end. A couple days passed and the results were out. Daichi retained his top spot with Sasuke as the second. Naruto was somewhere in the middle to lower end of the class rankings. The last day of classes for the second year came to an end. Kensei had come home from his trip a few days prior. He shared stories with Daichi and took him to Sherfan's restaurant the day the academy closed. Both of them had special meals in celebration of Daichi results. Daichi was laying in bed looking at the clock. A few seconds after it struck midnight, several notifications popped up. Ongoing quest: Path to the Strongest. Second year tasks successfully completed. Distributing the special reward for clearing a dungeon. Distributing new skill reward for learning new jutsu. Special reward. Title: Dungeon Warrior. Note: Apprentice Dungeon Warrior title has been replaced by the new title Dungeon Warrior. This title will increase all your stats by 15% when fighting inside a dungeon. New skill: Plunderer. Plunderer, huh? I wonder what kind of a skill that is. Daichi clicked on the skill. A new information box popped up. Plunderer passive, level max. This passive skill allows the user a certain chance to plunder a skill, special ability, or a jutsu from the targets the user kills. The user can choose to absorb or abandon the plundered reward. The user will only get a single reward per kill if the plunderer skill is triggered. The chances of obtaining skill or jutsu from the killed enemy is 10%. The chances of obtaining special abilities or bloodline limits is 1%. Holy fuck. Daichi's eyes almost popped out of his skull. I can get jutsu or special abilities from people I kill? Is that limited to the real world, or would this skill activate if I kill dungeon ninjas? Even if there is only a 10% chance for a skill or jutsu to drop, it is still a massive advantage. I had killed 167 ninjas in the last dungeon. If I had this skill before, I could have had about a dozen new skills. This is definitely an OP passive ability. And the chance of obtaining a special bloodline limit. Even if it's only a 1% chance. I need the luck stat. Have to find a way to unlock it somehow. That stat would definitely help me with this skill. Daichi thought about the usefulness of this passive ability. He wanted to test it out immediately, but he restrained himself. This skill description clearly says the targets I kill and not defeat. I can't go around killing people in the real world. But in the dungeons it's an entirely different story. If this skill works on the dungeon ninjas, then my dungeon runs just became much more crucial to my growth. This is an excellent reward. Thank you, system. I'll be sure to put it to good use. Satisfied with the rewards, Daichi went to sleep. Chapter 57, Daichi and the Rookie 6. Gah! That written exam was so tough. I didn't even understand some of the questions. Naruto sat under the shade of a tree near the academy and lightly wailed. Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Kiba, and Sakura were sitting nearby. They sighed hearing him complain. Well, that's what happens when you don't study and goof off. Sakura replied. But Sakura, I did try to study. I spent all day yesterday trying to learn the chapters. Naruto said in an almost whiny tone. The pink-haired academy student just sighed and shook her head as she listened to him. Even though her mother warned her to stay away from him, she didn't. One of the few times she has disobeyed her parents. After he helped rescue Yoda, she decided to give him a chance and soon became friends with him. Calm down, Naruto. You'll be fine. You'll pass. Shikamaru said in a nonchalant tone. Why do you say that, Shikamaru? Naruto was curious as to how he would know. Because I've looked over all the questions. And some were easy enough that I'm sure even you got them right. That along with your taijutsu results will definitely get you a passing grade. You'll be in the lower half of the rankings though. Shikamaru said while looking at the clouds. He found them relaxing and it would always help sleep quicker. But I don't just want to pass. I want to be the best. I want to take the number spot. Naruto smiled and boldly said. Ha! Keep dreaming. That's not ever going to happen. Ino immediately replied in a haughty tone when she heard him. She was fixing Sakura's hair and was in the middle of adding some colorful flowers to match the pink hair when she heard Naruto. Oh yeah? Naruto stood up and challenged her. Yeah. Ino stood up as well and glared at him. Both of them glared at each other. Metaphorical sparks could be seen flying between them. But before it escalated, Choji spoke up. I'm sorry, Naruto, but I'm gonna have to agree with Ino on this. You could become strong and climb up the rankings, but I don't think you'll be able to take the number 1 spot. Choji was eating his favorite brand of chips as he said those words. Naruto looked incredulous as he heard those words. Choji's right, you know. Besides, you do realize who you have to beat to take that spot, don't you? Kiba fed Akamaru some dog treats as he asked Naruto that question. Naruto knew the answer to that question. He sighed and sat down. I'm gonna train hard and one day I'm gonna beat Sasuke and then Daichi too, he declared to the group. After a few seconds of silence he asked the question that was on his mind. How is he so strong anyway? Well, it doesn't matter. Soon I'm gonna defeat him. Ino smirked hearing him. Well, it's not a crime to have wishful thinking. HRR, now you're just asking to be pranked. Oh yeah. Just try it. Ino narrowed her eyes and looked at Naruto. After a few seconds Naruto averted his gaze and mumbled something about girls and wisely decided to keep quiet. Shikamaru listened to his friends and shook his head. What a drag. Speaking of who, where is Daichi anyway? Kiba asked the group. I think I know. Sakura had a thoughtful look on her face as she tried to recall where she saw Daichi. I saw him go to the library to take out a few books. He's probably there reading. He's always reading. You'd think after the exams he'd loosen up a bit. He hasn't even joined me in playing pranks on anyone yet. Naruto crossed his arms and said. And you wonder why he's at the top. Ino remarked from the sidelines. It was at that moment, Choji, who was eating his snacks, saw Daichi heading towards them. Speak of the devil, look who's coming. The group looked ahead and saw Daichi coming. Ino slightly panicked. Oh my god! Daichi's coming here. Sakura, how's my hair? Calm down, Ino. You're fine. Sakura smiled at her friend and her reaction to Daichi. It was obvious to everyone in the group that she had a crush on Daichi. Naruto decided to get some payback and started teasing her. Looks like somebody has a crush on Daichi. Ino looked at Naruto's smirking face. You better keep quiet or I'll beat you up. Naruto was about to retort when Shikamaru placed a hand on his mouth, stopping him. Do you want her to be annoying for the rest of the day? Shikamaru whispered to Naruto. Naruto thought for a few seconds and answered. You have a point. He decided to stay quiet and quit while he was ahead. By that time Daichi reached them. Hey guys. What are you all up to? Nothing much. Just sitting around. You want to join us? Ino smiled and asked him. Sure. Daichi sat near Kiba and Choji. So what are you guys talking about? Oh, you know. Nothing interesting. Tell us about your day. What were you up to? Ino asked as she scooted closer to him. She had a small blush on her face. Everyone except Daichi looked at her and thought the same thing. Wow. She's got it bad for him. It was boring, Ino. Nothing interesting happened. Just took out a few books from the library. Daichi replied while taking some chips from Choji's bag. What kind of books? Kiba was curious. He wanted to know what Daichi took now that the exams are over. Just a few on chakra nature. Daichi replied nonchalantly. Everyone except Shikamaru didn't know the implications of that statement due to their lack of knowledge on the subject. They thought it was something that would be taught next year in the academy and didn't think much about it. But Shikamaru knew. He was keeping a calm face, but inwardly he was startled. He pretended to look at the clouds but discreetly looked at Daichi from the corner of his eyes. Chakra nature? When Dad taught me the shadow imitation jutsu, he talked about this stuff. I remember him saying that I would only start learning about it after I became a Chunin or Chunin. He said most people only start on it after they become Chunin. Was he wrong? No. That's not it. The fact that Daichi is already taking out books on that topic means he's intending to train in it. And soon. This guy. Just how far ahead of us is he? He looked at the books in Daichi's hand and quickly memorized their titles. The young Nara watched Daichi make conversations with everyone around him. He remembered the taijutsu fight between Daichi and Sasuke. He's gotten a lot stronger than before. He was able to easily beat Sasuke. Even more easily than the last time they fought. I'm sure Daikoku-sensei saw it too. So there is a chance Daichi would be allowed to skip a grade or two. How is he getting so strong so quickly? Shikamaru sighed and looked back at the clouds. It's too much of a drag to think about it. And it's none of my business anyway. Hey Daichi. Since there are no classes for the next 2 weeks, you want to hang out and play? We built a kick-ass tree fort near the one we made for Yoda. You want to join us? Kiba was excited at the prospect of playing around with his friends. Arf. Akamaru walked up to Daichi and licked his palm. Ha ha ha. That tickles Akamaru. Daichi rubbed Akamaru before looking at Kiba. He had a sheepish smile on his face as he answered Kiba. Sorry Kiba. But I won't be able to make it. Got some training to do. You always say that. We hardly ever get the chance to hang out with you. Naruto said to Daichi. Yeah. Come on Daichi. It'll be fun. Ino joined Naruto in trying to convince him. Daichi politely smiled at them and declined. Next time guys. I promise. Hearing his words dimmed Naruto and Ino's smiles. Seeing this, Daichi quickly added. I'm here now. Why don't we play some games? They smiled again upon hearing him. The group stayed there for over 3 hours playing around and goofing off before most of their parents showed up. Naruto waved his friends goodbye with a smile on his face. Now it was only Daichi and Naruto left in the grounds. Once they left, Naruto turned to Daichi. It's getting late. I better head home. Naruto had a wide smile as he said those words. Daichi had an impassive face as he looked at his friend. He sighed as he saw right through Naruto's facade. It's okay, you know. He slowly spoke. Naruto looked at him with a confused expression. What are you talking about? To feel sad. Lonely. You don't have to keep pretending. Daichi's words erased the smile from Naruto's face. He kept quiet and looked downcast. I know. But I want you to remember something. Daichi placed both hands on Naruto's shoulders and looked him in the eyes. I want you to always keep these words in your heart. Naruto looked at Daichi and waited for him to speak. No one in this world is born to be alone. No matter who tells you what, remember these words. Everyone has someone. You may not have a family. But you have great friends. Loyal friends. Shikamaru, Sakura, Ino, Choji, Kiba, and me. And you'll make a lot more in the future. Friends that have your back no matter what. So turn that frown upside down and cheer up Blondie. Daichi smiled as he said the last part. Naruto looked at him with wide eyes. He quickly rubbed his eyes with his sleeve and smiled. Daichi could tell that it was a genuine happy smile. Thanks Daichi. Come on. I'll walk you home. Daichi and a happy Naruto left the grounds. Naruto was elated and so happy that not even the glares of the villagers bothered him. Once he reached home, he parted ways with Daichi in a cheerful mood. Meanwhile Shikamaru was walking alongside his father as they headed for their home. Shikaku turned to his son and noticed the pensive look on his face. You look like you have something serious on your mind. What is it? The Jonin commander asked. Shikamaru looked at his father and sighed. Yeah. Can you tell me about change in chakra form and change in chakra nature? Shikamaru's question startled Shikaku. He never expected such a question to come from his son's mouth at this moment. Where did you learn those terms? I saw someone take a few books out with those labels. I was just curious. Shikamaru gave a vague reply. Shikaku looked at his son for a few seconds and then answered. Change in chakra form and change in chakra nature are an advanced form of chakra control. There's something we start to learn when we become Chunin. Those who are talented learn about them when they're Genin and start training in them earlier. Those are two important aspects that deal with creating or modifying a jutsu. Shikamaru nodded as he listened to his father's words. Shikaku continued, seeing that he had his son's undivided attention. Now change in chakra form or shape transformation as some call it, controls the form, movement, and potency of a person's chakra. It determines the size, range, and purpose of a jutsu. Now, change in chakra nature or nature transformations deals with molding and defining the nature of a person's chakra. Do you remember what I told you about chakra natures? Shikamaru nodded. Yeah. You said there were 5. Wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning. And each person has one of the 5 chakra natures. Yes. But there's a lot more to it than that. I'm not going to get into all the details, so I'll be brief. Everyone has a certain chakra nature predisposed to them when they are born. It's their primary chakra affinity. Jutsu that uses this nature would be easier for them to learn and uses much less chakra. But with enough training, a person can acquire a secondary affinity and maybe even a third. But people who achieve this are usually jonins. What? Is it that difficult? Shikamaru was surprised. Yes. Training these chakra control techniques takes years and years to master. Most people only acquire a secondary nature by the time they become a jonin. It's extremely difficult training. That's all you need to know about that for now. I see. Shikamaru looked ahead as he heard his father. He only now understood the true distance between himself and Daichi. Why the sudden interest in this topic, Shikamaru? It's nothing, Dad. I was just curious about something. Seeing his son not intending to elaborate, Shikaku let it go. Shikamaru was once again deep in his thoughts. He remembered Daichi's words during the first day in the academy. My goal is to be the strongest. He also remembered the scene of Daichi confronting the Umbu. When we couldn't even see those people move, Daichi was able to not only see them, but he was fast enough to react and block their strike. And their killing intent didn't even faze him. Now he's taking out books on advanced chakra control stuff. He's getting ready to take his training to the next stage. Shikamaru sighed, thinking about the goals and ambition of his other friend. Looks like your goal of taking the first spot just got a lot harder. I wish you good luck. Naruto. Chapter 58, The Council Elders and Ren Uchiha. Hokage Residence. In a private chamber in the Hokage residency, Hiruzen Sarutobi and his 3 advisors were having a meeting. Hamura Mitokado, a former member of Team Tobirama, sat to his right while Koharu Udatein positioned on Hiruzen's left. And directly across from him is his friend or rival and the commander of the root forces, Danzo Shimura. The meeting had a slightly tense atmosphere due to the topic of their discussion. The Uchiha are getting more and more restless with each day. It won't be long before they launch the coup d'etat. We need to handle them before anything happens. Danzo's voice was stern and it showed no hint of mercy. The Uchiha clan are formidable. It won't be easy to do something like that. And besides, they are one of the founding clans of the village. We can't just attack them out of nowhere. It would destabilize the village. Hiruzen countered. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Counselor Hamura gave his thoughts on the matter. I understand your points and concerns, Hiruzen. But if Fugaku launches the coup d'etat, then there will be severe casualties. And the village will become destabilized nonetheless, and the other nations will take that opportunity to attack us. Hiruzen grunted at hearing him. He knew Hamura was right, but it didn't sit right with him to attack the clan out of nowhere like that. Both Danzo and Hiruzen make good points. But both of those plans have demerits to them as well. Koharu said. The rest turned to her. If we launch a preemptive attack and kill the conspirators, then we can stop the coup before it even starts. But it would lead to resentment from the Uchihas that remain alive. And they could plot another coup again. And also, the other clans would become wary of us. This would build a rift within the village, and any outsider would be able to take advantage of it. Koharu stopped for a moment and looked at them. She continued after a few seconds. On the other hand, if they successfully launch the coup d'etat, then there will be deaths on both sides. The village and the clan will suffer casualties, and it would weaken the village and the Fire Nation as a whole. The Tsuchikage and Reikage are currently looking for any weaknesses we might present. They would definitely attack us and it would start another war. She stopped and sighed. Both options have their merits and demerits. So we need to proceed carefully. Hiruzen and Danzo became quiet after hearing her words. They knew she was right. This was a delicate matter that had to be dealt with carefully. Whatever decisions we make, we have to do it quickly. Time is running out. We need to come up with a plan. Hamura crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. Has Itachi given any updates? Yes. They haven't yet decided when to launch the coup. But Itachi tells me they are gathering resources like battle gears and weapons and preparing themselves. But it's a slow process since they don't want to bring attention to themselves. Hiruzen replied with a downcast expression. Tobirama-sensei warned us of the Uchiha. We should have kept a much closer eye on them. If we had, we wouldn't have suffered an attack and lost a Hokage. It was a slight jab at Hiruzen from Danzo. The third Hokage reduced some restrictions placed on the Uchiha clan during his reign before the Nine-Tails attack. He believed the Uchiha would become more comfortable and integrate more with the village with time. Hiruzen didn't rise to the bait and stayed quiet. This is no time for your old rivalry, Danzo. We need to stick together and figure out a plan. Koharu slightly rebuked the one-eyed root leader. Right now we have Itachi working undercover and he'll inform us if they decide to try anything. So for the moment let's try to settle this diplomatically. The Uchiha clan hasn't attacked us yet. So there is still time for negotiations. Hamura remarked and they all sat in silence. What a truly troubling time. Hiruzen mumbled but the other three heard it. Hiruzen looked at his advisors. I had hoped Itachi would have been able to persuade Fugaku from this course of action, but with each day it seems more and more unlikely. Still. You're right, Hamura. They haven't done any damage so far. I'll try to come up with a viable plan and settle this peacefully. He sighed and got up from his seat. Let's adjourn for now. I still have much work to complete back at the office. The Hokage was about to leave when Danzo stopped him. Danzo looked his friend in the eyes and had a serious expression. Hiruzen. The Uchiha is an important military force in the village. If anything happens to them, we will be severely weakened. I understand that. But if they decide to move forward with this ridiculous plan of theirs, then they will force my hand. Danzo. Hiruzen saw his resolute face and knew he wouldn't be able to change his mind. If anything happens, I will move to protect the village. No matter the cost. Danzo stared at Hiruzen for a few more seconds after saying those words and then slowly left. He's more extreme than usual. Koharu muttered, looking at the retreating back of their fellow advisor. Let's just hope everything gets settled peacefully. Hamura added, and both of them left. Hiruzen stood there with a heavy heart. I should be enjoying my retirement right now. Spending time with my family and smoking myself to death. But instead, I'm here trying to stop what might become the linchpin to the Fourth Great War. I can't believe I'm resenting you for dying, Minato. The Hokage then left his residence and made his way to his office. Hiruzen stamped the documents piled up after going through them. He assigned missions to the teams and went through the budget of the village. He looked over the various papers and after several hours he was almost done. At that moment a Chunin walked in with his schedule for the next day and a message. Lord Hokage. Daikoku Funino is here to see you. She informed him. Send him in. Hiruzen motioned. The Chunin left and shortly afterwards the academy instructor came in. Lord Hokage. Daikoku-sensei greeted his leader. I will take it when the academy exams have been completed. Hiruzen asked him. Yes, sir. They went without any problems. The class instructor nodded. So what's this about? The Hokage asked him. I came mainly for two reasons. Both of them are in my class. Daikoku started. Go on. The first is regarding a student named Daichi Hakama. He's at the top of the class and I've gone through his exam papers shortly before coming here. He'll retain his top spot in the class for the second year as well. Daichi, huh? I'm aware of the boy. I know he's talented. But you wouldn't be here if it was just that, would you? So what is it? Hiruzen asked him. He was curious as to what the teacher wanted. I've been keeping an eye on his progress throughout the year. And during his latest taijutsu fight with Sasuke Uchiha, I noticed that he was holding back by a wide margin. He is far above the current grade. He won't learn anything from class if he stays with the current year students. So I believe it would be best for him to skip a year and jump ahead. Daikoku stopped and looked at the Hokage. Hiruzen went over the information he had on the boy. After reading the reports from Umbu on Daichi's skills from the Yoda incident, he was inclined to believe and agree with the academy instructor. So he's grown to such a point, huh? If you're telling me he's ready to jump ahead, then I believe you. I'll take your words into consideration. I'll talk with Daichi and see if he's interested in skipping ahead. Thank you, sir. He has great potential. It would be a waste if he stayed in the academy any longer than he had to. Daikoku said with a smile. He was always happy to spot talents and help them. Now what's the second thing you wanted? At this question, Daikoku's face became somewhat serious. The next matter is somewhat more difficult to address. Seeing Daikoku's face, Hiruzen had an idea as to what it might be. Does this have anything to do with Naruto? He asked in a neutral tone. Daikoku-sensei took a short breath and answered. Yes, sir. Hiruzen sighed hearing the answer. He knew the boy was a troublemaker. It seems the boy's antics are getting to the teachers. What did he do? Hiruzen asked the Chunin ninja. Well, Daikoku knew that the Hokage looked out for the boy. So he chose his words carefully and began his explanation. Somewhere in the Uchiha clan district, Ren Uchiha was walking down the road with a solemn gaze. He had just left another secret clan meeting in the Naka shrine. The agendas put forward in the meeting were weighing down on him. Before long he reached his home and was embraced by his beloved wife. You look afraid. What's wrong? Kimiko asked him. It's the clan's decisions. They're going to go through with the coup. They're preparing, Rin said with a tired voice. How long? Kimiko knew what would happen if the clan launched an attack on the village. There isn't much time left. 1 or 2 months at most. They're gathering weapons and other utilities to fight. It's going to be a bloodbath. Rin was loyal to the Uchiha, but he was also someone who deeply cared about the village. He couldn't go against the clan, but he was determined to not attack the village. Kimiko held her husband tightly. I still don't understand why Fugaku would go through with something like this. It's not just Fugaku. Yashiro is providing him with some top-secret information. I have no idea where he's getting them from. But he was able to convince a lot of members that this is the only way. And Inabi and Tekka are also backing Yashiro with this plan. So they were able to convince everyone. Most. Some still disagree and think that launching a coup is extreme, but those numbers are dwindling with each day. Rin saw that his friends and coworkers were getting swayed to the other side as each day passed. I can understand their frustration and anger. Kimiko's words shocked Rin. What? So you agree with them? No, I don't agree with the coup d'etat plan. But considering how the village treats us these days, I can understand their anger. I'm not siding with them. But I get where their resentment comes from. Kimiko replied. Rin knew what she was talking about. Ever since that night 7 years ago, everything changed. Nobody trusts our clan after the Nine Tails attack. They think we had something to do with it. And now, everything is spiraling out of control. It was at that moment they heard the cries of their daughter. Kimiko went to her crib and picked her up. If the clan attacks the village, one of two things will happen. We win but suffer many deaths and weaken the clan. It will lead to other clans or other villages taking advantage of the situation, and it will only create more chaos. 2. We all die. Or even if the Leaf decides to be merciful and spare those of us who were against the idea, the villagers would look at us as traitors for the rest of our lives. Kimiko then looked at the baby in her arms. They would look at our little girl as if she was a criminal. Treat her like a traitor. Like they're doing to that Naruto boy. Even if she had nothing to do with this, the people would still blame her and take their anger out on her. Hearing his wife's words, Rin closed his eyes as if he was in pain. Kimiko looked at her sleeping daughter. After a few moments she made a choice. I don't want that. Rin looked at his wife. Kimiko looked at Rin and spoke of an idea she just had. I don't want our daughter to grow up and be treated like a criminal. Let's leave the village. What? Rin had wide eyes as he heard his wife. When the clan launches the coup, we leave the village. Both the clan and the village will be fighting each other. That will be our opportunity to escape. Once we leave, we don't look back. We'll find someplace far away. I can't go against the clan, but I won't support their decision either. This is the only solution I can think of. Kimiko explained. Kimiko, if we do this, we'll be leaving everything and everyone behind. And where would we even go? Rin asked her. I'm sure we can find some place. Don't forget. I do have some training in infiltration and espionage. I'm sure we can find someplace safe and survive. What do you say? Rin thought about the plan. After thinking about it for a while, he wanted to make sure this was what she wanted. Are you sure about this, Kimiko? Yes. For our daughter. Kimiko nodded. Rin hugged his wife and child. For our daughter. It's decided. The night the Uchiha clan launches the coup, we escape the village. And we don't look back. In the coming weeks they would make preparations to leave undetected. Rin memorized an escape route that would have the least resistance. They slowly liquidated their assets without attracting attention. They would go through the plan every day to make sure they covered everything. But what they didn't know was that they would never get the chance to enact that plan. Chapter 59, A Decision to Make. Kimiko. If we do this, we'll be leaving everything and everyone behind. And where would? Do we even go? Rin asked her. I'm sure we can find some place. Don't forget. I do have some training in infiltration and espionage. I'm sure we can find someplace safe and survive. What do you say? Rin thought about the plan. After thinking about it for a while, he wanted to make sure this was what she wanted. Are you sure about this, Kimiko? Yes. For our daughter. Kimiko nodded. Rin hugged his wife and child. For our daughter. It's decided. The night the Uchiha clan launches the coup, we escape the village. And we don't look back. In the coming weeks they would make preparations to leave undetected. Rin memorized an escape route that would have the least resistance. They slowly liquidated their assets without attracting attention. They would go through the plan every day to make sure they covered everything. But what they didn't know was that they would never get the chance to enact that plan. Chapter 59, A Decision to Make. Hokage's Office. Hiruzen watched Daikoku leave his office. He let out a tired breath. He rubbed his forehead as his mind went through the events of the day. Hiruzen had a lot on his plate and he was beginning to feel the strain. More and more problems keep popping up. One headache at a time, I suppose. Hiruzen took his pipe and filled it with something strong to calm his nerves. He lit it and started smoking. I better look into what Naruto is up to right now. The Hokage took out the crystal ball and used the telescope jutsu. He focused on Naruto's chakra and within seconds he found who he was looking for. He saw the little troublemaker playing with his classmates on the grounds near the academy. He saw the smile on Naruto's face and it made him feel slightly better. It was then that he noticed the parents of the other children coming to collect them. Once they were gone, only Daichi and Naruto remained. Hiruzen noticed Daichi intently looking at Naruto. He focused chakra to the ball so he could listen in on their conversation. He listened to their conversation and became happy that Naruto had found such a good friend. He watched Daichi comfort Naruto and accompany him to his home. He has a good heart. I was not wrong about him. Hiruzen then thought about Daikoku's notes and requested to allow Daichi to skip a year. Naruto just found a good friend. If I allow Daichi to get ahead, he'll lose that friendship. But at the same time, Daichi has great potential. Daikoku was right about that. If he stays in that class, he'll be wasting his time. Hiruzen wasn't sure about what to do. On one hand, I don't want to separate Naruto and Daichi. But on the other hand, Daichi could get more benefits from the academy if he gets ahead, and it'll also save him a year. What should I do? After some time thinking it over, Hiruzen made a decision. I'll ask Daichi. This is his decision after all. Eagle. Hiruzen called out in a low voice. An Umbu appeared in an instant, kneeling before the Hokage. Inform Kinsei Isagi and Daichi Hakama that I have summoned them for a meeting tomorrow morning. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Umbu vanished as quietly and quickly as he came. Kinsei Isagi's home. Daichi got home about an hour ago. He freshened up, ate some food, and went for a walk around the house. Daichi enjoyed the peaceful atmosphere and the beautiful nature. He sometimes missed the modern technologies he was accustomed to in his previous life, but when he thought about what he currently had, those feelings disappeared. Daichi reached the garden he had grown over the last 3 years. He started watering the plants and removed a few dying stems. It started out with 3 flowers, but as time passed by he bought more and more and added to the garden. With how careful and meticulously Daichi worked on the garden, it wasn't long before the results started showing. He was able to grow it from a weed-filled disaster to a gorgeous wonder of nature. As Daichi watered the plants, he heard the footsteps of his grandfather. Kinsei reached and stood next to his grandson. How were the exams? Daichi smirked, hearing the question. Do you really have to ask questions you know the answer to, old man? You cheeky brat. Kinsei's lips twitched upwards hearing his grandson's reply. He looked at the garden Daichi had built. He watched the boy work on it 3 or 4 days a week for the last 3 years. Daichi never missed a single week where he didn't tend to the garden. And now after 3 years it has grown into something magnificent. The garden reminded him of his wife and brought back memories of Fumio standing proudly as she looked at the blossoming flowers. It's beautiful, Daichi. You've worked hard on this garden for the last 3 years. I never did thank you for it, did I? Kinsei slowly asked. Daichi looked at his grandfather from the corner of his eyes. And you'll never have to. Just enjoy the view, Gramps. No need to get so sentimental. Daichi looked at his old man and smiled. Kinsei laughed hearing his reply. As both of them stood there enjoying the relaxing moment, they suddenly sensed chakra fluctuations within the barrier of their home. Someone was calling out to them via injecting chakra into the barrier. They went to the gates of the house and found an Umbu waiting for them. Kinsei Isagi and Daichi Hakama. You have both been summoned for a meeting with the Hokage tomorrow morning. That is all. The Umbu vanished after saying those words. So fast. I didn't even get the chance to use observe on him, wonder what that's about? Daichi looked at the empty spot where the Umbu was seconds ago. You know what that was all about? Kinsei turned to Daichi and asked him. No clue. Daichi shrugged and replied. Well, he wants to see both of us. So I'm guessing this has something to do with you. I suppose we'll know when we get there tomorrow. Kinsei said and went back to the house. Daichi followed him shortly after. Daichi cooked a simple meal and both of them ate dinner discussing various subjects. Daichi's mind wandered to the meeting that would take place the next day. What does he want with me? Root base, somewhere underground. The sounds of a cane tapping on the hard ground could be heard throughout the dark hallway. Danzo Shimura slowly walked towards his office, hidden deep inside one of the many bases around the village. He reached one of the most guarded rooms in the base. Danzo's office contained secret documents and other top-secret scrolls and items locked inside. Two Rutambu were standing guard, along with another hidden in the shadows. Lord Danzo. They greeted their leader as he came. Danzo entered the room and out of the shadows came a Root operative. He kneeled waiting for his orders. Summon Nero here. Yes, sir. As the operative vanished, Danzo sat down and closed his eyes. He had a plan in mind for the Uchiha clan. As he sat there thinking about the future, a Root appeared. Danzo opened his eyes and looked at the operative. He had 2 files in his hand. Did you complete the mission I tasked you with? Danzo asked in a cold tone. Yes, sir. All the information I've compiled on the 2 targets are here. The Root agent handed the folders to Danzo and was dismissed. Danzo opened the first folder. And it was a picture of Sasuke Uchiha. Itachi's one weakness. Sooner or later we will have to go to war with the Uchiha clan. Even though right now Itachi is on the village's side, there is no guarantee that would be the case for the future. Especially if his little brother's life is in jeopardy. Danzo went over the information contained in the file. He noted the route Sasuke takes from the academy to his home. He notes where he spends his time and with whom. His personality, characteristics, and even the scores he received in the academy were noted in the file. In war you must know the weaknesses of your allies just as much as your enemies. You might never know when you have a need for such information. The words Tobirama Senju once said to him came to his mind. This boy is the key to keeping Itachi under control. As Danzo looked over Sasuke's information, he noticed something he half expected. It seems he's in second place again. So I was not mistaken. Danzo placed the young Uchiha's folder beside him and opened the second one. Target number 2, Daichi Hakama. He started going through the pages inside the file one by one. When I heard that a child not from any clan was able to take the first place in a class with the heirs of most clan heads, it really surprised me. It seems my intuition was correct. This boy was able to maintain his position, and it seems based on Nero's observations the boy is considerably stronger than his peers. His agent was able to copy the information Daikoku-sensei made as well. A great potential. His personality needs some corrections, but he will be an excellent addition to my forces. Now let's see who his parents are. Danzo stopped reading when his eyes reached a familiar name. His jaws slightly tightened and his face had a frown as he read the name in his mind. Kinsei Asagi. Danzo read the information his agent gathered. Daichi Hakama was adopted 3 years ago by Kinsei Asagi. Why is it you're always getting in my way, Kinsei? Danzo closed his eyes and thought about his last confrontation with the man. After a few moments he let out a sigh and opened his eyes. Kinsei won't forget his grudges. It seems acquiring the boy will be much more difficult than I thought. Danzo read the remaining information on the file. Sarutobi will no doubt have this information in his hand. So he would see the value of letting the boy graduate early. I'll let him go for now. When the boy graduates, I'll have one of my men be his sensei. That way I can control what missions get assigned to him. I'll test and see if the boy shows the same potential then, as he shows now. And then he'll soon be mine. Danzo closed both files and locked them in a small safe along with other documents. He then started going through the mission reports his agents had placed on the desk. Hokage's office, next morning. Daichi and Kinsei stood in front of the Hokage as he placed a few documents on the table. He looked at the two and smiled. Daichi smiled back, but Kinsei simply grunted. Daichi! Kinsei. Thank you for coming. Of course, Lord Hokage. What is this about? Daichi greeted and asked the aging leader. Daikoku-sensei came to see me yesterday. Based on his reports and your performance in the academy, I'm willing to let you skip a grade. I believe you're qualified for that. Both Daichi and Kinsei were surprised. Daichi thought about the advantages of moving ahead, but he was having some doubts. He weighed them in his mind and he was leaning slightly more towards advancing. The indecision was present on his face. Both Hiruzen and Kinsei noticed this. Daichi looked at the Hokage and asked, Can I have a few minutes to think this through? Of course. I'll need to speak with Kensei on another matter. You can wait outside and think it over. I'll call you back in a few minutes. Hiruzen replied. As Daichi was about to leave, Hiruzen spoke up. Daichi. Before you make a decision, I would like you to hear me out. If you want to advance a year, you are free to do so. I will make the arrangements immediately. But I would like you to stay with your peers for a couple more years. I understand that it will not be very beneficial for you, but if you do this, I will owe you a favor. Daichi and Kensei's eyes widened as they heard this. A favor from Hokage was no small thing. Are you serious? Daichi couldn't help but exclaim. Yes. A small reasonable favor. But a favor nonetheless. Hiruzen smiled as he looked at Daichi. He could understand that such an offer would be tempting. Now go on. I'll call for you in a short while. Daichi left the office thinking about what had just transpired. Wow. I did not expect that. The old guy must really want me to stay with my class, huh? But why would he care if I stay with them or not? Well, it doesn't matter. I could choose to get ahead. Then I'll probably be in Niji's class, but if I stay, then the Hokage would owe me a favor. But what should I ask for? As Daichi contemplated on what he should ask for, a memory came to him. He suddenly had an idea in mind, but he wasn't sure if it would work. I need to be careful. I need to word this right or I might get in trouble. Several minutes passed and the doors to the office opened and Kensei came. He and Daichi talked for a minute before they both went inside. So have you made a decision, Daichi? Hiruzen looked at the young boy. Daichi steeled his nerves and proceeded with his plan. I have Lord Hokage. I'll stay with my class. Hiruzen slightly smiled hearing the answer. Thank you, Daichi. Lord Hokage. About that favor. Can I ask for it now? Daichi cautiously asked. Hiruzen smiled at the boy. He was curious as to what the child would want. Do you already have something in mind? Hiruzen asked. Daichi nodded. What he said a few moments later shocked Hiruzen. Chapter 60, The Favor. Hokage office a few minutes ago. Kensei and Hiruzen were discussing the current affairs of the Leaf Village. Since what was going to be discussed was issues of a sensitive nature, the Hokage had already dismissed his umbu and personal guards hidden in the room before Kensei and Daichi came. They talked about the various ongoing events in the village and throughout the 5 great nations. And their talks were winding down. They had a disagreement at the end of their conversation regarding someone. I suppose only time will tell us who is right. Hiruzen sighed and leaned back in his chair. Kensei merely grunted. I believe we've given Daichi enough time to make a decision. Why don't you call him in? Kensei left the room and walked towards Daichi. Have you made a decision? He asked the boy when he reached him. Daichi nodded. I have. But before we go inside, I want to ask you something. What is it? The thing is, during your time away a few weeks ago, I sorta went through some of the scrolls and books in your library. Daichi said with a sheepish smile. Well, I didn't exactly forbid you from going through them. So I don't see a problem with it. But what does that have to do with the Hokage? Kensei was confused as to why his grandson was asking that. Does he know you research jutsu? Daichi asked his grandpa. He does. I was a former umbu captain. Ninjutsu and Jinjutsu were my specialties. He knows I try to study any interesting techniques that appeal to me. That's not a problem. Most ninjas who are smart and capable do it. It's not a crime, well, not unless you do something illegal. Again, I don't understand why this has anything to do with your current predicament. You'll see. Daichi only smiled at him and they both went to meet the Hokage. So have you made a decision, Daichi? The Hokage asked. I have Lord Hokage. I'll stay with my class. Thank you, Daichi. Watching Hiruzen smile, Daichi decided to put his plan into action. Lord Hokage. About that favor. Can I ask for it now? Do you already have something in mind? Yes, sir. Let's hear it. You've piqued my interest. Hiruzen slightly leaned forward and looked at the boy. Daichi took a small breath and continued. His gamer's mind does an excellent job of keeping him calm and focused. You see, the thing is, I'm interested in creating ninjutsu. I want to focus on that field with taijutsu as secondary. So recently I've been looking into some advanced chakra control exercises. And I came across 2 advanced chakra control exercises required for me to pursue my field of interest. Hiruzen was amazed when he heard Daichi. The fact that a second-year academy student would be studying such subjects was very, very rare. You're talking about change in chakra form and change in chakra nature techniques, aren't you? The Kage wanted to confirm it. Yes, sir. Daichi nodded. Daichi. I know you're talented, but those are advanced stuff. It would take years to learn, understand, and master those chakra control exercises. Hiruzen advised the boy. I'm aware of that, Lord Hokage. But I would like to give it a try. Hearing Daichi's response, Hiruzen sighed. He's talented, but it looks like it's getting to his head. If he starts on those techniques now, it might impede his growth. Daichi. Do you know why most people start to work on those control techniques only after they reach Chunin strength? Hiruzen asked the boy. Daichi shook his head. Seeing this, Hiruzen started his explanation. The training required to master the change in chakra form and change in chakra nature requires a high level of chakra. A person must have at least Chunin level reserves before starting on them. Because those chakra control exercises put immense strain on one's chakra coil and their body. If one doesn't have enough chakra and try to attempt that training, they would damage their chakra pathways. The only time someone from your age group is eligible to work on those techniques is if they have an exceptionally strong body. They must have at least Chunin level chakra reserves and a powerful physique. Hiruzen finished his explanation and he was surprised that there was a smile on Daichi's face. Daichi couldn't help but smile as he heard the Hokage. It seems my chakra suppression technique is better than I thought. They haven't been able to sense my true reserves. Time to loosen some of my restraints. Daichi slowly released the chakra suppression technique, but not all the way. Just enough to show the Hokage that he was capable. Hiruzen and Kensei were shocked as they sensed the chakra increase in the boy. He's been suppressing his chakra. Since when did he learn that? Kensei looked at the boy in bewilderment. I'll ask him on the way home. Reputation increases with Kensei Isagi. Hiruzen was also equally shocked. His chakra reserves have grown far beyond what someone his age should have. Only someone like a Jinchuriki would be able to surpass him in reserves amongst his peers. And not only that. The chakra suppression technique. It's almost flawless. He hasn't yet mastered it, but still, to learn and use it to such a degree. I may have severely underestimated his talent. Reputation increases with Hiruzen Sarutobi. I believe I'm eligible to learn those control techniques. Daichi looked at the Hokage with a small smile. Hiruzen had an unreadable expression on his face as he looked at Daichi. His mind was running a mile a minute. This child. I made a mistake. Since he has gotten this strong, he will only be wasting his time if he stays in the academy. With his growth rate, it would be best if he graduates right now. I have no doubt he'll ace the graduation exam. But I've already set the minimum age requirement for graduation to be 11. Should I make an exception for him? No! This village already has a history of screwing up geniuses before they even reach puberty. Let him stay with his class. This is for the best. Let him grow with his friends. I don't want him to end up mentally scarred like Kakashi and Itachi. And I'm sure he'll form some strong bonds with his classmates these next few years. Hiruzen sighed and then replied. Yes. Yes, you are qualified. I take it the favor you want. Are there some control techniques for both those exercises? He asked. Not quite. Daichi's reply confused the old man. All right. What is it you want? Hiruzen asked him with no shortage of curiosity. A few weeks ago, I was going through some notes Gramps here had in his library. And I came across an interesting jutsu that I think would be perfect for my training. As he heard this, Kinsei mentally recalled the techniques he had researched and recorded in his library. But he couldn't figure out which one caught Daichi's interest. What jutsu? Hiruzen inquired. The Rasengan. Daichi's reply was completely unexpected and it shocked both Kinsei and Hiruzen. But the Hokage quickly regained his composure. Hearing the name of the jutsu, Kinsei thought back to the day he studied it. The fourth Hokage was in his late teens and he had just developed the jutsu. He showed him the technique once. I noted down everything I could remember about the technique and I stored it in my library. Of course. So that's your end goal, huh, Daichi? Not bad. And why do you think the Rasengan would help you with this training? Hiruzen asked the boy. He wanted to know if Daichi found out the secret of the late fourth Hokage's jutsu. Because that jutsu represents the shape transformation technique taken to the highest degree. At least that's my understanding after reading the notes. Hiruzen narrows his eyes. He wanted to know just how much Daichi knew about the jutsu. Tell me, what have you figured out about the Rasengan? Daichi gathered his thoughts and after a second replied. There were only a few things noted down about the Rasengan. The basics. But based on the information I've read I came to a few conclusions. The Rasengan is a powerful jutsu that represents pure shape transformation. Based on my understanding, I would say the jutsu has three main components. Rotation, containment, and power. The chakra spinning wildly in several directions represents the rotation aspect. And since the chakra is stable and maintains its form, it shows containment of chakra in a specific spot. In this case, the palm of the user. And finally, power. It was noted in the old man's book that the jutsu was capable of drilling through even solid rocks. It wouldn't be able to do that if the chakra of the user wasn't powerful enough. Hiruzen maintained his poker face as he listened to Daichi, but in his heart he was astonished. To think a child in the academy would figure out the secrets to one of the most powerful and the signature jutsu of Hokage. Unbelievable. Hiruzen discreetly looked at Kinsei to see if he had any direct hand in this. But based on his former Umbu captain's reactions he concluded that Kinsei was just as shocked and surprised as he was. Now that I think about it I vaguely remember Kinsei asking Minato for a demonstration of the Rasengan. I recall some of the information Kinsei noted down. It certainly wasn't as detailed as Daichi's analysis. Daichi continued. I believe this jutsu is a shortcut to mastering the change in chakra form. The usual shape transformation exercises would help me, but it would take me much longer to master my chakra control with them. But if I master this jutsu I'll be able to significantly reduce my time. And now I have an excuse to use this jutsu if I get into any tight spots. I have no interest in making this my signature jutsu like Naruto, but this will definitely come in handy in tough situations. Daichi thought in his mind. It seems you figured out most of the jutsu. So what's the favor you want? Hiruzen spoke once Daichi finished his explanation. On my own I'll be able to figure out how to learn the jutsu and I will. But it will take me time. Time I could spend on other subjects. So it would help me a lot if you know any training methods to master the Rasengan at a faster rate. Daichi asked politely and kept a calm face. Hiruzen looked at the boy for several seconds and then sighed. Reputation increases with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Daichi saw the notification and became excited, but he kept a cool face. I suppose I do owe you a favor, don't I? All right. It would be beneficial if you had something challenging to keep you occupied during your time in the academy. The Hokage looked at Daichi and became serious. The fourth Hokage, after creating the jutsu, invented training methods to make learning the Rasengan easier. I'll tell you those methods on two conditions. You must not break those conditions under any circumstances. Do you understand? Looking at the serious face of the Hokage, Daichi quickly nodded. Yes, sir. You have my word. He quickly replied. Hiruzen merely grunted. The first condition. You must never tell anyone else about the information and secrets you've learned about the Rasengan. No other party must get access to this jutsu, especially an outsider or a foreign ninja. In the wrong hands, this jutsu is capable of great death and destruction. So tell no one. Not even your peers. The only people that are exempt from this condition are Kakashi Hatake and Jiraiya. Remember those names. Seeing Daichi nod, the Hokage slightly relaxed and smiled. The second condition is, when you master the Rasengan, you come and show me. If you do in fact master the Rasengan by the time your next semester ends, then I'll give you some beginner changes and chakra nature control techniques. Deal? Daichi's eyes widened as he heard the offer. He didn't hesitate a second and agreed. Yes, sir. It's a deal. And I'll have this jutsu mastered by the end of October. I look forward to it. Hiruzen smiled at the boy. His eagerness to learn. His intellect and ability to analyze a jutsu. He reminds me a lot of myself. Now, listen carefully. There are 3 steps to mastering the Rasengan. Hiruzen began his explanation and told Daichi of the training methods. It was the methods Jiraiya shows Naruto during their search for Tsunade. Popping the water balloon for mastering rotation, destroying a rubber ball for power, and maintaining a balloon without it blowing up. It seems the training is the same as the ones I know. Good. Daichi thought to himself. The meeting between the 3 soon came to an end. Daichi left the office in a much happier mood. When I thought of this plan, I was banking on my charisma stat and goodwill with the Hokage on making this work. I had a feeling that my charisma stat would influence his decision. And I was right. Now not only do I get the Rasengan but also some control techniques from the Hokage if I master the jutsu in about 7 months. That will be far too easy with my gamer's body. What an ultimate cheat. Daichi then thought about the real reason he asked for the Rasengan. I could have learned the Rasengan in secret and asked for any other favor. And if I had to reveal it, then when asked I could have just said that I figured it out on my own based on the old man's notes. But this was the right choice. The Uchiha massacre will happen soon and I see no way to stop it from happening. I'm just an academy student with no real power. If I do anything in regards to the clan, then Itachi, Obito, Fugaku, Hiruzen, Danzo and Zetsu will be after me. I'm not ready to deal with them. If I interfere, then the outcome will most certainly be my death and the destruction of the clan will still happen. That is their inescapable fate. The coup is already set in motion. Or at least that should be the case. There are too many powerful people involved in this. The outcome of the clan is inevitable. Once the massacre happens, there will be friction between the Hokage and Danzo. And if I prove that my talent is greater than the rest, then Hiruzen will no doubt want to make sure I don't end up in Danzo's hands. The Hokage is a valuable shield that will protect me from the root leader. Learning the Rasengan is an important part of achieving that. Not only that, staying with my ear has one other advantage as well. What are you thinking so hard about, kid? The voice of his grandfather reached Daichi's ears. Daichi lightly smirked. Move your enemies. But do not let them dictate your moves. Isn't that what you once told me, Gramps? True. I did say that. I also remember saying you also shouldn't underestimate your opponents. Don't worry. I'm cautious. I always am. Kinsei didn't say anything else and kept walking. Daichi had a calculating glint in his eyes as he looked at the people around him. They think I'm a genius, but the truth is, I'm just an ordinary guy who possesses the world's greatest advantages. Future knowledge and my greatest asset, a powerful gamer system. I so do love the gamer's ability. Daichi internally smirked as he walked down the road with his grandfather. You are right, Sun Tzu. Opportunities multiply as they are seized. Chapter 61, First Special Stat Awakening. Kinsei and Daichi were walking down the cobbled street. Their heads, still processing what had happened. That was a dangerous game you played, Kensei said lightly to Daichi. Daichi looked at the old man from the corner of his eyes. Noticing the boy's look, Kensei elaborated. The Rasengan is a jutsu exclusive to the Leaf Village, and even then only 2 people currently alive know it according to my knowledge. So you, asking for that technique? Kensei trailed off and he let out a small sigh. Still, I guess everything worked out in the end. Daichi knew what his grandfather had meant. It was a dangerous gamble. But I've won. Still. He's right. I need to keep my head down and not cause any more wild waves. Now that the Hokage knows I'm much more than ordinary, he'll definitely keep an eye on me. And then Danzo won't be far behind either. I understand your point, Gramps. But this would help me with my training. So I had to take a shot. Daichi replied in a small voice. Kensei merely grunted in response. They went to a nearby store and bought enough balloons and rubber balls for the training and made their way home. As they were nearing their home, Kensei thought about the offer the Hokage made at the end. Hiruzen knows I'm displeased with some of the elements within the village and some of its philosophies. But he doesn't have a clear understanding. He knows I'm loyal to the village, but he also knows that I'm against some of his policies. Still, he doesn't want to take any chances with Daichi. Seeing the boy's progress definitely startled Hiruzen. He doesn't want me to spread my ideals to the boy more than I already have. It's why he offered to give advanced chakra control as a reward. He wants to keep Daichi close and instill in him the loyalties he expects of a leaf ninja. Just like he did with Hataru. Kensei's fists clenched as memories of what happened to his son came to his mind. A few seconds later his anger vanished and a small smile spread on his face. He discreetly looked at Daichi and his mind went to their first talk in Shur's restaurant. You're going to be in for a surprise, Hiruzen. This kid won't let anyone lead him by the nose. And something tells me Daichi already saw through Hiruzen's recruitment attempt. I don't have to worry about him. Both of them reached their home and went to do their own things. Daichi was in his room placing the balloon and rubber balls near his table. I'll start training the Rasengan once I'm done with my stamina stat increase. He opened his status page and checked. Even with 2 weeks of training, none of my primary stats have increased since the dungeon run and my stamina stat has only gone up by 1. Now it's at 99. Just one more and I'm sure it'll awaken. It was noon that day and Daichi decided to spend the rest of the day training and increasing his stamina. Normal physical training isn't going to cut it. I need to go harder. Daichi created 4 shadow clones and had them go through each ninjutsu one by one until they exhausted their stamina. The real Daichi was wearing weighted training clothes the system gave him and he got into a handstand and started doing push-ups. Daichi's plan was to completely exhaust his chakra and physical stamina. He was also going to train his telekinesis. In front of Daichi were several leaves. He was using his mana power to levitate them and hold them in the air for as long as possible. As he trained, his mind was trying to decipher what exactly mana powers were. Mana powers are definitely not in chakra. In fact, they have nothing to do with chakra. My tests have confirmed that much. Then what exactly is this? The information the system gave says it's an energy produced from my mind. It specifically said an intelligent mind. Is that a clue? Daichi was doing his exercise and keeping the leaves in the air as he contemplated the workings of his powers. Daichi had studied the brain and its functions after he had received the mana power. He recalled that information. And then something else came to his mind. As I understand, mana isn't an ability exclusive to me. The invisibility cloak. Adamagai cloak also uses mana power. That means there's a possibility that its creator Adamagai used mana or at least understood it. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to incorporate mana power usage into the seal inscribed on the cloak. So what makes us special? Daichi thought about this question for a while and then the answer came. Intelligence. Could that be the answer I'm looking for? I doubt that guy had the gamer ability, but somehow he was able to use mana. The system said mana is an energy produced by an intelligent mind, that's the key. Sweat rolled down Daichi's face and body as he pushed himself upwards. The shadow clones using up chakra at the same time he was completing physical exercise increased the pressure on him. Even as he was getting tired, a smile formed on his face. Brain waves. That's the answer. Somehow my brain is able to produce energy that's able to interact with the world. Just like radio waves, microwaves, or electromagnetic waves. They all interact with the world. We may not be able to see them, but they are there. And it seems mana power is the same case. Some kind of energy or brain wave produced by my brain that interacts with the world. So that's why the system said mind-enhancing techniques would be much easier. Those types of techniques probably don't require much energy due to being used by my brain, and they might be easier to learn than techniques like telekinesis that interact with the world. Daichi's smile widened at the implications. Even if I get into a situation where I won't be able to use chakra, I can fall back on this. And not only that. With more stat points in intelligence and wisdom, I can increase my mana power. I could become OP with just this power alone. As Daichi was dreaming about his future mana capabilities, one of the shadow clones dispelled. Skill Fire Affinities level has risen by 1. Skill Tree Walking Techniques level has risen by 1. Ninjutsu Fire Style Dragon Fire Jutsu has leveled up. Looks like my clones are trying to level up the tree walking technique too. Nice. And I have another level up in skill and jutsu. Excellent. At that moment a wave of fatigue hit him. His hands slightly trembled, but Daichi held still. He took several breaths of air and resumed his workout. Daichi noticed his stamina points decrease a chunk. Keep going, Daichi. Almost there. He decided it was enough, push up and flipped in the air and gracefully landed on the ground. Daichi began running around the compound. He kept his speed up, but he didn't go at this fastest. He maintained his speed as he circled the compound. As he completed several rounds, the next clone disappeared. Skill Earth Affinities level has risen by 1. Ninjutsu Earth Style Rock Shelter Jutsu has leveled up. Daichi breathed hard as his chakra and stamina went down another few hundreds of points. But he didn't stop. Daichi kept running with the weights on. Several minutes later, the last 2 clones also dispelled. Skill Water Affinities level has risen by 1. Skill Water Walking Techniques level has risen by 1. Skill Chakra Manipulations level has risen by 1. Ninjutsu Water Style Hydroblast Jutsu has leveled up. X2. Ninjutsu Wind Style Wind Bullet Jutsu has leveled up. Skill Tree Walking Techniques level has risen by 1. Daichi was panting due to the fatigue hitting him all at once. He went down to one knee and tried to catch his breath as he looked through the blue system messages. Looks like the passive skill Absolute Chakra Mastery I got from that Hyuga rip-off ninja is really helping me. The speed of my chakra control techniques are improving much faster than I thought. Daichi took a few moments and then resumed his training. He completed several body conditioning exercises and pushed himself to go beyond his limits. Daichi watched as his stamina slowly depleted. After several hours of grueling training, Daichi was finally successful. +1 stamina. Your stamina stat has reached 100 points. You have gained the passive skill Enhanced Stamina. Your stamina points formula is recalculated and now has increased. Daichi felt as if he regained almost all his strength. Wow! What a rush! This feels amazing. It's like I could go on training like this forever. Daichi clicked on the new skill. Enhanced Stamina Passive, LV, Max. Enhanced Stamina Passive, LV, Max, a passive skill given to the player when the stamina stat has reached 100. This skill increases the user's stamina points and speeds up the user's stamina recovery by 5 times. Enhanced Stamina is a skill that's obtained in Maxed. Daichi looked over the skill. Not much different than the other passive skills I got. But I'm not complaining. Wow! Stamina recovery by 5 times. Awesome! This will come in handy for a lot of stuff. Daichi giggled as he had some naughty thoughts. He then calmed down and looked at his status page. Wow! My stamina points shot up to 6,695 points. Now there is only a 100 points difference between health points and stamina points. Seeing that his goal for the day was completed, he decided to end the training. Daichi went back to his room to get freshened up, and by the time he came down it was dinner time. Daichi and Kensei were eating while they discussed various topics. The majority of them were on what Daichi should be focused on in the coming years during his time in the academy. Daichi, are you planning on pursuing any other fields aside from ninjutsu and taijutsu? Kensei asked the boy. Not particularly. I plan on studying jinjutsu and maybe some medical ninjutsu, but I'm not going to actively pursue them. Daichi gave a nonchalant answer. Kensei slightly narrowed his eyes as he listened to the boy. If this was before the meeting with Hiruzen, I would have agreed with him. I would have thought it would be too much for him. But now, I'm certain that he's more than capable of handling multiple subjects at the same time. He won't be able to fully and efficiently utilize his growth speed if he only studies ninjutsu and devotes himself to taijutsu. That's just wasting his potential. Daichi, what do you think about jinjutsu and medical ninjutsu? The old man asked with a neutral face. Hearing his grandfather, Daichi thought about the two vast fields. I'm immune to jinjutsu thanks to the gamer's mind. And my gamer's body takes care of injuries with a good night's sleep. So that's covered. After thinking about it for a minute, he gave an answer. I'll study them, but just enough for me to understand them and be a bit better than the average ninja and maybe learn about a dozen useful jutsus, but that's it. I'm not really interested in going further than that. Daichi's answer was one Kensei half expected. It seems he doesn't know the true value or the danger posed by jinjutsu users and medic ninjas. It's to be expected, I guess. Kids are more impressed with flashy stuff like ninjutsu. Can't exactly blame him for that. I was the same once. But if he wants to be the best, he'll have to learn them as well. Spend time on them just like he does with ninjutsu training. A smirk appeared on Kensei's face as he thought of a plan. Noticing his grandfather's smirk, Daichi was slightly confused. Daichi, we're going to battle tomorrow, Kensei suddenly said. Alright, I'll get ready for our sparring in the morning and be in the room. Daichi replied as he didn't think much of it. Kensei shook his head. No. Not a spar. A battle. We're going outside. There is a private training ground near here with enough space for us to let loose. We're going to use everything in our arsenal. No limits. Daichi was shocked as he listened to the old man's words. Kensei turned serious as he looked at Daichi. Daichi, tomorrow we're going to battle and I want you to come at me with everything you got. Fight with the intent to kill. Because I will. Looking at Kensei's face, Daichi knew the old man was serious. He didn't know what prompted this sudden change, but he was going to be ready. Daichi nodded seriously. Seeing that his grandson took the matter seriously, he internally smirked. Tomorrow, I'm going to show you the value of the ninja arts you deem unnecessary. Chapter 62, The Calamity Tiger. Private Training Ground. It was a few minutes past 7 in the morning. Daichi and Kensei stood on the training ground facing each other. Kensei was wearing a dark green vest similar to the Jonin vest. He had a kunai holster and shuriken pouch tied on his legs. And on his hands were fingerless black gloves with metal plate covering. He had a tanto strapped to his back along with arm and leg guards. Kensei had a calm but stern expression on his face. As Daichi stood opposite to him, he understood that this would be an entirely different level of battle. He could feel the presence of the veteran ninja pressing down on him. He's not kidding around. It feels as if there's some sort of pressure exerted on my body. I can't underestimate him. Daichi noticed something strange with Kensei's left leg. It was something he noticed from the moment they left the house. He's not wearing the usual prosthetics. This one looks and helps him move around like a real leg. It looks a lot more advanced than the one he had before. Maybe an advanced puppet prosthetic. Wonder where he got that from? Daichi used observe on him. Up until then, every time he used the information-gathering skill on Kinsei, it wouldn't reveal anything, but today was different. Today he finally saw information on his grandfather, and after reading it he became even more serious and slightly nervous. LV.75, regressed, Kinsei Yasagi, the Calamity Tiger. Age, 64. Health points, 8533. Chakra points, 8006. Kinsei Yasagi is a retired jonin and former Anbu captain. He graduated from the academy 1 year after Hiruzen Sarutobi. He is considered an exceptionally gifted ninja due to his knowledge and usage of several ninja arts. He rescued Fumio Aya during a mission and formed a relationship thereafter. He married her and had a son named Hataru Yasagi. Kinsei Yasagi is a talented shinobi who fought in 3 world wars and completed 1320 missions ranging from ranks D to S. During the Second World War, due to his formidable power, he earned the nickname the Calamity Tiger. His primary chakra nature is fire, but he is also capable of using earth and wind chakra natures proficiently and has some degree of mastery in water and lightning. Even though he is loyal to the village, his philosophies regarding the place have changed due to his bitter experiences throughout the years. He is very fond of you. Due to his age and the injuries he suffered throughout his career, his level, chakra, and health points have regressed. That's a lot of info. Is it because he's related to me? Questions for later. Daichi read the information displayed as quickly as possible. As he finished reading it, Daichi became nervous. The Calamity Tiger? So he was strong enough to earn a nickname, huh? I need to be extremely cautious. I'm not going to add points to my stats, but I won't hold back either. Daichi remembered the quest that popped up when they reached the training grounds a few minutes ago. Quest created Battle Kinsei Yasagi. Your grandfather has challenged you to a battle. Fight and give it your all. Conditions. Survive the battle for over 1 hour. Force your opponent to take you seriously. Inflict an injury on your opponent that reduces over 150 health points at once. Defeat Kinsei Yasagi. Bonus. Survive the battle for over 5 hours. Bonus. Rewards. 20,000 EXP new skill. Plus 2 level. Bonus. New weapon. Bonus. Reputation increases with Kinsei Yasagi. Failure. -1 level. New title. Reputation decreases with Kinsei Yasagi. Accept, yes or no. Daichi accepted the quest without hesitation. And now he was prepared for the fight. Daichi. Don't hold back on me just because I'm old and crippled. You'll learn in a short while that appearances can be deceiving. Do you understand? Kinsei spoke up. I know. Daichi nodded his head. I'll come with the intent to kill. Daichi became serious. But despite the serious situation, due to his many life or death battles in the dungeon, instead of anxiety, Daichi was feeling excitement. Whenever you're ready. Come. Kinsei spoke up. Daichi took a short breath and let it out. Let's do this. 3 shuriken appeared between Daichi's fingers on both hands, and he flung them as fast as he could at his enemy with precise aim. In the span of mere seconds, they neared their target. Kinsei stood still and looked nonchalantly at the flying shuriken. Head, heart, lungs, thighs, and arms. All of them aimed to kill and or immobilize my limbs. Good. It's good that you're serious. He took a single shuriken from his weapon holster and flung it within an instant. The time for that action to take place was less than 1 second. Kinsei's shuriken hit the weapon flying at the front and changed its trajectory. And then both weapons hit the others near them and changed their paths as well. In moments, all shuriken were deflected from their original paths and flew by Kinsei without ever getting near him. Daichi's eyes widened like dinner plates as he saw the scene. With just one shot, he changed the paths of all the shurikens coming at him. And the way his arm moved. It was a fluid motion. No wasted energy. Precise and strong and yet graceful. This guy, he's no joke. So this is what a veteran ninja is capable of, huh? Incredible. Not one to waste time and let the opposite side dictate the battle, Daichi made his move. He created 2 shadow clones and surrounded Kinsei. All of them threw several shuriken at the old man at the same time and then moved to attack him. The real Daichi leapt up and aimed a kunai at Kinsei's head while the clones positioned themselves at Kinsei's front and rear. They ran at him with the intent to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Kinsei took a single glance at the coming projectiles and deflected all of them like before with 3 shurikens. He then got ready for Daichi and his clones and prepared for the taijutsu battle that was about to begin. He analyzed the strategy used by his grandson. A shuriken attack wave from 3 directions and now a direct attack from 2 sides. If I jump upwards, he's ready to impale me with that kunai. He internally smirked. A basic attack strategy of a 3-man team. How childish. Kinsei easily blocked the punches aimed at him with both hands. The clone's real intention was to hold his arms so Kinsei wouldn't be able to deflect the kunai Daichi had just thrown. Kinsei tilted his head to the side and let the kunai pass him by, but suddenly the weapon changed directions and flew back at his head. Daichi smirked as he looked on. Look at that. Chakra threads is such a great skill. Kinsei pushed against a hand holding him down and used a bit more force to get free, but it was too late. The kunai struck his head and was buried deep. Blood gushed out and both clones jumped back while Daichi landed on the ground. He was startled for a moment because it was the first time he saw blood and gore like that. Especially when it was him that inflicted that injury. In the dungeon, due to the enemies being made up of smoke-like substance and since they were made by the system, Daichi never felt remorse or any other feelings when killing them. But this sudden splash of blood froze him. His hands slightly shook and he became a bit unfocused. It wasn't enough to trigger the effects of the gamer's mind, but what happened still made him lose focus. At that moment, a powerful kick hit his back, sending him flying onto one of the clones. -33 health points. Gah! The clone caught Daichi, but due to the force of the impact, it was dispelled. Of course. There is no way a veteran ninja would die like that. Daichi refocused his senses and looked at the fallen Kinsei. It had turned into a log with a kunai buried in it. The real ninja was standing several feet away from him, looking right as rain. That was Dash. A substitution with a simple genjutsu weaved in. The genjutsu made it look real. It wouldn't fool a real ninja, but against amateurs it's more than enough. Kinsei answered Daichi's incomplete question. Daichi narrowed his eyes as he listened to the old man. When did he have time to his signs for a substitution or that genjutsu? And moreover, I thought genjutsu didn't work on me due to the gamer's mind. What's going on? As Daichi thought about this question, Kinsei suddenly appeared in front of him. Don't get distracted. Kinsei yelled as a powerful kick broke through Daichi's defenses and landed on his chest. The force of the attack sent him flying backwards. Daichi quickly regained his bearings and backflipped in mid-air and landed on the ground. He skidded a few feet back but used chakra to stop his momentum. During this time, Kinsei attacked and easily dispatched the second clone as well. The kick had enough force to send me flying a few meters back, but it didn't do much damage. And it was a little bit weaker than the last one. Looks like the damage reduction buffs are doing their jobs. Daichi concentrated on the fight and on his enemy. A few seconds passed and Daichi and Kinsei rushed at each other. They both began their taijutsu battle. Daichi was having a much harder time against him than he had in any of the other fights. Kinsei deflected Daichi's attacks and easily broke through the boy's guard and precisely landed his strikes. The first few blows Kinsei dealt didn't do much damage, but as more and more attacks landed on him, Daichi noticed something. He's increasing the strength of his punches. And now he's putting enough force in each punch to surpass my damage reduction buff. Daichi's damage reduction buff worked well against enemies on his level and below. But against enemies with higher levels, the effects of the buff become reduced. The higher the level of an opponent and the power of an attack, the easier it will be for the enemy to reduce damage reduction effects and inflict more damage on Daichi. The boy figured this out during his many fights in the dungeons. As Daichi blocked another punch, he understood the old man's plan. He's testing my limits. He's trying to see just how much punishment I can take. At this moment, a notification appeared. Mental intrusion detected. Gamer's mind has neutralized the attack. Kensei tried to place a Jinjutsu on the boy, but it was ineffective. He narrowed his eyes as he tried to figure out how Daichi quickly got rid of the Jinjutsu. Strange. I tried to place a balance disruption Jinjutsu on him, but as soon as my chakra came in contact with his, he negated my attack. But it didn't look like he consciously did it. I'll need to look into this. Kensei was analyzing Daichi's progress and fighting style throughout the battle. He was also trying to figure out Daichi's damage threshold. During the spars throughout the years, Kensei had learned that Daichi had a much stronger body than a child his age should have. Daichi took far less damage and was much more durable than others. He could last longer and recover quickly after a fight. Kensei was curious and wanted to know the secrets of Daichi's body, but he never asked the boy. Now's the perfect time to see just what you're capable of. Your body is abnormal and your learning capabilities are beyond incredible. I have a feeling you know the secrets behind your abnormalities, but something tells me you won't share them with me. That's fine. I'll figure it out on my own. Kensei was determined to figure out Daichi's secrets. After dozens of blows, Kensei had a rough idea as to how much force should be exerted to injure Daichi. He evaded a punch and tried to sweep Daichi's legs. The boy slightly jumped and kicked out, his knee aiming for the old man's chin. Kensei blocked the knee with a palm and punched. Daichi blocked the fist, but he was forced to fall back and take several steps back to steady himself. Both of them stood without making a move. Neither one was even slightly out of breath. For this was just a warm-up. The real battle is about to begin. Chapter 63, The Various Ninja Arts. Daichi looked at his grandfather and prepared himself. You're not going to take me off guard this time. Warm-up's over. Time for the real fight. Kensei rushed over as he said those words. You have sense-killing intent. In moments he was in front of Daichi and sent a powerful punch aimed at the boy's chest. Daichi flooded his body with chakra and enhanced himself. He deflected the punch, then counter-attacked. Kensei blocked and grabbed hold of Daichi's arm. First lesson. Taijutsu. Kensei twisted Daichi's arm and tried to get him into a submission hold, but Daichi, familiar with the hold, grabbed Kensei's other arm and got himself free. Daichi jumped back several feet and stood his ground. That was just a simple basic submission hold. He was only testing me. Kensei ran and quickly reached Daichi. Both of them began exchanging blows at a fast pace. Kensei targeted Daichi's joints and upper torso. He increased the speed of his attacks little by little. His speed is equivalent to high-level Jinin bordering Chunin. And his reflexes and reaction time are nothing short of incredible for someone his age. But this fight has only just begun. Kensei's aim was to study Daichi's strengths and weaknesses and then teach him to get rid of those weaknesses. He has a firm grasp on the Academy Taijutsu style and his instincts are good. He's not falling for the obvious gaps I left in my defenses. It's almost as if he has experience identifying the obvious traps laid out by the enemy. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he has been fighting and training with people other than me. Time to switch it up. Kensei changed his battle style in mere seconds. Daichi was fending off attacks with some difficulty, but as the time passed it was getting increasingly harder. As the fight progressed, Daichi noticed the sudden shift in Kensei's battle style. Kensei suddenly started attacking Daichi with much more force than before. A punch that Daichi blocked contained enough power to numb his arm. Ah! My arm. That was strong enough to rattle my bones. Daichi put more chakra into his arms and blocked the next hard punches. As the fight progressed, he noticed something strange. Some of his punches contain incredible force, but some feel normal. No! They are slightly weaker than his normal punches. But I can't tell which is which. He's not trying to go faster and get through my blocks. It's as if he's deliberately allowing me to block him. What's he trying to do? It took a few moments for Daichi to figure out the old man's strategy. He's trying to wear me down, both mentally and physically. I'm using more chakra to block the powerful punches. But if I don't know which ones are strong and which are weak, I'll have to use chakra to block all the attacks, even the weak ones that won't affect me. He's trying to confuse me and wear down my stamina and chakra. You sneaky old man. Daichi grinned at Kensei as he figured out his plan. You need to be more observant and efficient in a fight. If you use what you've already learned, then you can figure it out. Kensei said nothing more as he kept up his assaults. Daichi deflected most attacks because directly blocking them would use up more energy. Daichi focused his chakra to his eyes and ears. He kept a close eye on the muscles and Kensei's arms. A punch suddenly broke through Daichi's guard and hit him in the chest. -111 health points. Gah! Spit flew from Daichi's mouth as he reeled back from the blow. He quickly regained his bearings and defended himself against the coming attack wave. It's good to want to analyze and figure out your enemy's attack patterns and fighting style. But that doesn't mean you should let your guard down, advised the old man as he fought his grandson. The words Kensei said brought a certain memory to Daichi's mind. It was the memories of the powerful taijutsu and sword-wielding ninja he fought in the dungeon. I became focused on his sword style patterns so much that he was able to shove a knife into me. And now I made the same mistake again. Can't let something like that happen a third time. Daichi lashed out with a kick aimed at Kensei's knee. Kensei raised his leg and blocked Daichi's kicks and forcefully locked the boy's leg in place and attacked. Shit! He has me locked down. If I try to get out of the hold, he might snap my leg. Daichi calculated the ways in which he could escape. I can't let this fight go on like this. If I do, I'll fail. Daichi quickly focused chakra to his free leg and slammed down into the ground. The ground around the two fighters ruptured, forcing Kensei to disengage and jump back. The veteran ninja didn't look as if he just fought in a taijutsu battle. Kensei maintained his breathing and his chakra flow was calm and smooth as ever. Daichi jumped and gained some distance as well. But he was in a much rougher shape. He took in several deep breaths of air as drops of sweat fell down from his face. You're much better than an academy student. But if you want to stand at the peak, then this isn't enough. Your journey has only started. The academy. The fights you win there. It's just a playground compared to the real world. Don't let your victories till now go to your head, Kensei said as he looked at the boy. Daichi's eyes sharpened as he listened. I know, old man. The danger's lurking out in this world. Much more than you. I'm strong, but I'm well aware that I'm still just a big fish in a small pond. Daichi understood better than anyone the threats roaming the world. It was why he trained so often and learned everything he could. He didn't want to draw attention to himself, so he was careful about the way he acted, to the way he spoke. His cautious nature was born from his fear of an early death at the hands of someone who might find out his secret or even just a random enemy he met on his journey. Daichi looked at the old man and spoke. I won't become lazy or let my guard down. Kensei merely nodded. Second lesson. Jinjutsu. Daichi was immediately bombarded with several of the same notifications. Mental intrusion detected. Gamer's mind has neutralized the attack. Seeing that the Jinjutsu attacks failed, Daichi smirked. I could pretend to fall under a Jinjutsu spell, but he would probably see through that. Kensei was bewildered as his illusion techniques failed. My chakra definitely connected with his, but the moment it did, it was flushed out of his body. He didn't look like he consciously disrupted the Jinjutsu attacks. But judging from his grin, he knows he's not affected. Is it possible? Is he immune to Jinjutsu attacks? The more Kensei studied and learned about Daichi, the more intrigued he became. No. He was fooled by the Jinjutsu I weaved into the substitution jutsu. So that means there are some Jinjutsu that affect him. Time to find out his limits. It seems you're somehow negating my illusions. Then we'll skip and go straight to the next one. Ninjutsu. Kinsei weaved hand seals faster than Daichi could keep up. Earth-style mud river. Kinsei spoke as the earth surrounding Daichi turned into a torrent of rushing mud and earth. Wow! Daichi was amazed at the speed with which the earth transformed. His execution of the technique is magnificent. Daichi used chakra to stay on top and not get dragged down and across the ground, but he was only partially successful. Using his chakra strings, he was able to quickly get to safety. He then decided to move away from the flowing terrain. Daichi jumped high and away and was about to land safely on the ground, or so he thought. The moment Daichi's feet touched the ground, it was as if a glass had broken around the ground where he stood. A giant hole appeared and Daichi kept falling into the deep pit. He quickly used chakra strings and attached himself to the walls of the hole, and after several seconds he successfully climbed out. Daichi saw the grinning visage of his grandfather. It seems there is a limitation to your Jinjutsu immunity, Kinsei said, smirking. Daichi was on alert and slightly confused. Looks like he figured out the gamer's mind abilities. Or some of it at least. But what did he mean by limitations? Kinsei didn't give Daichi time to figure it out and quickly attacked. Your enemies won't give you time to figure them out. You need a sharp as well as fast mind. Daichi deflected the punch and sent a swift kick to Kinsei's abdomen. He then quickly went through different hand seals. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Daichi released the fireball directly at Kinsei, but it was doused with a powerful water-style jutsu in seconds. Steam wafted through the air all around the two. Daichi used chakra sense to find Kinsei through the mist. Suddenly, as if he was swallowed by a black void, Daichi was surrounded by blackness. He couldn't hear or see anything. What the hell? Daichi increased his senses and created two shadow clones that covered his back. The three stood back to back. What's going on? I thought Jinjutsu attacks didn't affect me. Suddenly 3 of them were attacked in the darkness. Daichi suffered multiple blows to his head and body, while his clones were dispelled after the first couple of hits. Have you figured it out yet? Kinsei's voice echoed throughout the black void. Since I'm such a good grandfather, I'll give you 10 seconds to figure it out. Then I'll attack again. Wait, what? Daichi's question went unanswered. He was breathing hard and was on one knee from the assault that just took place. 9. Daichi thought as fast as he could. Why? Why did this technique affect me? 8. Daichi thought about the illusion jutsu he was trapped in now and the ones he encountered before. 7. Daichi's brain worked as fast as it could. He discarded several theories, but then one came to mind. Could it be? 6. I think I just figured out a way to get out of this. Just hope it works. Daichi made the ram seal and began gathering his chakra. He closed his eyes and concentrated. 5. Not yet. Not yet. The boy concentrated more and more chakra in his body. If someone could see Daichi, they would see a blue chakra mist covering his entire body. 4. Almost there. Come on. Daichi could feel his tense muscles and coiled up chakra ready to burst. 3. Daichi opened his eyes as he felt his chakra raging beneath his skin. Now. He clapped his hands and released all the compressed and gathered chakra at once. He placed his hands on the ground and let a third of it flow through the earth. The violent burst of chakra broke the illusion, like a glass being shattered. Daichi was breathing hard as he used quite a bit of his reserves. Several notifications popped up, but Daichi ignored them. Crude. Taxing on the body. Inefficient. But effective. Kinsei nonchalantly remarked. So you figured it out, huh? Your weakness. Daichi nodded to the question. I'm immune to Jinjutsu that directly affects me. But I'm not against those placed on the surroundings. Yes. That's right. I was able to take away your sight, sound and smell by placing a Jinjutsu on the terrain. It didn't directly affect your nervous systems, but you were still under its effects. Kinsei answered him. When I fell into that hole earlier. You already made a pit and then covered it with Jinjutsu. Incredible. The foresight to see where I would land and create a trap even before I made the move. I've been playing shogi matches with him for a year now, but not once was I able to beat him. This guy is an incredible tactician. And his awareness of his surroundings and the ability to analyze his opponent. It's scary. So this is what true Umbu ninjas worth their salts are capable of. Daichi narrowed his eyes as looked at the old man and took another deep breath. Yes. You might think of Jinjutsu as a weak field, but you couldn't be further from the truth. The ability to take away the basic senses, that's child's play compared to what a true Jinjutsu master can achieve. Your sense of time, direction, movements, and much more could be altered. So just because you're immune to Jinjutsu that directly affects you doesn't mean you can fight skilled illusion users. Do you understand? Kinsei wanted Daichi to expand his horizons. I understand. Daichi nodded seriously. I found a big gap in my skill. I need to fix it. And preferably before I take the Genin exams. Let's continue. Kinsei and Daichi resumed their fight. But it was more Daichi desperately defending himself for as long as he could and trying his best to wound his enemy. Despite all his level ups and strengths, Daichi was still unable to properly fight back against the might and skills of a former Umbu captain. As time passed, Kinsei showed Daichi what he was capable of. He trapped Daichi by layering the ground and surroundings with Jinjutsu. His ninjutsu forced Daichi to change tactics in the middle of the fight and retreat. And his taijutsu dismantled the boy's meager defenses. Daichi was only strong enough to keep himself from getting seriously injured. But he fought at such an intense pace that Kinsei had to take him seriously. But due to this intensity, Daichi was burning through his chakra and stamina quickly. During the entire fight he was only able to land a few shallow wounds on his grandfather. But even those were ineffective as Kinsei had several medical ninjutsu under his belt. You know medical ninjutsu as well? Daichi was amazed at the skill and techniques his grandfather displayed. Daichi threw several shuriken as his grandfather healed himself. Kinsei expertly dodged or deflected them. Among the ordinary shuriken was one tied with a smoke bomb. The moment it neared Kinsei it exploded, covering the area around him in smoke. Daichi rushed ahead and using his chakra sense he found and attacked Kinsei. The old man parried the dagger in Daichi's hands with his kunai. Both of them pitted their strength against each other. Sparks flew as the dagger and kunai struggled and grinded against each other. Did you really think that would work? No. But this is the only way. As Daichi said this, he suddenly let go of his strength. The sudden change pushed Kinsei onto Daichi and he stabbed the kunai into Daichi's gut. -312. Negative status, bleeding. This took Kinsei by surprise and he was unable to defend against the sneak attack to his abdomen. Daichi held in the pain of the sharp metal stabbed into him and he buried a small knife into Kinsei as well. -268, health points. Enemy hit. Quack dash. Kinsei stepped back as he looked at the bleeding stomach. He couldn't believe his eyes. You deliberately let me stab you so you could injure me as well. The wound was not life-threatening, but it was still serious. Despite the pain he was in, Daichi smirked. You look surprised, old man. You told me to come with the intent to kill. We've been fighting for over 2 hours. And I haven't been able to land a serious injury. Not once. So this was my only way. Kinsei grunted and narrowed his eyes. His palms lit up with green medical jutsu technique and he started healing himself. Bold move. You're right, Daichi. Sometimes you have to sacrifice an arm or a leg to save your life. But remember this. You have to make sure. When you do make that sacrifice, make sure to take the enemy down for good. Kinsei finished healing the wound by the time he was done talking. He disappeared and reappeared in front of the small boy in an instant. Kinsei struck Daichi's right shoulder in 2 places with 2 outstretched fingers. What was that? It didn't hurt at all. Daichi was confused by the attack. At that moment a notification appeared. Negative buff, right arm temporarily paralyzed. Seeing this notification, Daichi tried to move his right arm, but he couldn't. I just struck the nerve bundle in your deltoid. It may not have hurt, but you won't be moving that arm for a while. Time to end this, Kinsei told the boy. Kinsei disappeared from Daichi's vision. The next second all Daichi could see was blackness. Chapter 64, Testing the Mana Skills. "Oh, my head." Daichi groaned as he slowly opened his eyes and became aware of his surroundings. He was laid down on a mat on the porch of his house. "You woke up much faster than I expected." The voice of his grandfather came from near him. Daichi turned around and saw Kinsei in his usual clothes, meditating. Kinsei had changed into a more casual attire during Daichi's forced nap. "How long have I been out?" Daichi asked. "About 20 minutes. Your body is much stronger than normal and you have an abnormally fast recovery speed," the old man said. He didn't move or even open his eyes. His chest slowly rising and falling was the only movement Daichi saw. Daichi then looked at the spot where the knife was stabbed during the end of the battle. He saw smooth clean skin at the place where a bleeding hole should be. It didn't take a genius to figure out what happened. "You healed me." "Yes, I did. It wasn't a critical wound. Now get freshened up and come down. We have much work to do." Hearing his grandfather's words, Daichi got up and went to his room. He saw the system messages piled up on the side and he started going through them one by one. Skill Leaf Academy Taijutsu's level has risen by 1. Skill Shuriken Jutsu's level has risen by 1. X2. Skill Physical Endurance's level has risen by 1. Skill Strong Hits level has risen by 1. Skill Chakra Threads level has risen by 1. X2. Skill Danger Senses level has risen by 1. Skill Chakra Enhancements level has risen by 1. X3. Skill Chakra Flows level has risen by 1. X2. Quest Battle Kinsei Usagi completed. Rewards: 20,000 EXP. New skill, Demonic Illusion, False Surroundings Technique. Reputation increases with Kinsei Usagi. Seems a few of my skills have leveled up. Looks like I didn't get the bonus rewards. But I suppose successfully completing this quest is enough for now. Daichi clicked on the new reward skill. Demonic Illusion, False Surroundings Technique. Active, LV.1 A simple illusion technique that alters the appearance of a nearby object or surroundings. Rank, C. Type, Genjutsu. Hand seals, rat, monkey, horse, hare. Chakra points cost, 210 chakra points. Note, the range of this technique can vary from short to long depending on the user's chakra control and proficiency. A Genjutsu and one that places an illusion on the surroundings according to the caster's wishes. Something tells me that's going to come in handy one day. Daichi reached his room and stripped down. He found that his clothes had been torn up and there were small bloodstains in several places. Discarding the rags, he went to take a shower. His mind was still on the fight even as the cold water cascaded down his body. The old man had a counterattack for everything I threw at him. The chakra strings I used to tie him up were cut apart with chakra-coated kunai. His shuriken jutsu was so skilled that I was never able to land a solid hit on him. And his taijutsu. For an old guy who lost a leg, he sure can put up a fight. Every strategy one used was useless. Daichi sighed as he recalled the scenes of his beatdown. So this is what experienced Jonin and Umbu are capable of, The dungeon ninjas I fought till now are nothing compared to the old man. Daichi finished his shower and got dressed. He went downstairs and had some food and walked outside. Kinsei was still meditating when Daichi came outside. He opened his eyes when the boy sat next to him. You are far ahead of your peers. Of that there is no doubt. But you have much to learn. And there is time for that, Daichi. You can utilize the time in the academy to broaden your knowledge and experience. It will help you on your journey. Kinsei said, looking at the pond in their backyard. Daichi nodded slightly. Daichi remained quiet for a while and then asked a question. That medical ninjutsu you used. Was it the only one you know, or were you a medic nin at some point? I know a few medic jutsu, but no. I wasn't a medic ninja. During the First and Second World War, the Umbu were in charge of many important operations. And only the most skilled got accepted. So losing even one was a blow to the village. Those of us who had the talent for it and excellent chakra control all learned a few life-saving jutsus. Kinsei replied. He looked at Daichi and asked, Are you interested in the field? Yes. I have a few ideas, and now seeing their usefulness in a fight, I want to learn it more than ever. Kinsei hummed, hearing the boy's answer. Complete your chakra control training. That will be your focus this year. Then maybe in your 3rd or 4th year, I'll introduce you to someone I know who can teach you some medical ninjutsu. He said to Daichi. Daichi nodded, and he had a pensive look on his face. What is it? Kinsei asked. It's about Jinjutsu. I'm a bit confused. I thought Daichi began, but Kinsei interrupted him. Daichi! What do you know about Jinjutsu? They are illusions. When a ninja controls the chakra flow of a target's cerebral nervous system and affects their senses, Jinjutsu is created. People use this to confuse the senses of their enemies and trick their body into thinking it's in pain when it's not. We essentially influence the senses and control what the target sees and feels. Daichi gave the reply. Yes. You just described the broad interpretation of Jinjutsu, but it's much more than that. What you just described falls under one of the 3 main categories of this art. Daichi, based on my understanding, you are immune to most Jinjutsu, but not for some. I'll start you on Jinjutsu training when you begin your training in medical ninjutsu. I'll give you a thorough explanation about Jinjutsu at that time. I understand. Daichi nodded and got up. I'm going for a walk around the village. Kinsei nodded and went back to his meditation. Daichi left the house and slowly walked along the village road. His fight with Kinsei opened his eyes to many of his weaknesses. During the blackout Jinjutsu, even though I used chakra sense, I couldn't find him. He was able to mask his chakra and attack me. All the points he struck on my body could have been lethal if he wanted to. So how do I find someone who can mask their chakra? This was one of the many new problems Daichi faced. As he walked along the road, he saw a large tree nearby with birds and some squirrels scurrying about. Daichi used the chakra sense skill and was able to locate the birds and small animals around the area. These creatures can't hide chakra. It's why I was able to find them. It needs to be the case for humans too if I want to successfully track them. I need to find an aspect of a person that they can't hide. So what can humans hide? As Daichi pondered on this question, an idea came to his mind. Mana. Is that the answer? Mana is an energy produced by an intelligent mind. But right now only I can use mana, and my theory is Adamagai could use it too. But what about everyone else? Is it possible to sense the mind of a person with mana? Daichi got near the tree and looked at the creatures. He wanted to test his theory. Daichi used the mana in the same manner as he used the chakra sense skill. His goal was to sense the animals near him. He closed his eyes and concentrated. I know the description said an intelligent mind, but these creatures, even though not as smart as humans, still have some intelligence. So would it work on them? As Daichi focused on the birds near him, after several seconds he suddenly felt a spark of something. His eyes suddenly opened wide and he smiled. It works. I felt something. It was small. Barely there, but it's something. And the birds don't seem to notice anything. Time to test it on a person. I hope there's no negative effects. Daichi made his way to the village market. He casually walked around as if he was looking to buy something. Daichi concentrated his mana once again, and this time the effects were magnified. He could sense every person within a certain range. And some felt stronger while some felt weaker. I knew it. My hypothesis was right. Mana is an energy similar to brain waves, but only an exceptionally intelligent mind or someone like me who has an affinity and the gamer's ability can use it. But that doesn't mean it's limited to people like me. Everyone's mind produces small amounts of mana. The difference is they can't sense or use it. Right then a new skill notification popped up. Through continuously concentrating mana to sense the presence of intelligent creatures, the skill Mana Scout has been created. Mana Scout, passive or active, LV.01. All minds produce some minuscule amount of mana energy. This skill allows the user to sense the presence of an intelligent mind. Effects: 10 meters, current maximum range. Plus 2% location accuracy. Mana points cost: 15 mana points per 2 meters. Wow! Daichi looked at the skill and was excited. Time to level this baby up. Daichi started using the skill as he went around and bought some items. He was testing the limitations and usage of the skill. So with this right now I can tell that someone is near me but not the exact location. But increasing the skill would increase the location accuracy. So that's taken care of. And another thing I'm noticing is that some people's mana are a bit stronger than the others. Daichi walked around and near a few chunin buying groceries. He noticed that the mana he was sensing from them were slightly stronger than the civilians. It must be because of their strong mental constitution. The last thing Daichi sensed was the amount of mana energy they produced. It's only a fraction of mine. So all of them have mana energy, but since it's only a small amount and therefore not usable, it's probably why their mana points don't show up on my observation info. At least that's my theory. There was one more jutsu Daichi had in mind to test. It was also a mana skill. He recalled the details of the skill. Mana Puppetry Active, LV01. This skill allows the user to control various animals and humans with mental commands. Mana is used to implant suggestions or orders into the target's mind, and the user can control them as they see fit. Since this skill is mana-based, chakra defenses and seals will be useless against it. Note: at the current level you can only implant a suggestion into human targets and your mental strength is not strong enough to control them. With training and at higher levels this limitation can be removed. Effects: can implant suggestions into a target's mind. Mana points cost: 800 per target. At the moment I only have a little over 4,000 mana points. And the skill costs 800 mana points. It says per target and not per command or suggestions. Does that mean a certain target will only need 800 mana points to implant suggestions? Or is there some sort of time limit? Daichi walked to a nearby fruit seller. He wanted to test the range and limitations of this skill as well. He picked a young man as his first test subject. The man was buying some apples from the fruit vendor. Daichi concentrated on his mana and tried to implant a certain suggestion. Don't buy the apples. Buy some oranges. It'll be good for you. The mana Daichi used connected with the young man. Daichi could feel that his suggestion was successfully implanted. A new notification appeared. Target has accepted the suggestion. Hey. On second thought, I don't want the apples. Can you wrap up the oranges for me? I'll buy the apples another time. Daichi heard the customer change his decision and he became ecstatic, but he kept himself under control with a calm and cool face. Time to test the limits. If I give another suggestion to the same person, will this skill cost me another 800 MP? I also need to test the range of this skill. And let's up the ante this time. Daichi walked a few feet away from the stall and concentrated on his mana. He then concentrated on the same person and gave another suggestion. Swipe an apple while he's not looking. Daichi wanted to know if the target would accept a suggestion that had some risks. It was why he gave the man such a task. A notification popped up again. Target has accepted the suggestion. Daichi discreetly looked at the guy. He saw the man looking around trying to see if anyone was noticing him. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, the man swiped the apple nearest to him and put it in his pocket. Daichi was amazed at the implications. Wow! With enough level ups this could be one hell of an OP skill. And my mana hasn't decreased. So does that mean I don't have to pay the mana cost when I implant suggestions on the same person? Or is there a time limit? One more. And this is the big one. Take the small knife in front of you and cut his hand. A small slash. Daichi once again increased the danger of the suggestion and wanted to see the results. Daichi decided long ago that while he wouldn't be a monster, he wouldn't be a saint either. This balance was his way to cope with this world and its dangers. It would be a small wound and would be healed in a few days. But let's see if he would do it. Target has rejected the suggestion. Daichi saw the man looking at the knife and slightly shaking his head. He bought his items and quickly left the place. Daichi was in thought as he saw the results. So if the danger is too high or the suggestion is too absurd, then the target would come to a rational decision and reject my suggestion. But they will accept if the suggestions are within acceptable parameters of difficulty. It's almost like I'm a little devil whispering in their ear. Daichi chuckled to himself at the thought. He continued walking around the village testing and leveling both of the mana skills. He spent his days training these skills mainly. Daichi decided he would start on the Rasengan at the start of the 3rd year. The holidays passed with Daichi sometimes hanging out with Shikamaru, Naruto, and the gang. But he focused on his training, and soon March 28th his birthday came up. He kept it a secret from his classmates due to not wanting to be bothered with a party. Days passed and soon it was April 1st. The 3rd year of Daichi's academy begins. Chapter 65, 3rd year and a new teacher. April 1st, Monday. It was early morning of April 1st, Daichi was getting ready for the day. Just as he finished putting on his clothes, his long-term quest was updated. Ongoing quest path to the strongest updated. About time. Tasks to complete this year have been updated. Training clothes in your inventory have been modified. Wear them when completing the daily quests. Conditions. Complete 200 push UPS, daily. Complete 200 squats, daily. Complete 200 punches, daily. Run 20 kilometers, daily. Complete at least one dungeon before the end of this academic year. Take the top spot in your class. Learn advanced chakra control techniques. Rewards. Status recovery, daily. Random reward, weekly. +3 stat points, weekly. Special reward for clearing a dungeon. Additional rewards for each extra dungeon cleared. New skill for successfully learning chakra control techniques. Failure. -5 stat points. Penalty dungeon. Death. Accept, yes or no. It seems I'll have to spend a little bit more time on my morning workouts. And it looks like the system has increased the weight of the training gear. Weighted training clothes, rare item, rank C. A training gear created by the system to help the player. Consists of clothing garments that can be worn under the dress. Made from some of the most durable materials for withstanding intense training and designed to provide comfort and aesthetic appeal to the wearer. The clothes are black in color with several red intricate patterns on them. Consists of 2 leg warmers to be worn below the knee and 2 arm sleeves to be worn below the elbow. Each weighing exactly 2 kilograms. Consists of 1 undershirt and 1 trouser to be worn under the clothes. Each weighing exactly 6 kilograms. Looks like learning chakra control techniques is the theme this year. How convenient. So a total of 20 kilos, huh? Nothing I can't handle anyway. No time to waste then. Daichi wore his new training clothes and started his workout. Ninja Academy. Daichi was walking to his new classroom. As he reached, he heard a commotion coming from inside. Several people were arguing. Daichi recognized that one of the voices belonged to Naruto. What the heck is going on in there? Daichi slid the door open and entered the room. As he stepped inside, he saw Naruto standing in front of Hinata as if protecting her. He looked ahead and saw the 3 class jerks, as Daichi called them in his mind, antagonizing Naruto and making fun of Hinata. The three were Hibachi, Unagi, and Inji. Daichi looked around and found that most of the other future rookies were absent. "Leave her alone. She didn't do anything to you," Naruto said as he stood in front of the girl. Daichi couldn't help but smile as he saw the scene. Never change, Naruto. Time to step in before it escalates. "Morning, Naruto." "Hinata." Daichi greeted them as he stood beside them. "Daichi." Naruto was excited to see him after the break. Hello, Daichi." Hinata quietly greeted him as well. "Get lost, Daichi. This has nothing to do with you," Hibachi said with a glare. "Yeah. About that. You picked a fight with my friend, so I can't exactly just walk away," Daichi said with a nonchalant smile. The three class bullies looked angry hearing this, but they knew they couldn't beat Daichi. It was at that moment they heard several other voices joining their conversation. "Man, how troublesome. Do you really have to do this on the first day?" The grown sleepy voice belonging to the Shikamaru reached their ears. "Hey Naruto, Daichi. Looks like you guys are having some fun. Mind if I join?" Kiba walked up to them with a smile and looked at the three kids. Ino, Sakura, and Choji also came near them. Seeing that they were outnumbered, Hibachi and his gang left them without another word. "Morning, guys. How was your holiday?" Daichi turned around and asked his friends. "It was fun. But you would know that if you had shown up." It was Kiba who said it. "Sorry. I was a little busy with some stuff," Daichi replied with a sheepish smile. "Let me guess. Training," Naruto said with his hands on his hips. Daichi had a sly smile in response. Naruto and the others collectively sighed hearing the predictable answer. "Let's just get to our seats before Daikoku-sensei shows up," Shikamaru said and went to his seat. Choji followed him. "Hey Hinata, come sit with us." Ino and Sakura grabbed the Hyuga girl and went to their spot. Daichi, Kiba, and Naruto went to their places as well. A few minutes later the bell rang and the doors slid open. A Chunin instructor who was not Daikoku Ino walked into the room. Most of the class was surprised and didn't know who it was, but Daichi knew. And he was excited to finally meet him. The Chunin was a man of average height and build. He had brown hair which he tied and kept in a ponytail and had a scar across the bridge of his nose. He was wearing the standard Leaf Village ninja outfit complete with flak jacket and sandals. Irika Umino. Finally! So this is when he becomes Naruto's teacher. I remember that in the anime things happened a bit differently. I guess my presence has changed some things. Daichi quickly used his observed skill on him. LV.54 Irika Umino. Age, 17. Health points, 5006. Chakra points, 4228. Irika Umino is a Chunin of the Leaf Village. He spent several years in the field before joining the academy last year as its teacher. He is a soft-hearted individual who is fond of teaching. He is proficient in all forms of basic ninja skills as well as some barrier ninjutsu. His primary chakra nature is fire, but he is capable of using water and Yin chakra natures as well. Despite losing his parents in the nine-tailed fox's attack, he still maintains a positive outlook on life. Inspired by the third Hokage's wisdom, Irika decided to become a teacher to pass on the will of fire to the next generation. Irika walked to the podium and looked at the class. He had a wide smile on his face as he looked at his new students. "Good morning, class. Let me introduce myself. My name is Irika Umino. Starting today, I'll be your new homeroom teacher. So from now on you can call me Irika-sensei. Ichiraku ramen is my favorite food. And I enjoy spending time at the hot springs and reading good books. I love being a teacher and I look forward to getting to know you all. Alright, now that you know about me, it's your turn. Let's begin the introductions." At this moment Ino raised her hand. Excuse me, Irika-sensei. What happened to Daikoku-sensei?" Irika kept the same smile on his face, but only Shikamaru, Daichi and Sasuke noticed the slight strain that accompanied that smile. Daikoku-sensei was transferred to another class. Any other questions? Seeing that the students were quiet, Irika asked each of them to introduce themselves. When it was Naruto's turn, the smile on Irika's face dimmed. Naruto boisterously introduced himself as if he didn't notice the new teacher's dislike of him. Seeing Irika's face, Shikamaru's eyes narrowed. Great! Another teacher that doesn't like Naruto. The Uchiha massacre will soon happen. The story didn't specify the exact date, but if I'm right it should be happening this month. I thought about several ways I could warn the Hokage, but after thinking things through it wouldn't have changed anything and any information leak would only bring me into the line of fire. I can't save the clan. And Ren and his family will die. Daichi's fists clenched under the table as he thought about the little baby girl Ryo dying because of the machinations of people she never even met. I need to keep an eye on Sasuke. If I remember right, then an agent of Danzo delays Sasuke at the academy the day of the massacre. It was to give Itachi time to complete his mission. So then I'll be able to figure out when the tragedy takes place if I keep an eye on him. The day quickly passed without much happening. During Daichi's walk home he saw some Uchiha clansmen glaring at the people as they walked by. The tension between the village and the clan is increasing. And looks like the clan will be making their move soon. Daichi reached home after a few minutes and he saw a Genin team at the front of his house handing a scroll to his grandfather. They left once they completed the mission. It must have been some sort of D-rank delivery mission. Daichi concluded. Kensei opened the scroll and was reading the contents as Daichi came inside. What's that, Gramps? It's a letter from an old friend. He lives in the capital. Apparently he wants to meet for a reunion. Kensei said as he looked at the scroll. So when is he coming? Daichi was curious about Kensei's friends. The old man doesn't talk about them much. He won't be coming here but has invited me to his home in the capital. Are you going? Daichi asked. Yes. He's an old friend and it's been a long time since I last saw him. Looks like I'll be taking a trip out of the village again. How long will you be gone? I'll leave tomorrow and be back in about a week. Kensei answered and both of them relaxed in the backyard of the house. Daichi did some light training while Kensei asked about his day at the academy. The next day Kensei left for the capital just as Daichi left for the academy. Daichi reached the classroom and saw that Naruto and Kiba were near Shino talking about the beetles. Naruto wanted to prank the girls with the small beetles while Shino protested. Daichi looked around and saw Hinata smiling as she talked with Ino and Sakura. Looks like the Rookie 6 just increased to Rookie 8. Now if only the resident emo would join them. It'll truly be a geek's dream come true to see them together. Daichi chuckled to himself at the thought and walked to his seat. Days passed by with nothing out of the ordinary happening. Daichi kept an eye on Sasuke to figure out the date of the massacre. With each passing day Daichi was becoming slightly more and more anxious. But he hid his feelings so as to not arouse any suspicion. It was Friday, the last day of their first week. The day's classes just got done and Daichi was walking through the hallways. The evening rays were shining down through the windows as he walked the empty hallway. At that moment a quest suddenly appeared. The sudden emergence of the quest surprised Daichi. He looked at the contents and was shocked. The Uchiha massacre. It's happening. Quest created Rescue Ryo Uchiha. Itachi has decided to kill the Uchiha clan. Successfully rescue Ryo Uchiha before she is killed. Time limit, 1.5 hours. Rewards: 12,000 EXP. Reputation increases with Iko Hikara and Kensei Isagi. Reputation increases with Ren Uchiha and Kimiko Uchiha. Failure, death. Death of Kensei Isagi and Ryo Uchiha. Reputation decreases with everyone. Warning: successfully completing this quest will create a ripple effect and will have unknown consequences in the future. Accept, yes or no. Daichi knew that accepting this mission would be dangerous. If anything happened then not only him but Kensei would also die as well. At that moment another quest popped up. Alternate quest. Quest created, follow the root agents. Danzo Shimura has assigned 3 root agents to watch the Uchiha compound and make sure Itachi completes his mission. They are also assigned with the secondary mission of collecting Sharingan eyes. Find one of the agents and follow him back to the base and steal a Sharingan. Rewards: 15,000 EXP. Uchiha Bloodline. Failure: death or conscripted into the root Umbu. Death of Kensei Isagi. Reputation decreases with everyone. Warning: successfully completing this quest will create a ripple effect and will have unknown consequences in the future. Accept, yes or no. Note: player can only accept one quest. Chapter 66, Uchiha Clan Massacre. Itachi remembered his graduation day as if it was just yesterday. He remembered walking out of the schoolyard and seeing his family waiting for him at the gates. It should have been easy. Become a ninja. Work with the team and impress the village. Complete enough missions and quickly become a chunin and become strong enough to change the villagers' opinion about my clan. But it didn't happen. Everything changed that day. It was on that graduation day that I met him. Itachi remembered his first meeting with the man he would later work for and come to despise. After the graduation, Itachi was about to walk over to his family and greet them, but someone got in his way. A man clad in black robes with the right side of his face covered in bandages. His single eye bore into Itachi as if he was peering down on his very soul. "Itachi Uchiha, I presume," the man said. Itachi met his gaze without flinching and simply nodded his head. "Those lines. The ones running down from your eyes to the cheeks. Do you know what they represent?" the man asked cryptically. "No." Itachi shook his head. "They are called chaos lines. They represent bad luck. Those who have it. It is said that death and destruction follow them till the end. Absolute chaos." Itachi couldn't understand what this man's intentions were. "Who is he? Everyone here has said that you are the most talented genius to ever enter the academy. So I have a question for you. Will you indulge me?" Itachi stayed silent and waited for the man to speak. 10 people were forced to abandon their sinking ship. They soon made it to an island. 9 were healthy, but 1 caught a deadly infectious disease. If allowed to live, he will infect the other 9 and they will all die. If you were the captain of the crew, what would you do? What choice would you make? Itachi didn't understand why the man would ask such a question, but he had an answer and he responded with simple words. In this scenario, the man who got sick is destined to die. If I were the captain, my priority would be saving as many lives as possible. I would choose to save the lives of the 9 healthy crew. Itachi answered. What would you do? The man pushed for a concrete answer. I would kill the 1 and save the lives of 9. Itachi answered him without hesitation. Hearing the answer of the child, a smile crossed the man's face. Bold. And a clear, obvious solution. I look forward to meeting you again. Itachi Uchiha. He almost whispered the last part as he passed the boy. Itachi didn't understand then, but he knew there was malice in his voice. Hidden, buried deep. But still prevalent for him to hear. As the man walked away, his family came rushing over. His father had an unusually serious expression on his face. What did he say? Nothing important. At the vague answer, Fugaku turned to Itachi. Is that so? Who is he? Itachi was curious about the man who would have such a dark aura. That was Danzo Shimura. He is the right-hand man of the 3rd Hokage. An ominous tone lurked in Fugaku's voice as he answered his son's question. They are called chaos lines. They represent bad luck. Those who have it. It is said that death and destruction follow them till the end. Absolute chaos. The words Danzo Shimura said to him were like sharp blades and pierced his young heart. He stared at the man's retreating back until it disappeared. Itachi's memories took him to his Jonin days. A talentless and spiteful Jonin instructor Minazuki Yuki, a jealous teammate Izumo Tenma, and an ordinary talentless girl Inari Shinko. Despite having to put up with a problematic team, Itachi completed his missions perfectly. As he completed more and more missions, the attention of the higher-ups were drawn to him. Even though he was only 7 years old, his abilities were on par with the average Chunin. So in order to test him, his team was assigned a mission normal Jonin teams wouldn't have been allowed. The mission to eliminate a spy. It was shortly after the attempted kidnapping of Hinata Hyuga. Due to the hostile situation between the Leaf and the Cloud villages and the urgency of the situation, the Umbu and Ki ninjas were deployed to critical areas and were on standby in the event that a fight broke out. It was during this time the Leaf discovered the existence of the Stone Spy. A spy disguised as a vegetable seller. The mission was accomplished smoothly despite some small troubles from his teammate Tenma. The higher-ups were impressed with Itachi's method and execution of the mission. Shortly after that, his father made him attend the secret clan gatherings. Itachi could feel the air of unrest and malice. He looked around and saw his friend Shisui. Shisui looked at the younger Uchiha and smiled. That smile held an inconceivable amount of sadness. Itachi smiled back as if to convey that he felt the same as the older boy. The meeting proceeded with topics regarding raising concerns with the clan compound's placement and the military police duties. Many were divided on how to proceed. Itachi wasn't accustomed to the intense atmosphere and the clan's evil intent that hung in the air. Caw. Itachi took a deep breath and opened his eyes as he heard the sound of his crow. He raised his arm and it landed on him. I saw it that day. Their dissatisfaction with the village and its policies. But it was still only in the beginning stages. Some wanted to show force to the village while some wanted to proceed peacefully. And then there were those that weren't sure what side to choose. He looked into the crow's Sharingan eye and then remembered one of the most important events that happened in his life. The day he awakened his Sharingan. A year passed with Itachi completing normal Jonin missions. Even with his team's hostility towards each other, they somehow managed to complete missions without much problems. Despite being leagues ahead of his team in skill and judgment, they still were not allowed to participate in the Chunin exams. It was during that time they were given the mission to guard the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The daimyo of the Land of Fire visited the Leaf Village annually. Even during the Great War. A regular important event for both sides. Although the village resided in the Land of Fire, it had an independent government with the Hokage on top. Officially, even though the daimyo was positioned higher than the Hokage, the military strength of the village rested in the Kage's hands. Thus the relationship between the Leaf Village and the Land of Fire was one of equal alliance. And so both the daimyo and the Hokage would meet every year to maintain this symbiotic relationship. Itachi remembered the mission debrief. So we're the ones guarding him? His teammate Tenma asked the Jonin instructor. Yes. Officially it's us. But there are also the daimyo's own personal guards. The 12 guardian ninjas. Not to mention another 4-man Umbu team keeping an eye on everything from the shadows. So we're basically just for normal protocol. Yeah. Now that the war is over, this kind of mission is safe even for you three. We'll meet here tomorrow morning at 4. Don't be late. Yuki parted saying those words. The next day the mission began as normal. They were on the main road that led from the capital to the Leaf Village. Half a day passed and everything was going smoothly. It was until the team saw a mysterious man with a strange mask walking towards them. He looked non-threatening to everyone on the team except for Itachi. His team decided to engage the person, but they were immediately caught in Jinjutsu. Itachi escaped before the illusion could take effect, and his teammate Tenma was capable in the Jinjutsu arts, so he was able to break free as well. Misjudging his and his opponent's strength, Tenma attacked and got himself killed. A ninja who cannot assess a situation will get themselves killed. The man pierced Tenma's torso and ended his life. He looked at Itachi and spoke. It seems you're not a fool who recklessly charges ahead. Good. That's very good, Itachi Uchiha. How do you know my name? I know everything about the Uchihas. The boy felt like prey in the jaws of a predator at that moment. Before the masked man could kill him, Umbu appeared and saved his life. Itachi remembered the death of his teammate and the encounter with the masked man. The reason I awakened my Sharingan and the day I met Madara Uchiha. Due to the threat of the unknown ninja, the visit was postponed. Faced with the cruel reality of the ninja world, Itachi's teammate Shinko quit being a ninja and opened a tea stall. Days passed with Itachi completing the missions with just his Jonin instructor Yuki. He trained and sharpened his skills with Shursui and waited for the day he could take the Chunin exams. He recalled the day his father gave him the news. Lord Hokage called me to talk about you. Fugaku said. What's it about? The village officials have decided that you are capable and he has decided to let you participate in the coming Chunin exams. The other examinees will be in teams, so you taking the exam on your own will put you in a tough spot. I told him you would be ready. Fugaku looked into his eyes as those words came out of his mouth. Thank you, father. Itachi was pleased he was given the chance to move up the ranks. The Chunin exam came and he scored the highest marks in the exam. Second highest marks in the history of the written test, only behind Minato Namikaze. It was the same for the second test as well. A new record of 5 hours and 37 minutes to complete the mission through the Forest of Death. His performance throughout the exams impressed everyone and he successfully became a Chunin. How long are you going to sit there and reminisce? The familiar voice of his soon-to-be accomplice in massacring the clan came from the shadows and brought the young Uchiha out of his thoughts. Itachi didn't answer him or even acknowledge his presence and simply looked on ahead. They stayed in silence as the sound of rushing water flowed from beneath the cliff. Itachi felt the chakra disappear and looked up at the sky. In just 5 months after becoming Chunin, the door to the Umbu organization was open for me. Danzo was the one who made it possible. I didn't know his endgame until it was too late. Itachi remembered the second meeting he had with the man. There is resistance from several above at having an Uchiha member join the Umbu. So in order to show that you are capable and to quell the resistance, you will need some sort of an achievement. Itachi looked up at the man half covered in the shadows. Do you mean completing a mission? Yes. I'll give you a mission. Complete it and your position in Umbu is secure. I'll allow you to choose one team member of your choice for this task. Danzo revealed no emotion as he laid out the details of the mission. The assassination mission of Mukai Kohinata. An Umbu-turned spy who sold secrets to the Mist Ninjas. A talented, powerful opponent. If it wasn't for Shursui and his hidden Mangekyo Sharingan, he'd have killed us. The mission was a success and I was put on Team Ro, Kakashi's team. Friend killer. That's what those who were jealous of him called him behind his back. When Shursui and I were trying to complete the Mukai mission, we had one goal in mind. I was supposed to climb up the rank and become Hokage while he would become a strong Jonin. We would become the bridge between the village and the clan. And it would be just the start. Once the village was united, I would strengthen the relationships with all the villages. No more wars and pointless deaths. I could spend time with my brother. Teach him like I've always wanted. I had so many dreams. A single drop of tear fell down his cheeks. Itachi closed his eyes and exhaled. Itachi thought about the secret meeting he attended after becoming Umbu. All the Uchiha gathered, focusing on his father. We have tolerated the attitude of the village all this time. No more. We will take advantage of Itachi's entry into Umbu and we will launch a coup d'etat. Itachi! Fugaku turned to his son. Your objective is to investigate the village and report back to us. Itachi knew right then what his father was asking him to do. A spy. Just like Mukai. Chapter 68, Itachi's Decision. Itachi was in shock. He couldn't believe what his father and his clan were asking him to do. Now we have a pipeline connecting our clan to the center of the village. Itachi! The information and advantage you bring us are the key to our clan's future. Don't forget that. Every clan member was looking at him. their eyes red and the Sharingan blazing in the dark. The memories of that meeting vanished from the forefront of his mind and were replaced with his meeting with Danzo shortly after joining Umbu. So you're part of Team Ro, huh? With team leader Kakashi Hatake. Danzo mused as he looked over the papers. He is a powerful ninja. Do you know what the most important aspect of an Umbu is? The root commander asked Itachi. Before even waiting for Itachi's reply, he answered. It's darkness. The darkness of the heart. Without it you won't survive being Umbu. And when I look at you, I can tell. You have plenty of darkness inside you. Itachi just remained silent as he listened to those words. Itachi's mind went through the several missions he undertook as an Umbu. Some were assassination missions while others were simple like guarding the Hokage. But there was one mission he wasn't prepared for and it took him by shock. He remembered that day so clearly. In the basement of the Umbu building several monitors were fixed together. All the screens with pictures of the Uchiha clan compound. Kakashi stood beside him. The Nine Tails attack on our village. The officials suspect an Uchiha involvement. They didn't just isolate the clan compound to the edge of the village. They decided to monitor the movements of the Uchiha at all times. Itachi stood still as he watched his Umbu comrades controlling the screens with various buttons. There's no way I can tell the clan about this. If they found out that they were being monitored every second of the day, it would amplify their rage and it would be the tipping point. Now that you're Umbu, this will be one of your tasks. Kakashi's voice reached his ears. You're ordering me to spy on my clan? Hearing Itachi's question, an Umbu member watching the monitor answered. A mission is a mission. Your clan summoned the Nine Tails. So they are now under investigation. Accept it, newbie. He could never forget that day. It was difficult, but I did it. And that was also when I found out the existence of the masked man. Ever since he killed Tenma, I've tried to find out who he is. I met with all the men in the clan and no one had his chakra aura or voice. I also became sure that there was no one in the clan who could control space-time ninjutsu like that. So I concluded that this masked man was an outsider. An Uchiha who has left the clan. And I was right. Itachi investigated the identity of the masked man through several means. He concluded that it was an Uchiha and not someone who stole a Sharingan. After going through several theories and discarding the least likely, he had a suspect in mind. Itachi went through several documents in the archives to confirm his suspicion. None of these records verify the death of Madara Uchiha. It only says he died in battle with the first Hokage, but there is no other proof. Not the body or the Sharingan was brought back, there's nothing. That masked ninja. I've never encountered a ninja with such an overwhelming chakra and presence. Is it possible? Is he? He kept his suspicion to himself. Weeks passed with his time in the Umbu. It was during this time that Danzo had called him and asked him to report on the clan meetings. I need you to report to me the details of the clan meetings. If things progress as they have, then there will be chaos for everyone. Itachi hated it, but he agreed with the man. So from that day he started reporting the ongoings of the meetings to Danzo. Soon after that, the day came when Fugaku was discussing the various strategies to be used for the coup. We need to make a detailed list of all the people ready to participate in the plan. Our assassination and attack targets and the invasion routes must be precise. If any of you have any thoughts, feel free to speak your mind. Fugaku stopped as he looked at everyone. Itachi protested against the radical methods at the meeting, and this earned him the ire of several members. Mainly Ishiro, Inabi, and Tekka. Whose side are you on, Itachi? Who's your ally? The village or the clan? Itachi looked at everyone present and answered. Isn't it obvious? I'm Itachi of the Uchiha clan. Itachi recalled Yashiro's angry roar in the Naka Shrine meeting. They didn't believe me. It wasn't long before they made their move. And they used my friend to do their dirty work. The three tasked Shisui to spy on Itachi. It was midnight. Shisui had asked him to come to the cliff. During his time in Umbu, Itachi had memorized the position and angles of the cameras watching them. He devised a path that allowed him to move without being caught on the cameras. Itachi reached the location in a short while. "Forgive me for making you wait." "Don't worry. I just got here too," Shisui said with a small smile. Seeing his friend's face, Itachi became concerned. "What's wrong, Shisui?" "There's something I have to tell you. The clan suspects you of being a traitor." "I know. I already figured." "That's not all. They've ordered me to monitor your actions and movements." "What?" Itachi was shocked at the notion. "I can't believe Father would." "It wasn't Lord Fugaku," Shisui answered as if reading Itachi's mind. "It was the 3 officials from the military police. Yashiro, Tekka, and Inabi." "I see. Don't worry. I'll make something up and report to them. You can relax." Itachi trusted his friend's words. Both of them stood in silence for a few seconds. "If tomorrow's meeting goes as planned, then we won't be able to stop the coup," Shisui said to him. "So what do we do?" "I have a plan. I'm going to use my Mangekyo Sharingan on Lord Fugaku and trap him in my Jinjutsu." Itachi remembered the plan. He would be absent from the meeting and Shisui would use his powerful Jinjutsu on his father and stop the plan. Shisui described the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan and Itachi believed it would work. So he trusted in his friend and waited for the day. "I had an argument with Father the night before the meeting. I was adamant that I wouldn't attend and he was furious. It was then that Sasuke woke up and came near the room. I used him as a shield so Father would drop the argument." That look in Sasuke's eyes that night. Was it jealousy? It doesn't matter now. By tomorrow the only emotions he would feel towards me are anger and hatred. Memories of him waiting on the cliff for Shisui came. He had many thoughts in mind at that time. What would we do once Father was brought down? How would we proceed? As he thought about what the future would bring him, he sensed the chakra of his friend appearing behind him. "It's too early for him to be here." Itachi turned around and looked at his friend. "Sorry, Itachi. I failed." Blood ran down from Shisui's closed right eye. He slowly walked past Itachi and stood near the cliff. "What happened to your eye?" "Danzo. Danzo happened." Shisui turned to Itachi and looked with his single eye. Itachi, his friend looked weak. Like he had given up. "No, don't say it. Please don't say it." Itachi desperately pleaded in his heart. He didn't want to hear the words he knew his friend was going to say. "It looks like there's no way to stop the coup. If the Leaf starts fighting itself, then the other countries would take action and use the opportunity to attack us. It'll start another war." Itachi stood petrified as he heard those words. Unaware of his friend's inner turmoil, Shisui continued. "Just when I was about to use Kodo Amatsukumi and stop the coup, Danzo interfered. He stole my right eye. He doesn't trust me. Danzo intends to protect the village his way, no matter what he has to do." As he heard those words, Itachi felt a chill run down his spine. A man embodied in darkness. "He's after my left eye. Before he gets it, I'll leave it in your hands." His friend took out his eye and gave it to him. "You're my best friend. You're the only one I trust with this mission. Protect the village, and the Uchiha name. I'm counting on you. Itachi." Those were his last words before he jumped into the river. Itachi opened his eyes and looked at the slowly setting sun. His 3 Tomo Sharingan spinning and forming into a pinwheel. "I failed you. I couldn't stop them." Itachi thought about the rest of the events that took place. Shisui's death temporarily halted the coup d'etat plans. The clan was banking on Shisui's strength to take out difficult targets including the Hokage. And with his death they had to stall and recalculate their battle plan. Itachi then thought about Sasuke. He didn't speak with his brother often those days. Even now, his interactions with his brother were far less than he'd like. But he did see him train. Train much harder and longer than before. It came as a surprise to me that there was someone who was strong enough to beat Sasuke and take first place. But it seems that motivated Sasuke to train harder and get stronger. Itachi remembered the confrontation that took place with the 3 clan members during that time. When Yashiro, Inabi, and Tekka accused him of being a traitor and killing his friend, Itachi lost his cool. He thoroughly destroyed them within seconds with minimal effort. He only stopped because of his little brother's scream. If it wasn't for Sasuke's sake, I would have killed them then and there. I can't believe Shisui sacrificed his life for people like them. He worked tirelessly to find a way to save them till the end. And yet, everyone still decided to go down the path of destruction. This clan, it isn't worth saving. Itachi confronted Danzo a few days after Shisui's death. Why did you kill Shisui? So you did know. He told you, didn't he? Danzo was calm as he answered the question. We had a plan. He was going to stop the coup. It would have brought peace within the village. Do you really believe that would have stopped the coup? You and I both know that Fugaku is just a figurehead. Replace him and another will take his place. Shisui wasn't willing to listen to my plan. That's why you killed him? Yes. Hearing that blunt, uncaring answer, killing intent burst forth from him. Itachi held a kunai and lunged for Danzo's throat. A root umbu got in his way and shielded his master. The kunai lodged in the agent's forearm. Unfazed by the actions of Itachi, Danzo continued to speak. You already realized it, haven't you? Shut the hell up. Itachi roared at the man. How can we protect the village if we're not willing to do what needs to be done? I said shut up. Itachi struggled against the root umbu and slowly pushed the kunai forward. This is what's going to happen if you kill me. When I'm gone, the only thing holding the Uchiha clan back will be gone and they will act unrestrained. And not to mention, the moment you kill me, a village official, you will be branded a criminal and traitor. Even if you somehow make it out of this house alive, my men will pursue you till your death. You won't be able to stay in the village. So when the clan launches the coup, you can only watch from the outside as the village slaughters the Uchiha without mercy. This is what's going to happen if you take my life here. So go ahead if you wish to go down this foolish path. Kill me and avenge Shisui. Danzo had no intention of dying. It was a clear provocation. Itachi knew that. He also knew that killing Danzo won't solve anything. In fact, if he went through with it, the situation would only become much worse. Itachi gritted his teeth and put his kunai back in his pouch. His ambition was bigger than his desire for vengeance. Itachi sighed thinking about the days after that incident. More than a year has passed since that incident. But nothing changed. The Hokage didn't find a solution during that time and the clan kept their heads down and simply waited for another opportunity. The time Shisui bought with his death was for nothing. And now after revising their plans, the clan has set a date. In 10 days they would launch the coup. That was 9 days ago. Itachi then thought about the choice Danzo presented him. When push comes to shove, Hiruzen will take action. That's the kind of man he is. As the Hokage, his priority will be the village. Danzo said to Itachi as they stood in front of the foundation building. Itachi recalled Danzo's veiled threat against Sasuke and the outcome of the coup if it was launched. He recalled the choice he was given by the man. I want you to choose. Will you side with the Uchiha, launch the coup and be destroyed with your clan? Or will you stand with the Leaf and help us eliminate the Uchiha before the coup and save your brother's life? Whatever we do, we must do it quickly, for the sake of the village. This mission can only be given to a double agent for both the Uchiha clan and the Leaf village. Only you can do it. Itachi. Itachi closed his eyes and let out a small breath. He turned around and walked away without saying a word. He soon reached the cliff where he promised Shisui. Tears started falling from his eyes. He cried for a long time. His tears never stopping. This is the only way. Itachi told himself. He tracked down the masked man and confronted him. Well then, this is simpler. You know who I am. Then you should know that I harbor hatred for both the Leaf and the Uchiha clan. The masked ninja said. Let's make a deal. I'll help you kill the clan, but in exchange you'll leave the village alone and Sasuke Uchiha. Those are my conditions. Itachi thought about why the man would agree to him. He must have seen my talents and skills. It's why he's agreed to side with me and made that deal. The end of the clan for Sasuke's life and the village. And then my talents and skills, put to use in his organization. Itachi stared ahead and noticed that it was evening. The classes must have ended by now. But Danzo has made sure that Sasuke will be stalled in the academy. It's time. This is the only path available to me. More than 6 hours had passed as he sat there immersed in his thoughts. Several alternative ideas came to his mind, but he quickly discarded them. He knew none of them would work. Itachi got up and took a deep breath. Ha! All the preparations have been made. Time to move. All right. I'm going. Those came out of Itachi's mouth as he turned around. Seemingly announced to an empty space. But it wasn't empty. Itachi made his decision. A decision he knew was born of failure. Chapter 69, A Promise Made. Daichi looked at the 2 quests in shock. No way. 2 quests for one incident appearing at the same time? Daichi went through the details of the first quest, Rescue Ryo Uchiha, and then the second, Follow Root Agent's quest. The rewards are only 12,000 EXP points and reputation increase for the first quest. But the second one, if I successfully complete it, then I'll get 15,000 EXP and the Uchiha bloodline and thus the Sharingan. The logical choice would be to choose the second quest as it yields a greater reward. And I can only choose one. At that moment the image of baby Ryo smiling appeared in his mind. What the hell am I even thinking? I can't believe I'm even debating myself over this. Daichi made up his mind that instant and chose the first quest. Her life is more important, and if I get the Sharingan it'll only bring a headache for me at this time. Daichi immediately rushed to the bathroom of the academy. Since the classes had ended a while ago, there were only a few people on the premises. After reaching the bathroom, Daichi made sure he was alone in there. I can't be too sure about the classes, but I'm pretty sure no one's spying on this place right now. He looked in the mirror and tried to come up with a strategy. I need a plan. Danzo's root Umbu is watching the clan, and Itachi and Obito are at the compound. I can't rush in without a plan. After the massacre there will definitely be an investigation. Only the Hokage, Danzo, and the council elders will know the truth about the massacre, but they won't be able to share it even with the Umbu members. And if this matter isn't thoroughly investigated, it will create problems with other clans. The Umbu will definitely investigate everyone's movements within the village today. I need an alibi. And I need to know what I'll do with Ryo once I save her. I can't bring her home. It'll bring attention to me and her. And if Danzo or Obito or anyone else figure out she's an Uchiha, all my efforts would be in vain. And I will definitely become a target. Daichi thought about saving Rin and Kimiko, but he shut that idea down. They will count the bodies to see if anyone's missing. And if they find a whole family missing, then they will hunt them down and declare them traitors or secretly dispose of them. Either way, it's not a pleasant ending. Suddenly Daichi thought of something. He looked at the accepted quest. More specifically at the rewards. Reputation increases with Aiko Hikara. Ryo will be safe there. But I'll need to convince Aiko to take her in. Daichi came up with a viable plan after thinking for several minutes. Let's just hope everything goes well. He created a shadow clone and quickly took out Adamagai's invisibility cloak from his inventory. Daichi looked at his clone and spoke. You know what to do. The clone nodded. Yeah. Get home as usual. Same routes. Keep minimal interactions and no suspicious movements. And make sure to not get dispelled until you get home. Daichi nodded in satisfaction. Good. Go! Once the clone left, Daichi quickly wore the cloak. Special item equipped. Atomagai's cloak activated. A holographic bar appeared above the minimap showing how much time was left for the cloak to stay active. Right next to it was a button for on or OFF. Daichi looked at his mana points bar and saw 300 points were used to activate the cloak. The moment the cloak activated, he became invisible. Daichi looked at the mirror and saw nothing. He didn't see his reflection in the mirror. If I use this continuously, then I'll have an invisibility of 3 hours, but if I deactivate and use this sparingly, then I can extend it up to 10 hours. After that, the cloak gets deactivated no matter what for 29 days. It's a good thing that this reactivated so soon, or I might have been in some serious trouble. Daichi used the cloak in the second dungeon, but due to spending several days in there and these last few weeks outside, the cloak was completely recharged a few days ago. Daichi wasted no more time and left the academy. The boy rushed to the Uchiha clan compound. Due to the cloak blocking the smell, chakra, sound, and visibility, Daichi didn't hold himself back. He put chakra in his limbs and sped towards his destination. I only have 1.5 hours to finish this. On his way, the boy thought about how he would convince Ren to let him have her daughter. I need to convince him no matter what. If the need arises, I'll have to use mana puppetry on him. After a dozen minutes, Daichi reached the compound. He ran through the compound and already started to see some dead bodies. I need to hurry. He quickly reached Ren's home and went inside. They were at the other side of the house and didn't hear the front door opening. Daichi saw Ren and Kimiko looking anxious and packing a few scrolls. Here goes. Daichi dropped the invisibility, and the moment he did, Ren turned around in surprise. Kimiko was also shocked. Daichi! What? How? Ren asked, bewildered. He checked Daichi's chakra signature and made sure it was the boy he knew. Daichi looked at the packed bags and scrolls. His eyes widened as he realized the situation. You guys are planning to leave, aren't you? Daichi asked, wanting to confirm his suspicion. Daichi, I don't know how you got here, but you need to leave right now, Ren said with a serious face. His Sharingan quickly came to life. I can't do that. Daichi shook his head. Kid, you don't understand the situation. You need to dash. Itachi is killing the clan as we speak. Daichi's words stunned the two Uchihas. Kimiko was shocked when she heard Daichi. What did you say? I saw several dead bodies on my way here. And it was Itachi. No, that can't be true. He would never. Kimiko. Ren quietly spoke. The moment he heard Daichi's words, he activated his chakra and changed it to sensory mode. His range was wide and he felt the chakra fluctuations and disappearance throughout the compound. Ren was a smart man. He immediately understood the implications. Itachi, it's no coincidence that he would attack the clan the day before the coup. He sided with the village. They know. And it looks like there's someone else in the compound killing the members. It won't be long before they reach here. Horror dawned on his face as he looked at his wife and daughter in her arms. He turned towards Daichi, his mind running through different scenarios. He needed to save his daughter at all cost. Daichi the clan. He started speaking, but Daichi held up his hand. They were going to attack the village, weren't they? Daichi spoke, looking at them. How do you know that? Are you a spy sent by the village? Kimiko immediately became defensive. But Ren was looking at Daichi with an impressive face. I'm not a spy or anything like that. I've seen the tension between your clan and the village. It doesn't take a genius to figure out what would happen next. Daichi replied to her question. Ren took a step forward and asked the boy. He was keeping a close eye on Daichi's chakra and the two chakras killing everyone in the compound. Why are you here, Daichi? Daichi looked at the stony face of the man. After a few seconds of silence, he answered. I came to save Ryo. The eyes of the couple widened hearing those words. Daichi continued. I can't save you too. But I can save her. I'll get her out of here safely and I'll make sure she's safe. But... I'm sorry. You two won't make it out of this alive. Why? Why do you want to save her? You could get killed if they capture you? Rin asked the boy. I want to save her because she's innocent and she doesn't deserve to die because of the cruel plans of others. And I have no intention of getting caught. Daichi spoke in a resolute tone. But I need to get going in the next minute. So you need to make a decision now. Rin looked at Kimiko. Tears ran down her face as she held her baby tightly in her arms. She looked at her husband and they came to a decision. They knew their plan to escape was now a failure. They would get captured and killed if they left now. Rin took his daughter into his arms and walked towards Daichi. Daichi, promise me something. Promise me you'll watch over her and make sure she's safe. Swear to me you'll guard her like she's your own sister. It was only Daichi's gamer's mind that kept him from choking up in sadness. You have my word. I won't let anyone get to her. I promise. Rin scrutinized Daichi's chakra and he looked into the boy's eyes. He saw the resolve and the determination to move mountains in them. He felt relieved in that moment. Thank you, Daichi. I'm glad I met you. Rin handed his daughter over to the boy as tears ran down his face. Kimiko at the time took 3 scrolls and came to Daichi. These belong to her. When the time comes, tell her everything and give these to her. Kimiko said, smiling even as she shed tears. What are they? Daichi asked. One contains photos of us. All the memories we made from our childhood till now. Kimiko said with a sad smile. The second is a collection of all the jutsu and techniques I learned throughout the years. And the third is the entirety of our assets. All liquidated and in cash. You can use that for her needs. It'll last till she's Jinin. Rin said. Daichi nodded and took the scrolls. He quickly placed them in his inventory. The two watched in surprise as the scrolls disappeared into thin air. Another one of her secrets, huh? Rin slightly smiled. During the course of their friendship, Rin figured that Daichi was more than meets the eye, but he just didn't know the extent of it. I sent several ninjas at the outskirts of the compound. Probably to keep an eye on things here. How are you planning on leaving the compound without anyone noticing? Rin asked the boy as he sensed the movements of the killers and everyone else. The same way I got here. Don't worry. We'll be fine. I have a plan. Daichi slightly smiled at them. The couple looked at their daughter sleeping in Daichi's arms. Rin gently stroked baby Ryo's cheeks while Kimiko hugged her husband and looked at her sleeping child. Both of them had their Sharingan locked on their child. Be good, Ryo. Grow strong and beautiful like your mother. Rin spoke with tears in his eyes. His chakra concentrated in his eyes and began fluctuating. Make sure to have lots of good friends. Eat healthy. We love you so much. Kimiko was choking up as she said the last words. The chakra fluctuations within Rin's eye became stronger and stronger. He didn't care about the pain his eyes were experiencing. He kept looking at his daughter for what would be the last few moments of his life. Daichi sensed the chakra fluctuations and looked up. What he saw astounded him. The 3 Tomo Sharingan in Ren's eyes spinning wildly and forming a new pattern. Daichi was having a mind freakout. No freaking way. Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan formed and stayed like that for several seconds. Suddenly Rin looked up and turned his head. The Mangekyo Sharingan vanished from his eyes. Daichi, you need to hide now. The enemy is coming. Rin whispered quickly. Daichi, realizing that the killer was coming, activated the cloak and hid himself in a corner of the room away from Rin and Kimiko. He was holding Ryo in his arms, so she was under the invisibility protection as well. To the Uchiha couple it was as if Daichi and their daughter had vanished. And they let out a breath. They were now sure that Daichi would be able to keep Ryo safe. They held each other's hands and waited for their assailant. The next instant a sword pierced through Kimiko's heart and she died before she could even utter a word. The attack happened fast and in a second. Rin turned to look and saw a masked man taking his sword out of his wife's body. He took a kunai and lunged at the man. He was surprised when he passed through the person as if he was a ghost. The next second he felt a slash across his throat and another severing his spine. Rin fell down and choked on his own blood. In a few seconds he passed away as well. Chapter 70, A Safe Haven. Daichi was watching everything from the corner of the room. His eyes widened at the brutality displayed in front of him and even more at the person committing the deed. Daichi couldn't believe what he was seeing. No way. That's not Itachi. That's Obito. The masked Uchiha brutally and efficiently killed the Uchiha couple in seconds before they could do anything. As if feeling the death of her parents, at that moment baby Ryo woke up and started to cry. But being under the effects of the cloak, no sound was heard by anyone other than Daichi. He tried to calm the baby down while he himself was going through several emotions. His gamer's mind helped him a great deal in staying focused on the task. Daichi held Ryo tightly in his arms. It's okay. I'm here. Don't cry. Everything is going to be alright. Daichi was about to leave but then stopped as he saw Obito do something unexpected. The masked Uchiha took out 2 containers and quickly plucked the eyes of Rin and Kimiko Uchiha. The eyes are always fresh even when plucked right after death, he said, looking at the dead couple. Once he completed his task he left the house for his next targets. Daichi gritted his teeth in anger as he saw what happened. That bastard. He took their eyes. At that moment a certain memory came to his mind. The image of dozens of Sharingan in containers at the mountain hideout as Obito replaced Sasuke's Sharingan with Itachi's. I can't waste any more time here, I need to leave. Without wasting time Daichi bolted from the place. He held Ryo tightly in his arms and fled the Uchiha clan compound. Daichi pushed chakra to his limbs and used the sprint skill to increase his speed. But he made sure the baby in his arms didn't feel any major discomfort. His destination, Aiko's orphanage. Daichi had a plan in mind and he had to make sure everything went perfectly. No secret stays buried forever. Someday this village will find out about the existence of Ryo and then about what I did tonight. Since Ryo is going to be in Aiko's care, the village will question her and then Aiko will no doubt tell them about me. Everything that happened tonight. Every action I took and every word spoken. So I need to be absolutely careful not to say or do the wrong thing. I need my defense to be rock solid. Daichi thought about what he would say to convince the orphan matron. After thinking for some time he had a solid idea. The orphanage was on the opposite side of the Uchiha compound, so it took Daichi more than half hour at full speed to reach the place. Daichi stood in front of the building he lived in for the first 5 years of his life. He took a breath and quietly picked the lock of the front door. He entered the building without alerting anyone and used Mana Scout skill. Looks like the children are asleep and the only other person here is Aiko. Good. That will make things easier. He made for Aiko's room and once he reached the door he let go of the invisibility. 50 minutes had already passed with him using the cloak. And Daichi only had 40 minutes remaining to complete the quest of rescuing Ryo. If I enter her room without alerting her then she might react badly. She was a former ninja after all. This way she would recognize my chakra and wouldn't do anything rash. Daichi quietly knocked on the door several times. I'm coming. The voice of the matron was heard from inside the room. After several seconds the door opened and Matron Aiko was shocked to see Daichi standing there holding a baby. Daichi? What are you? Daichi quickly interrupted her and entered the room. He closed the door behind him. I'll explain everything. What are you doing here? And who is that? What's going on? Aiko was shocked at what was happening. Okay, in order. I'm here because I need your help. And this is Ryo Uchiha and Itachi is killing the Uchiha clan. Daichi said with a straight face. Aiko stood still as she processed what she just heard. What? I'm going to need you to explain. Daichi sighed. He already had in mind what he would say to her. I was training my shuriken jutsu in the woods near the Uchiha clan compound after classes were over. After I was done and on my way home, when I got near the clan compound I heard a commotion. I went to take a look and saw a dead body. It looked like he died a minute or two before I got there. I went to call for the Uchiha police force, but on my way I saw several more bodies in the compound. Daichi stopped and looked at the shocked face of the matron. What? I can't believe Itachi would. Daichi! We need to alert the Hokage. Aiko turned around as if to get ready to leave, but Daichi stopped her. You can't. You can't tell anyone. Aiko, hearing the boy's words, turned around. Daichi, this isn't a small matter. If Itachi is killing the people of the clan, then we need to alert the Hokage. And why are you so sure it was Itachi? I saw Itachi kill my friends. It was him. And you can't tell anyone. You need to trust me. Daichi, this isn't a game. I need to alert the Hokage. You stay here with that baby, and once I inform the Hokage dash. I think someone high up in the village is helping Itachi kill the clan. Aiko stood still as she heard the words. What did you say? Look! You need to listen to me. Please. Otherwise, there is a good chance Ryo here will die. At this moment he used his mana puppetry skill on her. Trust him. He's a good kid. Listen to what he has to say. Daichi could see the struggle Aiko had with herself for several seconds. At that moment baby Ryo started crying in Daichi's arms. Daichi tried to console the baby. Shush. It's okay. I'm here. Big brother Daichi is here for you. Don't cry. Aiko's face showed sympathy as she saw the scene. For Daichi, at that moment a notification came. Target has accepted the suggestion. Yes. Okay Daichi, tell me everything. Daichi nodded. I didn't know who was killing everyone at that time. So when I saw more bodies I went straight to my friend's home. Ren Uchiha. We met a while back. After I reached his place I told him everything. He had a powerful sensor ability, so he checked the chakra of everyone in the compound. He realized I was telling the truth and felt that most of the clan were already dead. Then he sensed the person killing them coming to the house. Daichi paused to take a breath. Aiko motioned for him to continue. Daichi looked as if he was struggling with his words. He took several breaths and then continued. He handed me his daughter and told me not to trust the higher-ups of the village and keep her existence a secret. I held Ryo in my arms and hid. I saw Itachi killing my friend and his wife. Once he killed them he left. The instant he left I ran from there before anyone saw me. Aiko knelt and hugged Daichi. Oh Daichi. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. She then looked at the baby and took Ryo into her arms. She asked, looking at the baby. Why do you think someone is helping Itachi kill the clan? On my way here I didn't see any ninja near the compound. It was as if the whole area surrounding the compound was deserted. I thought about it a lot on my way here. I'm supposed to believe that one person is strong enough to kill an entire clan? And that too without anyone knowing about it? I think someone high up was helping Itachi kill the clan. Daichi, that doesn't make any sense. Itachi killing them doesn't mean someone from the village helped him. We need to speak with the Hokage. We need to save those people who might still be alive while we still have time. Aiko looked at the boy. It's probably too late. It took me over 30 minutes to reach here. Itachi has probably killed everyone. Going to the Hokage won't change anything. Daichi looked at her and used mana puppetry. Let's hear what he has to say. Once he's done explaining, then we can decide whether to go to the Hokage or not. After a few seconds. Target has accepted the suggestion. Are you sure it was Itachi? Daichi nodded to Miss Aiko's question. How did you get out of there without anyone noticing? Daichi used his chakra suppression skill and lowered his chakra. I learned a lot during the last 3 years. he said with a small smile. Aiko looked at him with an impassive face. You expect me to believe that you ran all the way here from the Uchiha compound while holding a baby without anyone noticing with just your chakra suppression technique? Daichi's smile vanished as he heard her question. She's smart. If you want me to trust what you're saying, then you need to tell me the truth. Aiko told the boy. Having no choice, Daichi activated the ability of the cloak. Aiko was shocked that Daichi just vanished in front of her. She quickly used chakra to sense the boy and even then couldn't find him. A second later Daichi reappeared. How? Aiko was shocked he could do something like that. Daichi held the cloak and answered. Gramps gave this to me a few months ago. Told me if I was in any life-threatening danger then I should use this. It can only be used a few times. I see. Aiko couldn't believe something like this was in Kinsei's possession. If that could help him vanish from the senses, then he could easily have gotten out. But one thing still doesn't make sense. Why do you think someone in the village helped Itachi do something like this? What would they gain from this? Aiko asked. I don't know. But whoever helped him has some serious resources and power. My guess would be someone high up near the Hokage. Daichi was careful with his words. You don't know that, Aiko said to the boy, but doubt was beginning to form in her mind. True. I don't know for sure. But in a village full of people who can see through walls, smell blood a mile away and have powerful sensors, you expect me to believe that none of them saw or even sensed that a clan was being killed? Are you telling me our village is that defenseless? Daichi had a stony expression on his face as he spoke the words. Aiko thought about Daichi's words. Is that even possible? Could it be true that someone... Daichi saw that Aiko was having an internal debate. Not taking any chances, he used the mana puppetry skill on her again. Danzo Shimura. He could do something like this. Daichi wanted to make sure Aiko kept everything that happened here a secret. So he gave her a possible suspect. Target has accepted the suggestion. That thought took root in her mind and it shook her. Is it possible? I know he's dangerous, but... would he really kill an entire clan? She then looked at the boy. Daichi, whatever the case is, we need to tell the Hokage about her and this theory. If there is a traitor within the village committing something horrible like this, then he needs to know. Daichi, hearing her, vehemently shook his head. You absolutely can't. If Itachi or the person who helped him finds out she's alive, then they will come for her. And then possibly me for saving her. And maybe even you. Aiko was taken aback by Daichi's words. She looked at the baby sleeping in her arms. Daichi used the puppetry skill one more time. Trust him. Keep this a secret for now. It's best for everyone. Daichi waited several seconds and then saw Aiko sigh. Target has accepted the suggestion. Skill mana puppetry's level has risen by 1. Aiko looked at the boy. Fine. I'll keep what happened here a secret. But... I need to speak with Kinsei first thing in the morning. Gramps isn't here in the village. He went to the capital to meet his old friend. He'll only be back in a few days. Daichi said, looking at her. Aiko sighed, hearing the kid. All right. The moment he comes home you send him my way. I'll keep what happened here quiet, but I'll need to have a word with Kinsei. Daichi nodded his head. Thank you. Aiko then took the baby in her arms to her bed while Daichi opened his quest list. He looked at the rescue quest that was still ongoing. Daichi was confused. I saved Ryo. So why isn't the quest marked as completed? Chapter 71, Erasing Ryo Uchiha. Daichi was confused as he looked at the quest status. Why isn't it saying I completed the quest? Is there something more I have to do? Daichi pondered on this question for a couple of minutes. The fact that I haven't received a quest completion notification means Ryo is still in danger. But how? I made sure no one saw me coming here. So how? Daichi turned to Miss Aiko. Is it possible? Could Aiko be the threat?
No!
Based on my memories, she doesn't seem like that kind of a person. And my observe didn't show anything problematic. Kinsei trusts Miss Aiko as well. Of that I'm sure. So then she must not be the problem. So then what is it? She might not be the problem, but maybe she might have an idea as to what is. Miss Aiko? The matron turned around at Daichi's call. Yes, Daichi? Rin made me promise to keep Ryo safe. So is there a possibility of people finding out about her? Daichi asked in an unsure tone. Daichi, she's a member of the Uchiha clan. People will find out about her one day. I know that. I'm just asking if there is any chance her enemies would find out about her in the coming days or weeks. Aiko thought about the question. A couple seconds later her eyes widened as she remembered something. Daichi, seeing her face, became slightly tense. What is it? The boy asked. In the private archives, a record of every person living in the village is documented. It only has the basic information, but it will be there. The moment a baby is born, a record would be made and kept in the archives in her family files. Daichi's eyes widened hearing Aiko's words. She continued. The baby's record would be filed with their parents' documents. Daichi now understood why the mission wasn't completed yet. He still had something to do. There will definitely be an investigation on this matter when the Hokage finds out what Itachi did. So they would check the dead bodies to the records kept in the archives to see if anyone is missing. And they would find out about her. Daichi said, looking at Aiko. The matron simply nodded. Daichi was in deep thought. He had a simple solution in mind, but he was unsure if Miss Aiko would help him. I'll have to use mana puppetry on her if necessary. Do you know where the records are kept? Daichi asked the matron. Aiko knew exactly what Daichi was going to do. Daichi, are you planning on committing a crime and asking me to be an accomplice? Hearing Aiko, Daichi pointed at the sleeping Ryo. I'm asking you if you're planning on helping me save her life. Itachi is a genius and formidable. Everyone in the village knows that. If he finds out about her, then he'll come back and finish the job. And then me for saving her. And not to mention what the unknown traitors in the village would do if they found out about her. The only way to keep her safe is if we erase her existence on paper for good. Aiko was torn between her loyalty to the village and her love and compassion for children. At that moment the words Kinsei said to her years ago came to mind. Just because Hiruzen helped you save the orphanage from Danzo doesn't mean you should trust him. He can be quite cunning and heartless when he wants to be. Kinsei, how can you say that about him? Because I've seen who he really is and the hypocrisy of people like him. Don't forget. I was Umbu for a long time. I've seen the ugly side of this village. Trust me on this, Aiko. Blind loyalty will get you and the people around you killed. Daichi was about to use mana puppetry on her to make her comply, but Aiko spoke before he could. She had a serious expression on her face. I'll help you. But we need to move fast. Let's go to my office. Once Aiko made sure Ryo was asleep in bed, she led Daichi to her office. There are several people who have access to the records kept. I happen to be one of them. Aiko said as she took a key from a shelf. If we're going to save that girl, then not only do we have to erase her existing documents, we have to create new ones. So you're creating a new identity for her? Yes. Aiko started filling the new document. She looked at Daichi and spoke. I will mark her as an orphan. Daichi nodded. Do you know her birth date? She asked. January 29th. What are you going to name her? Daichi was sad that the girl would grow up under a different name than the one given by her parents. Do you have something in mind? Aiko asked the boy. Keep the first name. Ryo. Rin and Kimiko chose that for her. I don't want her to lose any more tonight than she already has. Daichi was downcast as he said the words. He was still processing what happened to them. Aiko nodded and went back to completing the document. Daichi looked at the time remaining to complete the quest. Less than 30 minutes. Please hurry. A couple minutes later the stamped and completed records and documents of an orphan Ryo Mina were in Daichi's hands. Aiko gave Daichi a key and gave him the instructions to complete the next step. Since she's just a few months old, she'll only have a birth certificate and a couple other documents. They will be kept in the low-priority records room, so there will only be a Chunin guarding the door at this time. I'm sure with that cloak of yours you can get past him. Each clan has a specific shelf assigned to them to keep records of their members. Go to the section where they keep the Uchiha files. Find her parents' files and just remove her documents. Daichi nodded and knew what he had to do next. Then I place these documents with the ones assigned to this orphanage, right? Yeah. Daichi nodded as he memorized the plan. Thank you for this. He thanked her sincerely. Aiko merely nodded. Go! Before it's too late. Daichi tucked the files safely in his arms and left. Under the invisibility of his cloak he ran through the roofs of the village. Daichi headed in the direction Aiko said. Within 15 minutes he reached his destination. He saw only one person guarding the door, just like the matron said. Daichi got near him and didn't bother wasting his time using his observed skill on him. Daichi could smell the strong scent of smoke and tobacco coming from the man. He also saw a portion of a pack of smoke sticking out of the man's pockets. Daichi had an idea. He used the mana puppetry on him. It's a good night for a smoke. I should have another one and enjoy the full moon. No one will come here anyway. Target has accepted the suggestion. That was fast. Guess he's a heavy smoker. Makes things easier for me. Daichi thought as he looked at the Chunin who left the post. The moment he turned a corner and was out of sight, Daichi took out the key to the room and quietly opened the door and slipped inside. He slowly closed the door behind him and began his search. It was a big room with dozens of shelves. This is like looking for a needle in several haystacks. Thankfully these haystacks come labeled and numbered. He followed Aiko's instructions and had an idea as to where the Uchiha clan's files would be kept. It took a minute, but he found the Uchiha section of the records. Okay. One problem solved. Now to find Ren's family file. A, B, C. R. Now to find Ren. Daichi went through the alphabets and soon found the folder he was looking for. Ren Uchiha. Daichi took out the folder and opened it. This folder only contains the basic documents on Ren and Kimiko. Makes sense. Their other more important information like mission records and other details would be kept in a more secure location. And Ryo. Since she's only born just a few months ago, she would only have these couple of documents. Daichi took Ryo's papers from the folder and stored them in his inventory. He then looked over the information on Ren and Kimiko's documents to see if it mentions them having a child. Okay. There is nothing on these documents that indicates them having a child. Good. Now as far as the village is concerned, Ryo Uchiha doesn't exist. Daichi placed Ren's folder back in its place and closed the shelf. He then started to look for the cabinet assigned to Aiko's orphanage. After a short search he found it. Daichi looked at the time remaining on the quest. Less than 4 minutes left. Daichi quickly placed Ryo Mina's files in the correct spot and closed the cabinet. Time to get the hell out of here. Daichi went near the door and used Mana Scout. The good thing about the Mana Scout skill is that no one can detect me when I use it. But if I use Chakra Sense, a sensor could pick up my chakra. But I'm not sure that applies while I'm using the cloak. Either way, I'm not gonna risk it. The Mana Scout skill indicated that the guard hadn't returned yet. Seeing that the area was empty, Daichi quietly and cautiously opened the door. He got outside and quickly and carefully closed the door behind him. He let out a sigh of relief, and at that moment a notification popped up. About time. Daichi looked at the quest box. Quest Rescue Ryo Uchiha completed. Rewards. 12,000 EXP. Reputation increases with Aiko Hikara and Kensei Isagi. Reputation increases with Ren Uchiha and Kimiko Uchiha. Reward invalid. I saved her. Rin, Kimiko. Rest easy. Ryo's safe. And I'll make sure she stays safe till she's strong enough to defend herself. Daichi then slowly walked and reached the building's exterior. At that moment, he saw 2 Umbu members and a nervous guard headed in the direction of the records room. So they found out. This is why the quest had a time limit. If I had gotten here even a few minutes later, then they would have found out about her, and then what I did. Cold sweat ran down Daichi's face as he imagined the consequences of the quest failure. Without wasting any more time lingering there, Daichi left and headed back to the orphanage. As he ran a few meters, a new notification box and a quest appeared, taking him by surprise. Daichi opened the new quest box first. Quest created: retrieve Rin and Kimiko Uchiha's Sharingan. Obito Uchiha has stolen the eyes of most of the Uchiha clan members he and Itachi killed. Retrieve the eyes of your friends Rin and Kimiko and give them to Ryo Uchiha when the day comes. No time limit. Rewards: 50,000 EXP. New skill. Reputation increases with Ryo Uchiha. Failure. Death. Death of Iko Hikara and Ryo Uchiha and possibly others. Reputation decreases with everyone. Reputation vastly decreases with Sasuke Uchiha. Accept yes or no. The contents shocked and then made Daichi happy. Wow! I can't believe it, there's no way I'm rejecting this quest. He accepted the quest immediately. Daichi's fists clenched and his teeth grinded in anger as he thought about what happened to his friends. Just you wait, Obito. I'll be coming for you one day. And unlike Naruto, mercy or the talk no jutsu would be the last things you will see from me. Daichi then looked at the next blue box that was present. He was shocked as he read the contents. You have chosen to save the life of someone you care about instead of chasing after power. You have received a hidden reward. The hidden reward was a new skill. Daichi read the details of the new skill, and by the time he was done his eyes were wide open. Holy shit! A skill like this. It's a one-time use skill, but the value of this can't be understated. Daichi couldn't stop the small smile from spreading on his face. Chapter 72, Dark Deals Made in the Shadows. Now that his quest was complete, Daichi was running at a moderate pace. He was going back to the orphanage to check up on Ryo and talk to Iko. One problem solved. But now when Iko talks to Kensei about all this and asks about my cloak, I'll be in trouble. Daichi gave a long sigh as he ran through the rooftops of the village under his invisibility cloak. I could have told her it was my ability, but if anyone found out, then I would have been killed for having such a dangerous ability, or tortured or experimented to find out how it works. Saying it was the cloak would minimize the risk, but not entirely. I could have said I found it somewhere, but I doubt she'd believe that. For some reason or other she trusts Kensei, and I needed that. What's done is done. I'll need to have a talk with him when he gets back. Daichi reached the orphanage and went inside. He reached Miss Aiko's room. She was looking at the sleeping baby Ryo with sympathy in her eyes. Sensing Daichi's chakra, she turned to him. Is it done? Aiko quietly asked. Daichi nodded his head. He looked at Aiko. Thank you for this, he said after a minute of silence. Both of them had various thoughts running through their heads. I'll try to come by every 1 or 2 months, Daichi said to the matron. Aiko nodded her head. She wouldn't mind him visiting every now and then. It's getting late. You should head back home. Yeah. Miss Aiko? I'll keep what happened here tonight a secret. But I'll need to talk with your grandfather first. Aiko replied to the question she knew Daichi was going to ask. Thank you. The boy slightly bowed his head. He straightened and spoke. I should go home. It's really late. Aiko went near Daichi and gave him a hug. You're a good kid, Daichi. Get home safely. Daichi shortly left the orphanage and headed straight home. On his way he saw several ninjas rushing in all directions. Looks like the Umbu and other forces are scrambling to keep things under control. This is the point where Hiruzen removes Danzo from power and disbands the root. Too bad for him. This will only force Danzo to go underground with his root agents. But still, I won't have to worry about him for a while. This incident will force him to keep a low profile, even if it is for a short time. Daichi reached his home a short while later. He got inside the barrier and found his clone sitting on the porch of the house. Daichi removed the cloak and the clone looked at Daichi. "Everything all right?" The clone Daichi asked. "Yeah. What about you? See for yourself." With this the clone dispelled itself. The chakra of the shadow clone returned to Daichi and along with it, its memories. Daichi reviewed every second of the memory since the clone left the academy. Nothing of significance happened. Good. Daichi felt relief spread through body. It's over. He was feeling several emotions at the moment and the events of the last couple hours were taking its toll. He went straight to bed and soon fell asleep. Somewhere near the Uchiha clan compound, 3 people in masks were swiftly moving through the trees. One in the front with the other 2 slightly behind on each side. Each of them had a scroll in their hand. They were root ninjas assigned by Danzo to complete a certain mission. We need to move faster. The Umbu have been alerted. We need to make sure these scrolls reach Lord Danzo. The Umbu leading the other 2 said as they jumped through the branches. At that moment a hand with a short sword suddenly came out of the tree trunk in front of them and beheaded the root ninja leading the team. It was an instant attack they couldn't defend against. A masked ninja came out of the trunk and took the scroll from the dead ninja before his corpse even fell to the ground. The masked ninja quickly stored the scroll in his sleeve. The other 2 stopped dead in their tracks and made eye contact with each other. Their mission and priorities were clear to them. Make sure the scrolls reach Lord Danzo at all costs. A second later they made their decision. Split up. One of the 2 root ninjas said and they quickly fled in different directions. The masked ninja looked at the 2 escaping targets. A deep dark chuckle emanated from his throat. How cute. They think they can run from me. The man spoke in a voice that would send shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. The next second the man disappeared in a swirling vortex that came from his eye. The root Umbu who was running through the trees heard the sound of several shuriken flying towards him from above. With a single motion he took his sword and deflected all the shurikens aimed at his vitals. But it was just a diversion. He sensed his enemy coming from below and looked down. He saw the spiral mask and in a single eye hole he saw a glowing red eye with 3 tomo. Sharingan? It can't be. This was the last thought of the root ninja before he was caught in a powerful genjutsu. The next second a hand pierced through his chest and destroyed his heart. Taking the second scroll from the dead man, the masked ninja disappeared. The third root ninja was getting closer to his destination. Once I reach the base, I'll have backup. The next second he saw the masked assailant appearing in front of him. The root Umbu quickly went through several hand seals and sent a fast lightning-style attack. The lightning strike went right through the masked figure and he quickly rushed towards the root ninja. The root Umbu jumped down to the ground and dashed forward, taking his sword in one hand. Does physical attacks have no effects on him? Or did he somehow avoid that attack? The root ninja blocked the incoming strike of a kunai with his sword and sent a kick to his enemy's chest. The kick seemed to phase through his opponent and the next second the root ninja felt something stab his heart. How could I die so? Without even being able to complete his thoughts the man's life vanished. The masked Uchiha searched the root ninja's body and found the scroll. The next second the several paper bombs covered the scroll and was about to explode. A trap. So predictable. The explosion that was about to happen vanished in a spiraling vortex. He rigged the scroll to be destroyed and take me out with it in case he failed. Oh well. No matter. I have enough stock to last so my plans are complete. Time to pay that old fox a visit. The masked ninja disappeared from there leaving no trace of his existence. Root base. Danzo was in his office drinking sake. A very rare indulgence for him. He had a small smirk on his face as he poured another cup of his finest drink. Finally! It's over. My life's work is finally completed. Oh, how I had longed for this day. To rid this village of its greatest problem. The root of evil and threats that the Uchiha clan represented. And to top it off, the one with the greatest chance to become the 5th Hokage of the village will now be considered a traitor. When the time comes, I'll be the 5th Hokage of this village. Feeling pleased with how everything turned out, he drank another cup and quelled his emotions. He remembered Itachi's threats at the end, and his confrontation with Hiruzen. The Hokage had ordered to disband his root forces, but Danzo was not someone who accepted something like that. I'll keep my head down for now. Let things pass. Now with my forces moved underground, I can operate with even less restrictions. But I'll have to be careful. This is a setback for the moment, but this will be helpful in the long term. I'll need to move the funds and change the base of operations soon. As he sat there making plans, he kept an eye on the time that passed. He was starting to wonder about the 3 root agents assigned with a specific task. Where are they? Those 3 should be here by now. He was about to send some of his agents to look for them when he sensed movement from the shadows of his room. Danzo immediately knew something was wrong when his personal guards didn't come. Don't worry. I didn't kill them. Out of the shadows came a deep voice. It carried an intent that set Danzo on edge. Danzo had lived through 3 wars. He knew when a dangerous enemy was in front of him. You have quite the ability to get here without anyone noticing. And to even deal with my agents. Who are you? Danzo, while alert, was not someone who was cowed by threats. A masked ninja with a spiral mask and a single eye hole came out of the shadows. Only the upper body could be seen and the rest were hidden in darkness. Who I am is not important to you at the moment. As to why I came. To take away what isn't yours. As he said this, the masked ninja took out a scroll from his sleeve and lightly tossed it up a few times in his hand. Danzo narrowed his eyes as he looked at the scroll. He recognized the special scroll and he knew what it contained. They were scrolls specifically designed to store organs and safely maintain them. So that's why they're not here. He got to them. I must have those scrolls at all costs. How about we make a deal? Danzo spoke. The masked ninja tilted his head as if he was interested but didn't make a sound. After several seconds of silence, Danzo continued. Give me the scrolls and the contents in it intact and I'll get you the forbidden scroll. Hearing the proposal, a chuckle escaped the masked ninja's lips. Interesting proposal. But I have a counter offer. Forget about the Sharingan and I'll let you live. The second those words were uttered, Danzo rushed forward. His hand already weaving sings for a wind-style jutsu. In less than a second, Danzo stabbed the man's head with a wind chakra-coated kunai. But seeing no blood or brain scattered, and sensing the chakra of the enemy still strong, Danzo immediately stepped back. A dangerous laugh escaped the masked ninja's throat. Ha ha. The human condition. So predictable. The next second, Danzo felt a strong kick to his midsection that sent him reeling back. Gah! He clutched his stomach and looked at the man. He was sending signals for the root agents currently in his base. The masked ninja looked at Danzo and spoke. I could kill you right now. But it would be boring. Letting you live. I'm interested to see how it turns out. We'll meet again. Danzo Shimura. Danzo scrutinized the man. As the last words were spoken, Danzo saw something that shook his heart. A fully matured Sharingan in the single visible eye. As Danzo stood there surprised at the revelation, the masked ninja disappeared as if he was never there. The second the ninja disappeared, Danzo snapped himself up from his stupor. He gritted his teeth in anger and frustration. But after a few seconds he took several breaths and calmed down. To deal with a Sharingan, one must need the Sharingan. I have a backup plan. But for this to work, I'll need his help. Walking out, Danzo found his guards unconscious on the floor. He stepped past them and walked to meet someone. Chapter 73, Dark Deals Made in the Shadows 2. Several miles outside the Leaf Village. The space rippled in a vortex shape and the masked man suddenly appeared in the middle of the forest. He looked at the moonlight shining down on him and went to a nearby rock and sat down. The hidden leader of the Akatsuki organization and one that goes by the name Madara Uchiha. Real identity Obito Uchiha. Several seconds later another figure appeared out of the ground. This creature had two Venus flytrap-like extensions emerging from its sides that protected the upper body and the head like a shell. The right half of the face had a completely black appearance with a single yellow eye that lacked a visible pupil and it had no other human characteristics. The left side was made up of a white creature with human-like facial features, green hair, and a proper yellow eye. The creature was wearing a black cloak with red clouds on them. One of the members of the Akatsuki organization, Zetsu. The spy and the one tasked with collecting intelligence on enemies and other countries. Is it done? The gruff voice from the black half of the face came. Yeah. The Uchiha clan is no more. And now Itachi will work for us. Obito answered. So did we make a new friend? The question was asked from the white half of Zetsu in a slightly excited voice. Quite you chatterbox. And no. At best Itachi would be nothing more than a co-worker. Black Zetsu replied. Zetsu. Keep an eye on Itachi. He killed the clan to safeguard the village and his brother. He entered our organization most probably to spy on me. Obito knew a man like Itachi wouldn't leave things to chance. We'll be discreet. Black Zetsu responded. Did you get what you wanted? The white Zetsu asked Obito. Yes. I've taken almost every Sharingan I believe is valuable from the corpses. This will make sure Danzo or anyone else won't get their hands on the Uchiha Kekkei Genkai. And now I have spares to use in case an emergency arises. Were there any complications? Black Zetsu asked. No. I did pay Danzo a visit though. Did you kill him? Now that the Uchiha clan is gone, he is of no use. True. He is of no value right now. And I was tempted to kill him. But I let him live. Obito said, looking up at the moon. Any particular reason? He could become a problem if left alone. Black Zetsu wanted to take every variable into consideration for his plans. Letting someone like Danzo live was not ideal for his and the Akatsuki's goals. Yes. Given time he might become a thorn. But I need him alive for now. The threat Danzo poses against Itachi's brother Sasuke Uchiha will keep most of Itachi's attention on him. If I had killed Danzo, then I have no doubt Itachi would become much more focused on us and far more of a problem for our goals in the future. Obito crossed his hands and looked at Zetsu again. If you know he's such a threat, then why keep Itachi alive? Zetsu questioned. Rarely few are born with talents like his. Just because he might become a threat doesn't mean he can't be of value. His strength and now his feared reputation can be put to good use for our organization. Understood. Black Zetsu agreed with that reasoning. Oh! So when can we meet him? The white Zetsu asked with a childlike enthusiasm. Why don't you head over to his location right now? You can assess him for yourself. Zetsu nodded and left Obito to find Itachi, and seconds later Obito vanished as well. Root Laboratory. A tall man with a light complexion and shaggy black hair was looking through the microscope and taking down notes based on his observation. He was in a large room filled with several experiment containers, equipment, and rare samples. This was a research facility of the Root and under the supervision of the man named Tanuki Shigaraki. The door to the room opened and the sound of footsteps and a walking cane could be heard. The man turned his head to look at the visitor and then immediately stood and bowed. Lord Danzo. The man greeted his superior. Shigaraki. How goes the research with Hashirama's cells? Danzo Shimura asked the man. I've learned quite a bit. Thanks to Orochimaru's experiment documents and notes you provided me, I was able to further my research at a faster rate. The man was excited to share what he had learned studying the cells of the first Hokage. What about the main project? Danzo inquired. Forgive me, Lord Danzo, but that will take a long time to complete. Even with my current understanding of Hashirama Senju's cells, it will take years for me to complete that work. Shigaraki replied while lowering his head. No matter. I knew it would be a very difficult project when I assigned you to it. Right now I'm here for your progress on the cells. Tell me how much you've learned. Danzo went near the table and looked at the blood sample. Tanuki Shigaraki went to a nearby desk and picked up several papers. It's truly incredible. Based on these cells alone, I've learned that our first Hokage was on an entirely different level than any other ninja that lived. Danzo nodded his head, agreeing with the man. When he was young and shortly before the First Great War, he saw Hashirama Senju in battle and the power of his wit style. Ever since that day he became obsessed with his strength. He convinced Hiruzen to conduct experiments with the first Hokage's blood, but since there were only casualties, the third Hokage shut down the research and declared it forbidden. But Danzo didn't give up. He restarted the project in secret inside the root and helped Orochimaru abduct Leaf villagers for experiments. Danzo's goal was to understand and obtain the power the first Hokage had. Danzo spoke. Tell me everything you've learned. Tanuki nodded. First of all, even a small portion of his blood contains a sufficient amount of power and vitality. Whoever gets accustomed to his DNA will no doubt have a release ability. And that's not mentioning the increased chakra reserve, vitality, and body strength. Tanuki continued. The person would also theoretically have a longer lifespan and a strong increase in their earth and water chakra natures. I'm assuming this is what gives the ability to create and use wit-style jutsu. I'm also certain that his chakra will increase the strength and effects of any jutsu used by several folds. Danzo nodded as he listened to his researcher. He needed the strength of the first Hokage, now more than ever. I need the Sharingan to use that jutsu. And the first Hokage's cells play a vital role in my plans. It was then that Tanuki's face turned slightly grim. What is it? Danzo inquired. While it would help us, there is also a major problem. The strength of Hashirama's blood is a double-edged sword. While it would no doubt tremendously help the person who gets acclimated to it, for everyone else it's fatal. It's too powerful. Taking a breath, he continued. The first Hokage's cells, instead of accepting or merging with the new cells, attack the host body and overpower the DNA of the person experimented on and mutate their cells to the point it kills them. Orochimaru's experiment with the 60 children is proof of that, and it corroborates my results as well. Do you have a solution for it? Danzo was calm and collected on the outside, but he was slightly anxious in his heart. He desperately needed this power. The first is to find someone with a powerful physique and great chakra reserves and with compatible DNA to that of Hashirama Senju. But to find someone like that is extremely difficult. And even then, to successfully graft the cells onto this person and have him survive. The chances are slim with my current data and understanding of the cells. The second solution is if we somehow create a host body that will accept his DNA and get acclimated to its changes and strength. There are a few other methods as well, but all of these will take time. Tanuki Shigaraki was loyal to the root and its cause. And he was an excellent researcher as well. So Danzo didn't doubt the man. After thinking about it for a while, Danzo had an idea. Give me a copy of everything you've learned on the cells. I'll take it from here. Danzo ordered. Yes, Lord Danzo. Shigaraki bowed and got to work. He quickly made a copy of all his findings on Hashirama's blood and handed them over to Danzo. With the files in hand, Danzo left the lab. He went outside to a secluded part of the base. He closed his eyes and stood still and waited for the arrival of someone. After several minutes, a playful voice came from the darkness. I didn't expect you to contact me so soon, Danzo. Danzo merely grunted. Some things have happened in the village. I'm sure you'll find out about it soon. Orochimaru. A man with pale skin, golden eyes with slitted pupils and with purple markings around his eyes appeared. He was wearing plain gray garbs with black pants and had a thick purple rope belt tied into a large knot behind his back. "Oh! Now you got me curious." Still, with Sarutobi-sensei keeping an eye on things, you wouldn't have called me for something trivial. "So what is it?" "I remember you telling me about an experiment you have. One with the capability to adapt to new foreign DNA?" "I want him," Danzo said without beating around the bush. "Ah, you're asking about Shin. Unfortunately, he died some time ago," Orochimaru said with a straight face. "His body is one of my most valuable experiments. I won't give him up before I'm done with him." Danzo's eyes narrowed as he heard that weak excuse. Danzo only flicked a finger and the area was immediately surrounded by a dozen root operatives. "Don't play games with me, boy." Danzo was in no mood to tolerate Orochimaru's antics. But he also knew he needed the snake's help. And he knew that Orochimaru knew that too. Orochimaru chucked at the show of force from the root leader. "I'm just a clone. You didn't really think I'd come here in person just because you called, did you?" Danzo was silent as he gazed at the grinning Sannin. "Regardless, you've piqued my curiosity. What's this about?" Danzo slightly waved his hand and the root ninja disappeared. "I want the Sharingan. And he will be useful in acquiring it." "I see. Unfortunately, I don't have a Sharingan with me. So I'm unable to help you. Unless you have some." Orochimaru looked at Danzo questioningly. "No! But I have the next best thing." Danzo took a vial of blood from his pocket and held it up. He spoke. "This is Itachi Uchiha's blood. I'm sure you can create a few Sharingan using this blood and Shin's body." Danzo then took out the files on Hashirama Senju's blood work. "This is the research on the first Hokage's cells conducted by one of mine." Danzo didn't say anything more and looked at the Sannin. Orochimaru looked at the two objects in Danzo's hand. A wide grin appeared on his face. He chucked, understanding Danzo's intentions. "How about we make a deal?" Orochimaru spoke. "Let's hear the terms. You give me Itachi's blood and the files and I'll make sure to give you several pairs of Sharingan and I'll see if I can safely add the strength of the first Hokage to your body," Orochimaru said with a grin. Danzo looked at the man. "In exchange, funding, experimental equipment, and keeping Sarutobi-sensei's Umbu off my tracks. Do we have a deal?" Orochimaru folded his arms and looked at the one-eyed man. Danzo nodded and grunted. He tossed the vial and folder expertly to Orochimaru. The snake Sannin caught both objects. "Don't make me wait." "Of course," Orochimaru replied with a grin. "And boy, keep in mind what will happen if you double-cross me," Danzo said in a serious warning tone. Orochimaru's grin vanished and he released his killing intent. The next second root Umbu were all around him, but several were affected by the snake Sannin's murderous intent. They raised their weapons against him, but they didn't dare make another move without the order of their leader. Only Danzo and a couple others were completely unaffected by the killing intent. After several tense seconds, Orochimaru let go of the intent and disappeared. "I'll see you soon, Danzo." Those words were the last Danzo heard from Orochimaru that night. Chapter 74, Uchiha Massacre Aftermath. Hokage Residency. In a private chamber in the Hokage Residency, Hiruzen Sarutobi was sitting in a chair contemplating the events that took place last night. His fists clenched in anger as he thought about what Danzo did and what Itachi had to do. He thought about the conversation he had with his former second-in-command and the now rogue ninja. Flashback. Hiruzen was walking through the Uchiha clan district. Several bodies could be seen all over the place. He was surrounded by 3 of his Umbu members. All of them checking for survivors. What the hell? To think something like this would happen. How horrible! Even the Umbu members who had seen plenty of death and destruction were taken aback by the massacre that happened. The Hokage looked at the Uchiha clansman laying on the ground. "Rescue anyone still alive," he shouted the order. The Umbu checked the bodies one by one. Suddenly someone shouted, "We have a survivor." The masked ninja was checking the body of Sasuke Uchiha. Hiruzen immediately looked at the person. "Get him to the medical unit." "Hurry!" Another Umbu with silver hair checked the other bodies near him. No one else survived. It seems everyone else has been killed. Hiruzen had a stony expression as he looked at the bodies. "Take away the corpses." "All of them." "Then check the buildings." "Yes, sir." As the silver-haired Nin got to work, another Umbu posed a question. Who could have done something like this? It was Itachi Uchiha. A new voice joined them. Danzo Shimura walked towards them and stopped. He looked at everyone present. "Itachi. But why would he do something like this?" The Umbu questions the man. Itachi despised his clan. He killed Shisui Uchiha and then took his eyes. He also caused infighting within the clan. And now, it seems he chose to end the clan. He is responsible for this massacre. But, as the Umbu were about to argue, Hiruzen interrupted them. "Stop wasting time and get to work." All the Umbu present at the scene left. Danzo walked up to Hiruzen and stood in silence. Several seconds later Danzo spoke. "This ends our problems." The Hokage turned to Danzo. "And exactly what does this end? Can't you see the troubles we're left with?" "I see the troubles that would arise from this as minor as compared to what would have happened otherwise," Danzo replied. "You crossed the line, Danzo. I can't allow you to operate on your own authority any longer. As of this moment you are relieved of your duties as the second in command and you are removed from the council. Hiruzen, don't be rash." "I did it." "For the good of the village?" Hiruzen finished Danzo's sentence. He looked at the one-eyed man. "How many times are you going to use that excuse?" Hiruzen turned to look ahead, unable to look at his former teammate anymore. The Uchiha clan was part of the village. Regardless of what they were about to do, they were still Leaf villagers. And this indiscriminate massacre. We could have found another way. Do you really believe that, Hiruzen? Yes. We could have dealt with the conspirators and the ones pushing for the coup, and given the innocent ones another chance. But now, that wouldn't have worked. If that had happened, then years from now we would have the same problem crop up again. Danzo tried to justify his actions. You don't know that. Hiruzen was furious listening to Danzo's justification. He then sighed and spoke. As of this moment, I'm removing you as the head of the Foundation. The root forces will be dissolved and integrated with my forces. And until I decide how to deal with you, you are confined to your quarters. Now get out of my sight. With those words the Hokage walked away. Hokage Tower. In a secret chamber deep beneath the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen was waiting for the arrival of someone. After a few minutes he spoke. There is no one else here. Speak your mind. Several feet behind, Itachi Uchiha was kneeling and bowed his head as he addressed his leader. Thank you for the opportunity to meet with me. Itachi, first of all you have my gratitude. A civil war has been averted and now peace is maintained within the village. Yes. Itachi didn't say anything else. Regardless, I regret that it had to be this way. Forgive me. I saw no other choice. No! I'm the one who should be asking for forgiveness, Itachi. Henceforth you'll be branded a traitor and a rogue ninja who killed his clan. You'll be added to the bingo books as a criminal. Dead or alive. Lord Third. Itachi started. Swear to me that you will protect Sasuke. Hiruzen looked at the teen kneeling in front of him. You have my word. He'll be safe. Your brother will continue at the academy and when the time comes he'll become a Leaf Ninja. But I won't be able to erase his hatred for you. I know. I'm prepared to bear his anger and hate. You should go. The Umbu had been dispatched. I'll leave the jutsu formula for the village barrier unchanged. This way you can check up on Sasuke whenever you want. Thank you, Lord Hokage. No. There is no need for thanks. I don't deserve it. It was my weakness that led us to this moment. Flashback end. Hiruzen let out a tired sigh. At that moment the door to the room opened and the counselors Koharu and Hamura entered. We just heard what happened. You removed Danzo from the council? Hamura asked as he and Koharu sat down facing the Hokage. Yes. It was necessary. Hiruzen. We need Danzo to maintain the stability. No, we don't. Hiruzen interrupted Koharu. He's been acting in his own interests for a while. I turned a blind eye because I believed that he had some measure of respect for me and the title I hold and wouldn't cross certain lines. That was my mistake. I should have done this a long time ago. The anger contained in the Hokage's voice was clear to the other two. They decided not to push the subject. The three sat in silence for a short while. What do we do now? Hamura asked the Hokage. I'm going to dissolve the foundation and have them integrated with my Umbu. Hiruzen replied. We should also consider what to do about the police military force. Koharu spoke up. I know. This time instead of one clan acting as the military police will have an open recruitment. Anyone capable will be selected. And we need to find a suitable leader. Hiruzen has been thinking about this for a while and this was his solution. The three discussed the next steps to be taken to protect the village. The meeting continued for a while and then concluded with several key decisions made. Hiruzen left the meeting and then went to the Hokage Tower. He was standing on the roof of the tower looking at the village. An Umbu appeared behind him, kneeling. You called for me, Lord Hokage? Yes. I believe it's time for you to walk a different path, Kakashi. Land of Fire, capital city. Kinsei was reminiscing with his longtime friend Jean. They both grew up in the Leaf Village and were classmates. Jean moved to the capital and was once part of the 12 Guardian Ninjas. He was part of the first-generation Guardian Ninjas before ninjas like Asuma, Chiriku, and Kazuma replaced him and his teammates. He settled in the capital once he retired. I wish I could meet this Daichi kid. He sounds interesting. Jean said while drinking a glass of sake. Yeah. Me too. Kinsei didn't have Jin's enthusiasm. Oh, come on. Are you still upset that I didn't tell you about it sooner? Yes. You're one of the few people left I consider as friends. So you, keeping this a secret? Kinsei sighed. Well, I'm not happy about it. I'm sorry. I didn't want to worry you. Jean replied. You ever think about Isen? Kinsei asked his friend. Sometimes. I still wonder. If he had just come to us, maybe things wouldn't have happened the way they did. No point in having that regret now, I suppose. Kinsei looked at the sake cup in his hand and then took another mouthful. At that moment someone entered the room and went to Jean. They spoke quietly for a minute. Kinsei could see that Jean was alarmed by whatever the person had just said. Once the man left, Kinsei spoke. Is everything all right? Jean looked at Kinsei unsure as to how to answer. No. It's the Leaf Village. Something has happened. What? What is it? Kinsei was alarmed. The image of Daichi came to his mind at that moment. Please be all right, kid. It's the Uchiha clan. They have been massacred. Jean had a serious expression on his face. Hearing those words, Kinsei jumped to his feet shocked. What? How can an entire clan be massacred? And who could? Kinsei couldn't believe something like that would happen. They say it was Itachi Uchiha. The tragedy took place last night. The Leaf Village is in lockdown and information about what happened is kept tight. I only know about it because of my contact inside the daimyo court. Jean said, understanding Kinsei's concerns. Is there any other news? Did Itachi go after anyone else? Hearing his friend's anxious tone, Jean quickly replied. No. It seems the only ones who died are the Uchiha members. Is there any other news? Is he in custody? Or did he die during the confrontation with the village ninjas? Kinsei questioned. Neither. Based on what my informant told me, Itachi has escaped the village. He's alive and in the wind. Kinsei sat down hearing those words. How could something like this happen? I've heard of Itachi Uchiha, the prodigy and heir of the Uchiha clan. I can't believe he would do something like this. Kinsei looked at his friend. Yes. It's almost too hard to believe, isn't it? Jean narrowed his eyes. What exactly are you getting at? Come on, Jean! There is just no way one person can kill an entire clan no matter how strong he is. And on top of that, he got away. I don't buy it. There's more to this. Kinsei crossed his arms and thought about the matter. You should keep in mind that you're retired. This isn't your problem. Let Hiruzen deal with this headache. Kinsei sighed hearing his friend's words. You're right. Kinsei finished his sake and stood up. Looks like I have to cut our reunion short. I better get back to the village. Jean smirked as he looked at his friend. You're really worried about him, aren't you? I definitely have to meet this kid one day. Kinsei and Jean spoke for a little while longer and then Kinsei left for the Leaf Village. The trip took a little over half a day. Kinsei reached the village gates by evening. He noticed that the ninjas patrolling were far more serious and alert than usual. The village must have issued a level 1 emergency alert. This reminds me of wartime circumstances. The guards at the gate are far more on guard than usual. Kinsei got through the village gates after a thorough checking. He quickly headed for his home. He reached his house minutes later and quickly entered the barrier. Kinsei sensed Daichi's chakra in the backyard of the house. He went to look and saw Daichi doing a handstand on the water and completing push-ups. Several clones were also training in what Kinsei deduced as chakra control exercises. Daichi looked at the approaching old man. Gramps! I thought that was you. You're early. Yeah. I heard what happened. Kinsei said as he sat at the back porch of the house. Daichi dismissed his clones and got out of the pond. He went near his grandfather and sat down. Are you alright, Daichi? You seem down. Kinsei knew something happened to the boy the moment he saw him. After several seconds of contemplating, Daichi spoke. Gramps. I need to talk to you. It's about what happened with the Uchiha clan. It's a tragedy what happened to them. And I'm sorry about Ren. I know you saw him as a teacher. Kinsei thought that Daichi was upset about Ren's death. Yeah. See, the thing is, I was there when it happened. Daichi was a bit unsure as to how much he should tell his grandfather. What are you talking about? Kinsei was confused. Letting out a long breath, Daichi spoke. I was there at the Uchiha compound when Itachi was killing the clan. Kinsei's eyes widened as he heard those words. Chapter 75, Half-Truths. Kinsei couldn't believe Daichi was involved in something so dangerous. The next second he looked around the house and then back to Daichi. Based on the fact that Umbu hasn't surrounded this place and you're not in an interrogation room right now, I'm guessing the village doesn't know you were there? Daichi shook his head. Kinsei let out a sigh of relief. Good! Then we need to keep it that way. Gramps! There's something else. Daichi began in a somewhat apprehensive tone. What is it? The Hokage or the village officials don't know about me, but one person does. Aiko! What? How? I saved Ren's daughter and took her to the orphanage. Daichi replied. He needed to make sure Kinsei would convince Aiko to keep everything that happened a secret. Daichi thought long and hard for the whole day about what and how much he would say to his grandfather. And after several hours he decided to tell the truth, mix a few lies and omit some information. What the heck happened while I was gone? If Aiko knows, then I need to speak with her before she reports to the Hokage. Kinsei closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. He let out several breaths and then calmed down. You need to tell me everything that happened. I need to know all the information so I can do damage control. Daichi nodded and began retelling his tale with a bit of a twist. He made sure to keep his chakra calm and had to make sure there were no holes in his story. And then I left the orphanage and headed straight here. I dispelled my clone and made sure everything was fine. Then I just went to bed. Daichi finished his explanation. Kinsei let out a breath as he looked at the boy. He let out a sigh as he thought about the events. So let me get this straight. After your training, on your way back, when you got near the Uchiha clan compound, you saw a dead body and you went to call for the police force, but then you saw more bodies on the street? Yes. Daichi gave a curt reply. Then you decided to head for Ren's home to tell him what happened. Daichi nodded. Kinsei sighed. He continued with the questioning. There, you saw Ren packing and making preparations to leave the village. Daichi nodded again. I told him someone was killing people in the clan, and then he checked the chakra of everyone in the compound. He once again explained to his grandfather. And this was when he sensed what was happening and told you about the supposed coup and their decision to leave the village? Daichi nodded to the question. Kinsei couldn't believe the Uchiha would decide to do something this drastic. It should have been obvious in hindsight. The tension has been rising between the villagers and the Uchiha clan members. Still, to think they would plan a coup d'état. Did they seriously expect to take on the village and win? Kinsei then looked at his grandson and continued. Then you convinced Ren and his wife to hand you their daughter with the promise of keeping her safe. Yeah. They knew they couldn't escape, so they put their faith in me. Daichi remembered what happened to them and was only calm because of the gamer's mind skill. Yes. About that. You mentioned that you had a cloak that turns you invisible to all senses? I want to see it. Kinsei was shocked when Daichi said he was in possession of an item that could essentially be the greatest stealth tool in the world. Daichi got up and went to his room to get the cloak. I knew the old man would ask to see this thing when I told him about it. I don't want him to know any more about my ability than absolutely necessary. Daichi liked his grandfather very much, but his fear of death and paranoia of a village full of killers stopped him from trusting people around him. Even those closest to him. Daichi knew he had to tell Kinsei about the cloak, but he wanted to keep its information to a minimum. I have to use mana puppetry on him if he asks too many questions about the cloak. He'll want to know where I got it. I'll have to keep my answers vague. Daichi got down and gave the cloak to his grandfather. Kinsei inspected every inch of the cloak. He saw the Uzumaki insignia on the back. Does this kid have some kind of relationship with the Uzumaki clan? Where did you get this? Kinsei was curious and wanted to know how Daichi got his hands on something so valuable. I got it shortly after that Yoda debacle. Daichi chose every word he spoke carefully. He didn't want Kinsei or anyone else to know about his gamer ability. Who gave this to you? Kinsei asked, looking at the cloak and studying it. I don't know the person who sent it. Just that this item was addressed to me? At that, Kinsei looked up. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Daichi. At that moment an old memory resurfaced in his mind. Flashback. September 3rd. Almost 4 years after the Nine Tails attack. Kinsei was standing in front of the gravestone of his wife Fumio Aya. It had been a year today since she passed away. As Kinsei stood alone contemplating his life, a figure joined him. I'm sorry for your loss, Kinsei. Kinsei was startled as he heard the sound of that voice. It can't be. He looked up and saw the man who saved his life during the Third World War. You. Been a long time. Wow. You sure have gotten old. Kinsei could see the smirk on his face as he managed to surprise him. The man then turned to the gravestone and the smile on his face was gone. I'm truly sorry for your loss. What do you want? Kinsei wasn't in the mood to tolerate anyone. I'm here to collect my debt. Kinsei narrowed his eyes as he heard those words. "Walk with me," the man said and turned around. Kinsei decided to hear him out. "You saved my life and helped me out when I needed it. That's the only reason I'm doing this." The man nodded and they both left the cemetery. Flashback end. Kinsei thought about the encounter he had with the man for a while. Could it be him? Kinsei then tried to activate the ability of the cloak. Seeing that it was not responding to him, Kinsei decided to ask Daichi for help. He wanted to see the invisibility of the cloak. "I can't seem to get it to work. Can you show me how it's done?" Kinsei handed the cloak back to Daichi. "I can't right now. There are certain conditions for this cloak to work. There were some instructions that came with the cloak." "Tell me." "First of all, it can only be used by me. Second, once used the cloak can't be used for a long period of time. So it's like some kind of cooldown time between each use." "How long?" Kinsei asked. "Sometime under 90 days. Daichi replied with a straight face. Kinsei had a pensive look. If this is him, then it might be true that Daichi may not know who sent it. After all, he told me to keep his involvement in everything a secret. "And you told Aiko that you got this from me?" Kinsei raised an eyebrow as he looked at Daichi. The boy had a slightly sheepish expression on his face. "When she asked me where I got it, I kinda panicked. It was the first thing that came to mind." The old man sighed, hearing the boy's answer. "All right. Enough about the cloak. So after that Ren gave you his daughter and some scrolls they prepared for her." Kinsei continued with the questioning. Daichi nodded. The coup would have happened today and their plan was to leave the village in the middle of the chaos. But things didn't go as they planned, did it? Still, I can't believe Itachi would do something like this. Kinsei couldn't believe such drastic measures were taken against a clan. Seeing Kinsei's face, Daichi wanted to know what Kinsei thought about the Hokage and the people close to him. Rin said that originally Itachi was in the Umbu as a spy for the clan, but he must have turned and sided with the village. He said that Itachi was most probably killing the clan on orders of the Hokage and higher-ups. Do you really think the Hokage is capable of something like this? Kinsei sighed hearing his grandson's question. If necessary, Hiruzen would do what needs to be done to protect the village. But this is too extreme even for him. If I had to guess, the man behind Itachi would most probably be a man named Danzo Shimura. He is one of Hokage's advisors. Kinsei looked at Daichi as he spoke. Daichi, you need to be careful. You can't trust Hiruzen or Danzo Shimura. Both of them are dangerous. Daichi nodded in agreement. He saw how serious Kinsei was and was slightly relieved. So he doesn't trust them too, huh? Seems like I have someone in this village I can count on if I ever have to go up against them. Not that I intend to do that. But I suppose anything is possible. Then I hid in a corner of the room with Ryo and I saw Itachi kill both Rin and Kimiko. Kinsei saw the clenched fists and anger on Daichi's face as he spoke those words. He felt sympathy for his grandson. I'm sorry for what happened to them and that you had to see it happen. I always thought you would only experience this part of the ninja life only after you became a genin. Both of them sat in silence for a while. Kinsei then spoke. So then you took the baby to Aiko's orphanage and convinced her to keep her there. And you also managed to have her create a new identity for the baby and helped you falsify records? I have to admit, that's impressive. She's usually a stickler for the rules. Kinsei was skeptical when he heard that part, but he trusted Daichi. She said she'd keep Ryo safe for the moment, but she wants to talk to you. If things don't go well, there is a chance she'll tell the Hokage, and that would be trouble for me. Daichi was concerned and wanted to make sure Kinsei knew the stakes of the situation. Don't worry. I'll head there right now. Something like this can't be delayed any longer. Kinsei got up and was ready to leave for the orphanage. But before he left, he had one last question for Daichi. Why did you rescue the girl? You could have left and no one would have known you were there. Why take that risk? Daichi took a moment before he answered. I've always wanted a little sister. When Rin first introduced her to me. When I first saw her. I don't know myself, but the moment I held her in my arms, I felt protective of her. It was the first time I felt an emotion like that. Daichi paused for a moment to gather his thoughts. Then continued. When Rin said Itachi was killing everyone, I couldn't let that happen to her. She didn't deserve it. So regardless of the risks, I took her with me. You realize that when people find out, when the Hokage finds out about her, you might be in trouble, right? Kinsei said. I know. But if I had to do it all over again, I would without hesitation. Daichi replied with a resolute voice. Kinsei saw that Daichi had no regret in saving her life. He smirked at the choice his grandson made. You're a good kid, Daichi. And don't worry. I'll make sure Aiko keeps everything that happened a secret. You can't tell her about the coup. I kept that part a secret. Daichi wanted to make sure Kinsei didn't say anything that would poke holes in his story. Don't worry. I'll keep that part to myself. That's the kind of information that could cause chaos within the village. So the less people know, the better. I know how to handle this situation. So don't worry. Stay here till I get back. Kinsei left his house a minute later. Once he was gone, Daichi let out a breath of relief. Looks like that takes care of that. I was sure he was going to be more suspicious or something. But it seems everything worked out in the end. Daichi looked at the setting sun as he sat on the back porch. I'm sorry, Gramps. I wish I could tell you the truth about myself, but that's one secret I'll take to my grave. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 4 real soon. Peace.